Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Chapter 1, Unhappy Landings. The Tempest dropped anchor in English Harbor, and Marty looked around in surprise. It was just a Navy base and it stank. The lagoon was as filthy as a cesspit with the accumulated sewage from a couple of thousand people and the debris from Korean warship hulls. There was no current and very little tide, so the filth just stayed there. Shelby is the only one who will enjoy stopping here, he thought as he saw the physician at the rail taking notes. Marty and his new ship, the Tempest, was tasked to investigate, infiltrate, and disrupt the pirate activity that had recently surged in the Caribbean. The Tempest was a former Navy jackass frigate, which was, to all intents and purposes, a sloop of war with a raised quarterdeck. They had fitted her with bigger guns and carronades, including two 24-pound chasers, a natty set of red sails, and a crew of 150 men for the trip over to the Caribbean. His main concern now was to boost that to around 200. He left his wife, Lady Caroline Candor, behind in England with their 2 children. He brought his dog, Blaze, with him. Blaze sat beside him on the quarterdeck sniffing the air, not quite sure if he liked the smell or not. Where were all the people and a town? I should have done more research, he thought with a mental grimace. I'm not going to find more crew here. He consulted with Tom and James and decided to talk to the yard commissioner, who was one of their designated contacts for passing reports through and was appointed by the Navy Board. Admiral Hood told them the Honorable Francis Chapman was the current incumbent, and he wrote to him asking for his assistance. Marty had the boys take him over in the gig. Tom joked that he could have walked because the water was so thick with shit, and he made his way up the hill to Clarence House, the home of the commissioner. He knocked on the door, and a black house slave answered it. Marty asked to see the commissioner and was shown into a waiting room. At least it's cooler in here, he thought as he sat and waited. After an hour, during which he wasn't even offered refreshments, he was ushered into an office. It was functional. However, he noticed the cut glass decanter set and glasses on the sideboard were very good quality but too flashy for good taste. There was a picture of King George that was standard but the gilt frame, too loud. It all spoke of money and no taste. He was brought to attention by a cough and turned to see a man in an outdated, ornate powdered wig standing behind the desk, which was also over-ostentatious in its carving. Mr. Chapman, I am pleased to meet you, he said as he stepped forward, holding out his hand. Martin Stanwell at your service. The man didn't take the offered hand but replied as he sat down. Mr. Chapman succumbed to fever some 2 months ago. I am Seymour Owen. I am acting commissioner until the Navy Board either makes me permanent or designates another to the post, he said with a hint of bitterness in his voice. Marty took an instant dislike to the man, which was unusual as he normally waited to form an opinion before judging. However, his offhand manner and rudeness rankled with Marty's sense of correctness. Mr. Chapman was in contact with Admiral Lord Hood, I believe, concerning my, business here. Did he mention anything about it to you? Marty inquired, caution making him reticent. Owen made a show of shuffling some papers. Why would Lord Hood be sending messages here about you? He asked. Alarm bells were going off in Marty's head, so he procrastinated. I am sponsored by the old fellow. He got me my letter of marque and helped fund my expedition. Letter of marque, you say? Then you are a privateer? Owen replied, suddenly looking sly. Why yes, Marty replied. Mr. Chapman was to help me send my reports back to Admiral Hood so he could keep abreast of our progress. Please sit, Mr. Stanwell. We have some business to discuss. Marty got back to his ship 2 hours later feeling like he needed a wash. He called Tom, Paul, and James into his cabin. We have a problem. Our contact has inconveniently succumbed to fever and has left this mortal coil. His replacement is an opportunistic, slimy, corrupt individual that had the balls to tell me outright that if I wanted his help, it would cost me, he told them. Can he be trusted? Asked James. I don't think so, Marty replied. He was hinting he could let me know which convoys would be escorted and which not. I would lay odds he is selling that information to whoever will pay for it. Mark him down for removal, then, once we have found out where the French and Americans are holed up, Paul stated with anticipation, which caused a laugh. Our immediate problem is manpower, Marty stated. He can wait for later. Now, any suggestions on where to go next? There be a village in Falmouth Harbor which be right next to here, but it would be better to go up to a St. John's on the northwest corner of the island. That's where the sugar is shipped from, Tom suggested. He did duty in the Caribbean when he was on the Falcon. That's the best place on this island, Paul agreed. We may have more luck at Aruba, though. There is a tradition of piracy down in those islands, and many a hand finds his way down there to avoid being pressed by the Navy. Marty looked at the chart and measured off the distance with his fingers. 650 miles or thereabout. Let's try St. John's first. St. John's Bay was guarded by Fort James on a point that stuck out to the north. They sailed past it and anchored in the deep-water harbor. Bumboats carrying the usual selection of food, drink, whores, and exotic animals immediately swarmed out from the shore and started towards them. Marty told the crew they could all have a couple days shore leave, by watch, and while they were in the town, to look for likely recruits. He told them he would pay a bounty for each one signed as an incentive. He organized it so that James accompanied the first watch and he and Tom, the second. He saw the first watch away and returned to his cabin. Blaze was there waiting for him, and after he sat in his comfortable armchair, climbed on his lap for a cuddle. Marty wondered how 70 pounds of fur-covered killer could be such a big softy and gently stroked his ears that were as soft as velvet. That set him thinking about Caroline and the children, and he looked at Caroline's portrait that was mounted above his sideboard. Then, he looked at the ones of his children and a lump came into his throat. He missed them terribly and hated the idea of not seeing them grow up. Blaze got too hot on his lap, climbed down, and went to his bed, allowing Marty to go to his desk and pick up the extended letters he was writing to Caroline, his mother, Kate Turner, and the DeMarchets family. Writing made him feel a little better, but the ache was still there. He decided not to send the letters through English Harbor as he simply didn't trust Seymour Owen. As he wrote to Caroline, a prescient shudder ran through him, and he took the portraits, the watch Caroline had given him, and anything else that could identify him as anything other than Martin Stanwell and stored it in a strong box hidden in the head behind a tightly fitting panel. If you didn't know it was there, you would never see it, so cunningly was it constructed. The first watch managed to find another 8 crew between them, and they were brought on board worse for drink. Shelby checked them over and declared that apart from the fact they were all going to be suffering hangovers in the morning, they were fit. Marty and Tom were walking through the town when they came across a slave market. The auction was in full flow and there was a line of 10 almost naked men on the raised stage. The barker was telling the potential bidders that they were fresh off the ship, fit, healthy, and strong, and he invited prospective buyers to come and inspect the goods. Marty was outraged and went to move forward, his hand on his sword, but Tom gripped his upper arm firmly and restrained him. "That isn't the way," he said softly with his mouth close to Marty's ear. "You will be disarmed and flung in jail in a minute," he continued, nodding towards a group of armed guards who were watching the crowd intently. Marty wasn't to be put off. "If I can't rescue them, I will buy them," he snarled. They pushed their way through the crowd towards the front, attracting a few dirty looks and the odd curse. The barker was in full cry now, calling the potential buyers to pay attention as the auction was about to start. The bidding started for individual slaves. It started at £20 for the first one and moved up to £40, where it stalled. These were raw slaves and would be worth double that, and more, when they were fully trained. £450 for all 10, Marty called out and raised his hand. You could hear a pin drop as the crowd went silent and turned to look at who had made the bid. The barker moved across the stage to stand in front of him and looked him over, assessing his worth. "You have the cash?" Marty nodded and pulled out a fat pouch. Tom looked at him and raised his eyebrows. Where had that come from? Marty never carried that much money on him normally. "Any other bids?" the barker asked. No one was interested. "Come on around to the back, we can finish the business there," he said and led them back behind the stage. Marty counted out the guineas and handed them over to the man, who wrote out a bill of sale, and as he handed it over said, "We can brand them here and now if you want." With remarkable restraint, Marty declined politely and told him they would see to that later. They found their purchases lined up, chained together by their neck collars, and hobbled hand and foot. Marty and Tom led them away and down to the docks. Tom whistled shrilly and waved his hat at the tempest. Within a minute, a boat pulled out from behind it and headed to the dock. As soon as it arrived, Marty had the hobbles and the chains between the collars removed and the men loaded. He and Tom jumped in behind them and the oarsmen gave way. As soon as they were far enough out from the dock to not be overheard, he asked, "Do any of you speak English?" One man nodded. "What is your name?" The man said a word that had several clicks in it. Marty laughed and said, "We can't pronounce that, do you want an English name?" "Yes, please, boss," he replied sullenly. "We will call you Samuel." "That sounds something like what you said." "Do you like that?" "Oh yes, boss," again with a flat voice. "You don't need to call me boss. I'm the skipper or captain." "Tell them," Marty said, nodding at the rest of the men, "that as soon as you are on my ship, you will be freed, and they will all be given English names if we can't pronounce theirs." Samuel looked at him in amazement, then spoke to the others in that clicking, whistling language. 10 smiling faces looked back at him. Marty heard Tom mutter grumpily, "More waifs and strays to teach English and sailing to." On board, the ship's smith, one of the Marines who was handy with a hammer, struck off their collars, and Shelby gave them a thorough examination. They were then invited to wash under a deck pump and dress in a selection of clothes that Fletcher laid out. Marty had papers made up giving them their freedom and attached his seal to them. He had Samuel explain what the papers meant and that they should keep them forever to prove they were free men. For ease, 7 of the remaining 9 were called after the apostles: Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Peter, Paul, and Simon. The other 2 had names that were pronounceable by the crew: Adissa and Cheapo. They had all been betrayed by the chief of their tribe, who decided he would rather have the money than a few extra warriors, and were sold to an Arab slaver. They had managed to stay together after they were sold first to another Arab, then a British slaver. They thought they would be split up after the auction and were overjoyed to still be together. The rest of the second watch came back aboard at the allotted time with another 9 recruits. Unfortunately, Shelby rejected 2 as being damaged beyond repair, so St. John's had given them another 25 hands. Tom and Marty sat in his cabin having a wet when Tom finally asked the question that was burning in him. "Where did that money come from that you bought the slaves with?" "Because I was here when you got ready and I know you didn't have that much on you when we left. Delivered by the Lord to rescue our poor enslaved brethren," Marty quipped in the tone used by priests when they were giving a sermon. He relented and admitted, "I took it out of the shoulder bag of one of the genuine buyers. He made the mistake of leaving the flap undone and it seemed just for money intended to buy slaves be used to free them." "You stole it," Tom said with a hint of disapproval. "I prefer to think I diverted it to a good cause," Marty replied with a slightly hurt tone. He didn't have a shred of guilt over what he had done but did care what Tom thought. Tom gave him a long steady look that spoke volumes, then decided he had made his point. "The boys are already teaching them their version of English. They are all bright lads and willing to learn. Just get them hauling and fighting for us to start with. The rest can come later," Marty said, relieved the subject was changed. "We will sail for Aruba tomorrow. I heard that many of the runners from the Navy end up down there and it should be a good place to recruit." A fiddle and a drum started up and were joined by someone with a penny whistle up on deck, and the two men got up to see what was going on. When they came out, they saw that one of the new men was scraping away, quite tunefully, on a fiddle, and one of the Africans was beating a drum to the rhythm of the tune. The penny whistle was being played by Shelby. Several of the men started to sing. "Now, if you tie it up for me, rewarded you shall be. Then, if I tie it up for you, come under yonder tree." Whilst tying up her garter, such a wonderful sight did I see. My hand did slip right up to her hip. Sing, fal the raluralide. Now since you've had your way today, pray tell to me your name. Likewise, your occupation, from where and whence you came. My name is Jack the Rover, from Dub Island town, I do come. And I live alongside of the ups and downs. Sing, fal the raluralide. Returning home from the market, her butter it being all sold. And a losing of her maidenhead, it made her blood run cold. Oh, it's gone, so let it go, it's gone to the lad I adore. And he lives alongside of the ups and downs. And I'll never see him anymore. Marty laughed at this, and when they started the next, he sang along as he knew this one. Take your fingers off it, and don't you dare touch it. You know it don't belong to you. Take your fingers off it, and don't you dare touch it. You know it don't belong to you. You know it's sad to see a woman, an extra good un, holdin' back on her sugar puddin'. Take your fingers off it, and don't you dare touch it. You know it don't belong to you. Two old maids laying in bed. One turned over toward the other and said, Take your fingers off it, don't you dare touch it. You know it don't belong to you. There were several more verses, all bawdier than the rest. They played a ballad, then a love song that many of the men knew. Marty was surprised at the quality of some of the voices, as there were a couple of distinctive baritones, a number of sweet tenors, and even one who could sing like a woman. Then, at the end of one of the songs, the 10 Africans stepped into the middle of the group and started to stamp their feet in a rhythm. Samuel started to sing in their native language. It was a haunting melody and spoke of loss and loneliness, the savannah and forests of their homeland, without anyone understanding the words. Then, the others joined in a complex harmony that tore at the heartstrings. When they finished, there was silence for a few moments, then the men started to disperse. Many of them approached the 10 and patted them on the shoulder or shook their hands. Marty thought of Caroline as he went back to his cot to try and sleep, but his thoughts ranged from the melancholy to erotic. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 2, Aruba, Aruba. The next morning, they left St. John's and headed toward Aruba. The wind was from the northeast, and they decided to make a direct dash southwest that would end at the northern tip of the island so they could make the port on the west side. This would take them past the archipelago of Guadeloupe, which was held by the French. Marty didn't know anything about Guadeloupe apart from the fact that it was a massive sugar producer. The islands had once been owned by the British but was given back to France in 1763. After that, it was independent for a while, then went back to the British after a slave revolt. Now, it was French after Bonaparte had taken control in 1802. In the end, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked the master to take them to Port Louis so they could have a look. They ran up a French flag as they got closer and carefully picked their way through the many islands on the approach. The port itself was small, much to Marty's surprise. It wasn't even in an inlet, just sort of tacked on to the coast. There were a couple of merchantmen and 3 French Navy frigates anchored there. From the activity, the merchantmen were getting ready to sail. They continued down the coast to try and get into what was marked on the map as the cul-de-sac. This was the narrow passage between the 2 islands that formed the wings of the butterfly that made up the majority of the archipelago. The coast they were following belonged to the island of Grande Terre. It was separated from Colb's Terre by a narrow river of sea, and the top end of it was a mess of small islands and reefs. They soon came upon a reef that seemed to run right across the entrance to the cul-de-sac, and deciding discretion was the better course, turned north and edged their way out. They turned a couple of points west of southwest once clear of the islands and headed down to Aruba. They estimated it would take 3 days to get there. The sea was empty for the rest of the day, and at dawn the next morning, there was not a sail in sight. With the wind practically on their stern, the apparent wind over the deck was almost non-existent and the temperature soared. The tar between the seams of the deck planks was melting and sticky underfoot, and the crew took to wearing shoes as the tar was hot enough to burn the soles of bare feet. They were just looking forward to lunch when the lookout called. "Sail ho! Where away?" James called up, as it was his watch. 3 points off the larboard bow. He ain't seen US yet. He's heading northwest. Marty came up on the quarterdeck, attracted by the noise. "Sail sighted, skipper. Heading towards us at the moment." "Haven't identified what it is," James reported. "Shall I send Matai up?" He has sharp eyes. "Aye, do that," Marty agreed. Matai went up the rigging like a squirrel and was soon settled into the crosstrees. He took his time, first scanning the horizon with naked eyes, then concentrating on the approaching sail with a small telescope he slung on a cord around his neck. "Pinnace," he called down. "He's turned towards US. What the hell is a pinnace doing out here?" Marty asked to no one in particular. "How big?" He called to Matai. "Single-masted, fore and aft rig." "Ship's boat?" James speculated. "Could be, but let's not take chances." "Get the ship to quarters, but don't run out the guns," Marty commanded. James went to work calling out commands, and Tom appeared from below, looking like he had just woken up. "Did we wake you?" Marty grinned at him. "No, I've been on watch all night and thought I would catch up on my reading lessons," Tom replied sarcastically. He was a bear when he missed sleep. "What's up?" Marty grinned and filled him in, and Matai called down. "He's flying a British flag." "Run up British colors," Marty commanded, and young Stanley Hart, one of the ship's boys who he was training in signaling, ran to obey. "He would make a good mid in the Navy," Tom observed, watching him run the colors up, then shouted. "We are not in distress. Get the bloody flag on the right way up, you idiot." Marty laughed and said, "We all did that once or twice when we were young." They steered to intercept the small craft. Once it was hull up from the deck, Marty could see that it was indeed a large ship's boat, probably from a large merchantman. They hove to as it got close, let it pull up on their leeward side, and hook onto their chains. A tall man dressed in the manner of a merchant captain came up the side where Marty greeted him. "Edmund Harding, recently captain of the merchantman Pride of York," he announced himself. Marty shook his hand and replied. "Martin Stanwell, captain of the Tempest, privateer under British letter of marque." "Forgive me for asking, but where is your ship?" "Taken by a bloody American pirate yesterday, about 250 miles northwest of Trinidad. He put us in the ship's boat and stole the Pride cargo and all." "Please get your people on board," Marty said. "Do you have anyone who needs assistance?" "A couple of wounded and my wife," Captain Harding replied. They rigged a bosun's chair and soon had the wounded men and Mrs. Harding out of the pinnace and onto the deck. In all, there were around 20 crew plus the captain, his wife, and first mate. They tied the pinnace up behind the Tempest and made sail. Down in his cabin, Marty invited them to join him for lunch and asked them to describe what happened to them. "We left Trinidad with 500 tons of sugar and molasses 3 days ago and were on our way to Jamaica to join a convoy to cross the Atlantic. We were only underway for 2 days when we saw a sail coming at us from the west," Harding told them. "He were fast," chipped in the first mate. Arthur Bowden, a small pugnacious man with a bald head and a wispy, ginger beard, one of them Baltimore Clippers. Marty raised his eyebrows in question at that. "I seen them in Boston when I were there," he explained. "What armament did he have?" Marty asked. Six-pounders per side," Harding said. "He didn't need them. They swung around our stern and boarded us. There must have been 100 of them, Harding continued with a morose look. Our boys were hurt when they didn't get out of the way fast enough, Bowden chipped in. Once they set you adrift in the pinnace, which way did they head? Marty asked. Last we saw, they were heading southwest, Harding stated. Marty pulled out a map and asked Harding to show where they were intercepted, then he looked at possible destinations. Curaçao and Bonaire were right on that heading, and the pirate could probably sell the ship and cargo there. It would be worth a look later, but now he needed to get more men, so Aruba was still his destination. What will you do once we get you to Aruba? Marty asked Captain Harding. Look for a ship that can take us home, he replied, reaching out to hold his wife's hand. The Pride was insured, so I will use the money to open a chandlery. I'm tired of being at sea, and this was going to be our last trip. Our children are grown up and having children of their own, and we want to see them grow up, his wife added, looking wistfully at her husband. So, your crew is shipless, Marty thought, then excused himself as he rose to go on deck. Tom, he called as he reached the quarterdeck. Tom left what he was doing over by the log and walked over to meet Marty halfway. Check the crew of that pinnace and see if any of them want to sign on. Their skipper is going back to England and won't be looking for another ship, Marty informed him. He gave up his cabin for the Hardings and slept on deck in an improvised cot. It was actually cooler than below, and he slept well. Blaze kept watch on his boss, which kept everyone at a safe distance. The watch was especially quiet. When the lookouts changed, they did it in whispers. The next afternoon, they rounded the northern end of Aruba and headed into the harbor. They came into Horse Bay and dropped anchor. Marty negotiated with the Hardings for the pinnace and paid 40 guineas for it. Armed, it would be a valuable scout boat. 15 of the crew signed on to the Tempest's complement, so it was that they rowed 7 people over to the shore. He needed another 10, at least. Aruba's harbor was just a bay with a sheltering reef and a convenient gap to allow ships access. There was a wooden dock which they tied up against to be met by an official. He noted the name of their ship, who the captain was, and demanded a docking fee of 10 shillings. Marty looked to Harding, who nodded, so he paid the man. The town was small and showed the influence its former Dutch owners had on it. The houses were tidy and colorful, and there was an unusually high number of merchants in evidence. They said their goodbyes to their passengers, who agreed to take their letters with them, amongst which was a letter of introduction to Caroline. Marty made them a small loan so they could live comfortably and pay for their voyage home. He had a notion that Harding could be useful to their growing fleet. Marty sent Fletcher with James to replenish their stores and went for a walk along the road to see what was on sale. There were 2 ships' chandlers, cloth merchants, shipping agent, liquor store, dried food, and a grocer, almost all with Dutch names over the door. There were also 2 taverns and a whorehouse. Marty stopped off at the first of the taverns, the Happy Mutineer, and took a table overlooking the harbor. The Tempest looked good in the setting sun, her red sails, even when furled up on the yards, caught the light and seemed to glow. "What can I get you, sir?" said a soft voice that had a slight Dutch twang to the accent. "We have roast chicken and goose for dinner tonight." Marty looked up into a pair of beautiful blue eyes set in a very pretty face and realized how far up he was having to look. She was an Amazon. Recovering quickly, he asked for a bottle of red wine and the roast chicken dinner. The girl was José van Mierlo, and she was the landlord's daughter. She was 16 years old and almost 6 feet tall. She wasn't skinny either, but delightfully curvy. If Marty hadn't been married, he would have been sorely tempted. In fact, he was, if he was honest, but the thought of Caroline kept his ardor under control. James and Fletcher arrived and joined him at the table, saving him from temptation. José came to take their order, and James looked as if he was struck by lightning when he looked up at her. He blushed furiously, developed a stammer, and looked like he was mule-kicked in the stomach. She in return fluttered her eyelashes and smiled at him, devastatingly unleashing her dimples on the stricken man. Fletcher looked at Marty with a grin and said, "We had better order for the boy," he seems to have swallowed his tongue. Marty grinned and said to Jose, "Mr. James Campbell will have the chicken dinner and a glass of brandy to help him recover his equilibrium." She giggled and set off to the kitchen with a slightly exaggerated swish of the hips and a glance over her shoulder just for James. The two older men took every opportunity to tease the poor lad there and then. "I believe our young friend is smitten," started Fletcher. "Aye, he is obviously into the Amazonian type," Marty quipped. "Have to be careful with a woman like that," Fletcher came back. "Oh? And why is that?" Marty replied, setting him up for the line. "Well, if she gets passionate with those long legs and wraps them around you in the moment of passion, she could break your back." "Not only that," Marty replied, "who will you talk to?" Both men roared with laughter as the look on James' face as their shots went home was a picture. They relented as Jose returned with a very large brandy for James and a bottle of wine for Marty and Fletcher to share. She only had eyes for James and him for her. Fletcher and Marty looked at each other and made lovey faces, but the youngsters didn't notice. The chicken was excellent, followed by a creamy concoction with ginger and lime, for which they ordered a sweet Madeira in accompaniment. Marty asked Jose if he could talk to her father. She looked alarmed and glanced at James. Marty laughed and told her not to worry, he wouldn't get in the way of young love. That sent Fletcher to chortle again and the two youngsters to blush furiously. The landlord was not a tall man, which surprised Marty given the length his daughter had grown to. He was rotund and blond with a ruddy face. Marty explained they were in port to recruit good men and that he would pay a bounty on any he could send his way. The landlord told him he knew there were a few men looking for a place on a privateer and asked what the prize rules were. Marty explained that a quarter went to the ship, a quarter to the captain, and the rest split by even shares to the rest of the crew, including mates. Van Mierlo accepted that as it was a fairly standard formula if the captain was also financing the ship, which was the cover story that Marty was working under. They stayed drinking brandy until nearly midnight, and in that time, they recruited another 6 men. The ship's boat came and picked up Marty and Fletcher. James had disappeared somewhere between the tavern and the dock. The next morning, Marty went ashore again and returned to the tavern. James sat at a table eating breakfast, so he joined him. "Good night?" Marty asked as he sat down. James blushed and replied, "I stayed with her family. We just talked, that's all." Marty smiled at him and said, "You seem smitten and well and truly pierced by Cupid's arrow. It's strange how it hits you. Was it the same for you in law?" He caught himself in time, "Caroline?" James asked. "What, the thunderclap and the lightning?" "Yes, it was. She had me hooked from the time she spoke in my ear," Marty replied with a laugh, and when James looked puzzled, he said, "She snuck up behind me and whispered in my ear. Her voice turned my knees to jelly." "Yes, I can see how that could happen." "She has a glorious voice," James answered, and realizing what he said, started to stutter an apology. "Don't worry. I don't take offense. The advantage of having a wife like Caroline is she can stand up for herself." Van Mierlo came over and asked Marty what he would like for breakfast, and he replied that he would just like some coffee as he had eaten on the ship. Jose served it blushing, and Marty knew that sometime soon, he would be called upon to give his blessing, as she only had eyes for his midshipman. Young love, he thought. I can't blame him, it happened to me. He dragged James away and took him to the other tavern, which was a bit down market from the Happy Mutineer and was called the Flamingo. They ordered 2 beers and spoke to the landlord, who was a squint-eyed, shifty-looking individual called Arnold. "So, you be lookin' fair men," he stated after Marty explained. "This one's a flagon short of a gallon," thought Marty without much hope. "I knows a few that might be interested. If you be here later, I will bring 'em o'er," Arnold promised. Marty took them for a walk around the town, and they found a stockyard which had just taken in a small herd of cattle. They had geese, chicken, ducks, and goats as well. Marty sent a message back to Fletcher to get himself over there and get the manger filled. They returned to the Flamingo and took a table outside on the street. Arnold came out and when he saw them, went back in and brought them 2 beers. "I have a couple of men to see you, sir," he stammered, looking uncomfortable. Both capable hands. He went inside and came out with 2 men. There was no doubt they were sailors and Marty would put money on them being runners. They were both around the same age as Tom and had a belligerent look about them. One had a scar on his cheek and wore his sleeves long. The other had torn the sleeves off his shirt to make it into a kind of waistcoat. Marty sat back in his chair and waited. James, seeing what he did, emulated him. The 2 men came and sat, looking at Marty and James. Arnold, I thought you said we was to see a captain," Scarface said over his shoulder, looking sneeringly at Marty, who just looked back with no expression at all. "You're runners," Marty stated. "And what if we are?" snarled Scarface. "It's nothing to me," Marty said. He appeared totally relaxed and unintimidated by the aggressive approach. "I'm only interested in recruiting prime hands." "That your ship over there?" Sleeveless asked, nodding at the Tempest. Marty nodded. "Looks like a Navy ship." "She was. I bought her at auction after she was paid off." "Thought you looked like you were worth a bob or 2, said Scareface. "How about you hand over some of that cash now?" "What the king's shilling?" Marty replied. "Don't be funny with me, boy," Scarface snarled. "Hand over your purse." Marty gave him a wolf smile and said, "Why don't you try and take it?" There was a pause. Scareface reached for his belt knife and suddenly found himself looking down the twin apertures of a double-barreled pistol. The distinctive double clicks as it was cocked froze him in mid-draw. "This little chat is over," Marty said in a pleasant tone and gestured with the pistol for them to leave. The 2 men backed away from the table and as they turned were confronted by the innkeeper. "You said you was looking for a berth," he cried. Scarface pushed him aside muttering something under his breath. Marty gestured with the pistol for Arnold to step closer. He looked terrified. "Now we have got that little misunderstanding out of the way," Marty said, and the pistol disappeared. "Let's get back to me finding some prime hands." Back on the Tempest, James signed in the 4 new hands they found at the Flamingo. It was time to get to work. Chapter 3, Making Our Name. The first thing they had to do was establish their identity as privateers gone rogue. They headed up towards Cuba looking for any ships they could take on the way. At least with the constant northeasterly trade wind they didn't have to keep trimming the sails. They saw a pair of British merchantmen that were probably on their way to Jamaica and decided to leave them alone. The men they found in Aruba were from all nations with a fair number of British and there were murmurs of discontent as they watched the 2 ships keeping a constant distance on the horizon. Wilson reported quietly through Tom that one of them was a right sea lawyer and was starting to agitate for the boy captain to be replaced by someone with a more ruthless streak. Marty knew the man as he was one that came from the Flamingo and he had identified him as potential trouble there, but he had his own reasons for letting him on board. Just before twilight, the lookout reported that there was a sail on the horizon to the northeast of them. It looked like a sloop or a clipper. Marty wondered about that and on instinct, he ordered reduced sail that night to behave like a merchantman. He was woken an hour before dawn as he had instructed. He was in a bad mood as he was having the most wonderful, erotic dream about Caroline and woke feeling frustrated. However, once on deck, he ordered the men to quarters. He told them to keep the main guns run in, but to ready the swivels with grapnels and the carronades with canister. He got everyone armed and sat down on the deck out of sight so it would look like they were still on the night watch. Now, he had to wait to see if his hunch was correct. The sky lightened in the east to a dull gray, and the lookout called that he could see a gray goose at a mile. That was almost immediately followed by a cry. "Sail ho!" Closing fast on the starboard side. Marty scratched Blaze's head and said to him, "He's mistook us for a merchantman, silly man." He could see the other ship, and it was a Baltimore clipper flying an American flag. His grin became wolfish as he signaled for the men to stay down. He needed this bird to come to roost. The ship rushed up to them and furled sails as she drew up alongside about 30 feet away and eased towards them. "Grapnels away," Marty shouted, and men sprang up to the swivels to send their barbed cargo across to the other ship. Their shooting was good, and they snared the schooner with a web of lines. "Carronades," Marty ordered, and the men pulled the canvas covers off the two on the quarterdeck, trained them, and they cough-chuffed their deadly loads as the lanyards were pulled. One aimed for the wheel, and the other sent its load across the deck as John Smith steered them in, so the hulls met. The forward carronade fired as soon as it had the best angle to rake the deck. "Boarders away. Break out the colors." The grapnel lines were tied off, and the men launched themselves down onto the clipper's deck. Marty's flag of a fighting knife piercing a skull above crossed pistols was run up on the mizzen. The schooner's crew went from thinking they were going to make an easy kill to having to fight for their lives. Marty launched himself over the side to drop down onto the deck and immediately slipped on a pool of blood. He ended up on his backside with pain shooting up his leg. He didn't have time to think about it as someone was thrusting at him with a boarding pike. He raised both pistols and fired. At 6 feet, both .50 caliber balls hit his assailant in the chest and threw him backwards. Marty cocked the second barrels against the wrist of the other hand and worked himself backwards, so his back was against the gunwale. Blaze appeared over the side almost straight over his head and landed on the deck with his hackles up and looking around for his boss. He was sure he came over the side in the same place as he had. Marty whistled, and Blaze spun around and saw him. He rushed up to him and put his head under Marty's arm, trying to get him on his feet. Marty pushed him off and told him, "Guard." The dog turned and took up position next to him ready to defend. A few minutes later, Karai arrived with Samuel and they got Marty up off the deck and sat on a crate with his right leg straight out in front of him. An American sailor backed towards them, defending himself against a series of precise slashes and then folded over as an equally precise thrust of a hanger took him through the heart. Shelby, the Tempest's surgeon and physician, stepped over the body and sheathing his sword, knelt to check Marty over. He took Marty's shoe off and felt around his already swelling ankle. "Broken. How did you do that?" he asked in his best bedside voice. "Slipped on a puddle of blood. The idiots hadn't even sanded their deck." Marty snapped in explanation. "Well, we need to get you back aboard the Tempest as soon as this is finished." He looked around. "They put up a good fight, do these Americans," he added and stepped away, drawing his sword again. Marty rolled his eyes and grimaced as a spasm of pain shot up his leg. He blinked and looked again as he thought he was seeing things. Fletcher was in the midst of the fighting, wielding a fearsome-looking axe with a 3-foot handle, a blade one side of the head, and a spike the other. The fight was over in another few minutes as the Tempests outnumbered the Clipper's crew by a fair margin thanks to the decimating effect of the carronades. Tom took command and relegated Marty to the role of patient in the tender hands of Shelby. His ankle was badly swollen and Shelby told him that he could do nothing until the swelling went down and had him placed in his cabin by Samuel, who picked him up like he was a baby after he had suffered the indignity of being hoisted back onto his own ship in a bosun's chair. Marty was, consequently, in a foul mood when Tom came down to report that the Clipper, which was called the Eagle, was secured and he manned her with 100 men under James with Wilson as his first mate. He also told him they found a large chest of gold and jewels in the captain's cabin and sent over about half their grenades and volley guns. That did a little to mollify Marty until John came in and told him there was a delegation on deck demanding to see the skipper. "It'd be that Jim McElvoy. The one we took on at Aruba," John said. "Do you want us to chuck him over the side?" "No." "Get me up on deck," Marty said. John and Tom helped him up the steps to the deck. McElvoy stood by the mainmast with a group of men, some of whom came from Aruba and others from St. John's. Marty was pleased to see that none of the men he brought from England or the Africans were with him. Time to establish my credentials, Marty thought as he had them taken to the mizzen mast where he could prop himself up. What can I do for you? He asked the delegation. We are here to challenge you for the captaincy, McElvoy stated in a loud voice. You ain't no captain and now you be a cripple who ain't a captain. He looked around expectantly at the rest of the crew. Nobody reacted. They just waited. Marty stayed leaning against the mast and said quietly, If you want it, come and take it. What did you say? McElvoy asked. Marty beckoned him forward. I said, if you want it, come and take it. He looked at John and Tom, who were hovering nearby. Leave this to me, he told them. McElvoy pulled a knife from his belt and stepped forward. You're brave, Marty laughed. McElvoy was committed and came forward. Marty didn't move. McElvoy was 3 yards away when Marty said, Blaze! Kill! The dog came snarling around from behind the mast and went straight for McElvoy's groin. At the same time, Marty pulled a knife from his sleeve and threw it. The knife hit the man in the right bicep, and his blade fell from numb fingers. He let Blaze savage him for a bit, then commanded, Blaze, leave. Blaze backed off but didn't take his eyes off his victim, who dropped to his knees holding his groin in his left hand. Marty looked at the remaining members of the delegation and asked, Anyone else want to challenge me for captain? Nobody came forward. Tom, what's in the water around the ship? Tom looked puzzled but went and looked over the side. Sharks, he said, they've been attracted by the blood washed off the Eagle. Marty looked at the now cringing man. Throw him over the side, he said. Nobody moved. Tom just looked at him in astonishment. He was about to repeat the instruction when Samuel and Cheapo stepped forward and grabbed him. You learning the hard way not to mess with the boss man, Samuel said as he grabbed his bleeding right arm and yanked out the knife before dragging him to his feet. There was a collective gasp as the 2 big men picked McElvoy up and carried him, struggling, to the side. They swung him back to toss him over the rail when Tom said, Stop. Marty looked at him with his eyebrows raised in question. Internally, he was struggling as the pain in his ankle had him on the verge of fainting. Hang on, he kept telling himself. I plead for clemency for him, Tom said formally. What do you suggest I do with him then, old friend? Marty asked. Set him ashore on the next island and give him 40 lashes as a leaving present. Only 40? Given by Wilson and Samuel. Men winced at the thought of the 2 big men laying on the lash first from the left then the right. Marty looked at McElvoy and said, I give you the choice, the sharks or the great. McElvoy chose the great. And I choose the island. Santo Domingo. He was tied to a grating and Shelby insisted on a leather apron being tied over his kidneys to protect them. Wilson, who had come over from the Eagle especially, came forward and took the cat out of its red baize bag. He was shirtless and his massive torso and arms shone with sweat. He didn't hold back on the lashes, delivering everyone with the full force of his left arm and shoulder. McElvoy screamed from the third to the last. At the count of 20, he handed the cat to Samuel. Although not as big as Wilson, Samuel was a fine specimen of a man carrying hardly an ounce of excess weight and had the muscles of a warrior. He was right-handed, and he applied the cat with precision, slicing the man's back into a checkerboard. After he was cut down and Shelby had him taken to the Orlop for treatment, Tom and John helped Marty back down to his cabin where he promptly fainted. He came around to find Blaze gazing at him with concerned eyes and Tom watching him. Tom shook his head and smiled. Would you have thrown him over? Marty sat up. His head spun and he was almost sick. I was getting worried you wouldn't stop them, he said when the room settled down. You could have told me up front what you had in mind. I didn't know. I was making it up as I went along. And when we get to Dominica? We go into harbor with him tied to the bowsprit and throw him on the dock. Word will get around not to mess with the Tempest or her captain. What are you going to do with the American crew? Put them ashore on the American coast? Marty suggested. Or we could dump them on a Spanish island. Did we get any information out of them? Some. The captain was dead, but we managed to question the first mate before he died, and in return for a Christian burial, he told us they were the ones who took the Pride of York and they sold the cargo on Bonaire as we guessed. But, and this is the interesting part, they prefer to sell the ships on Costa Rica as they get a better price from the Spanish. They were on their way back from there when they came upon us. That was a bit of luck for us then. The door opened and Shelby walked in. Good. You are back with us. That was a particularly brutal display. Was it really necessary? He asked. Yes, we have to maintain discipline and any challenge to my authority has to be dealt with. He knew the risk he was taking, and he gambled that I was incapacitated and an easy target. He didn't factor in Blaze, Marty replied, leaving out the fact that he was also sending a message to the rest of the pirating world. Shelby looked at his ankle, which had gone a spectacular purple color, and asked Marty to lay down. He got a blanket, rolled it up, and rested Marty's lower leg on it. You need to keep this raised. You can sit on your chair, but you must keep the foot up. It helps drain the fluids away from the break. I have an idea that may help. He took a cloth and dipped in a bowl of water, then wrung it out and wrapped it around the ankle. To cool it. Keep it moist. It will help reduce the swelling. Stay off your feet until the ankle gets down to a more normal size, then we will see what can be done with it. Marty wasn't used to enforced inactivity and started to do something he hardly ever did. Worry. He worried they were going about the mission in the wrong way. He worried they wouldn't find the bases. He worried the commissioner at English Harbor would mess things up for them. Lastly, he also worried about Caroline and the children and whether she was getting into schemes that she shouldn't. Tom understood what was going on as Marty got more and more snippy and short with people and decided after 2 days that for everyone's peace of mind, Marty needed to get back on deck. He talked with Shelby and had a chat with the carpenter, who went below and gathered his tools. The next morning, Tom came into Marty's cabin with Samuel. They picked him up and carried him up onto the quarterdeck. There, set under the awning that protected the helmsman from the sun where he could see down the deck and look at the log, was a wooden frame chair with a sailcloth seat and back. There was an extension to the seat out to the front on the right side, which would support his leg. He found that it was actually very comfortable, and in another 3 days, the swelling had reduced enough for Shelby to examine his ankle properly and decide what to do. It turned out to be surprisingly simple. He identified where the break was by some ungentle probing, then manipulated Marty's foot until the break was lined up. It all hurt like hell, and Marty gritted his teeth as Shelby bound it firmly with a long linen bandage, effectively immobilizing it in the position where he wanted the break to heal. They made landfall and headed the Tempest into the port of Santo Domingo, and, as he had promised, Marty had McElvoy tied to the bowsprit as some kind of gruesome figurehead. They sailed right through the harbor, parading the wretch to the onlooking ships. Marty had men recording the name and type of every ship they passed. There were several likely-looking sloops and brigs that had too many guns to be honest traders. They hove to in the most prominent spot available and unfurled their colors. Marty made a show of having him cut down and lowered into a ship's boat, then rowed to shore and tossed onto the steps of the dock. The boat returned and they made way, leaving the harbor in their wake. The officers sat around the table in Marty's cabin after yet another excellent meal and studied the list of ships they observed in Santo Domingo harbor. As far as I can tell, there were 7 ships that could be of interest in the harbor, Marty said to open the discussion. 5 flying French colors, 1 American, and 1 flying no flag at all, but from the design of her hull, probably Dutch-built. She had a belly on her, Tom laughed, referring to the Dutch habit of building fat ships. That American could be the twin of the Eagle, Wilson said. I would swear they were built in the same yard. Did you notice there was a dock that had a couple merchant ships tied up? Tom added with a frown. One looked British built and she had no name on the stern. I wonder if it was the Pride of York. I thought James said that the Eagle's former mate maintained they sold it at Puerto Rico? Marty replied. Aye, he did. She must have been another one, Tom conceded grumpily. Anyway, 7 ships don't make a base, but we should come back down here and catch us 1 or 2 of them to check that out, Marty decided. We need to get up to Jamaica, contact the Admiral and find us some more men. Chapter 4, Jamaica. They entered Port Royal a day later and made their way into the harbor. The flagship was there along with a number of other warships. It felt strange not to fire a salute, but they were supposed to be independents. Marty sent a message via the port administrator to the Admiral and waited. The boys went recruiting and were soon sending back likely candidates. They appeared to be frequenting the taverns further away from the shore and finding men who had avoided the Navy's regular sweeps through the town. They needed to get both ships up to complement and needed another 100 men. By then, Marty was walking on crutches that the carpenter made for him. The man was inordinately proud of both them and the chair he made for his injured captain. Marty was flattered that the man thought so much of him. He still woke at night wondering what the hell he was doing being in charge of a ship, let alone 2. 2 days passed and a road cutter left the flagship and headed in their direction. As it got closer, they could see that it had a flag lieutenant and a squad of Marines in it. It hooked onto their chains and the flag lieutenant came up the side closely followed by the Marines. Marty made his way over, and the lieutenant pulled out a paper and said in a loud voice, "Who is the captain of this ship?" "That's me," Marty stated, wondering what was going on. "I have here a warrant for your arrest on suspicion of piracy. You have taken an American ship and we have received a complaint from the American ambassador. You will accompany me to the flagship to answer to the Admiral." His voice could carry to Trinidad, Marty thought as he caught on this was a ruse. "Well, lead on," Marty chided him, "mustn't keep the Admiral waiting." He looked over to Tom. "If I'm not back by the morning, invade Jamaica." Aye, Skipper," Tom laughed. He scooted over to the side on his crutches and stopped. It looks like I am going to need a bit of assistance," he said to the lieutenant, who gave him with an impatient look and turned to say something to his Marines when a deep, dark voice said, "I'm here, boss. Just climb on my back and I will take care of it." He looked around and Samuel stood there glaring at the Marines and daring them to touch his captain. Marty took him at his word and after handing his crutches to the lieutenant, hopped up to get a piggyback from Samuel. The big African went to the port and started down it, showing no signs of exertion as he climbed down into the cutter, his toes curling onto the batons. It wasn't the most fun ride Marty had ever had, but it impressed the hell out of the sailors in the cutter and the Marines. Once the Marines and the lieutenant were on board, they headed back over to the flagship. Samuel stayed with him and it seemed no one had the nerve to tell him he couldn't. At the flagship, Marty looked up at the curved tumblehome of the big second rate and wondered if Samuel would even consider pulling the same trick, but he just crouched down for Marty to climb aboard and then started climbing. Marty would rather have climbed around the mainmast futtock shrouds blindfolded. It was one of the scariest moments he ever had. The tumblehome had them hanging out over the cutter until they rounded it. At the top, he was handed his crutches as he slid down Samuel's back to the deck and he could have dropped to his knees and kissed it. He tried not to think about the return journey he had yet to face. He was placed under escort by 4 Marines and taken across the deck to the stairs down to the Admiral's quarters. He negotiated them and waited while the Marine announced them. He entered the cabin to be greeted by "Martin, my boy. What the hell have you done to yourself?" "Hello, Admiral." He grinned at his mentor, who sat in a comfortable chair, and bowed to Admiral Duckworth, who sat at his desk. "I didn't expect to see you here." Duckworth looked him over and waved him to a seat. "I am told you are to be referred to as Captain Stanwell," he said, glancing at Hood. "Yes, that is who I am this year," Marty quipped. You change identities regularly? As the mission dictates, Marty replied more seriously. What did you do to your foot? Hood asked. Slipped on some American blood and broke it. Amateurs didn't sand their decks. Why did you attack them? Duckworth asked. We didn't, they attacked us. They chose the wrong target, Marty replied and pulled a packet out of his pocket. The details are all in here. They attacked and took a British merchantman called the Pride of York and cast the crew adrift in the ship's pinnace. We picked them up and left the ones who didn't want to join us at Aruba. The first mate of the Eagle told us they sell their prize cargoes in Curacao and the ships in Puerto Rico. Interesting, Hood commented, then asked, any idea on their bases yet? No, not yet, although we have some ideas we will be looking into. We can rule out Santo Domingo though, as we visited there, and although there were a few privateers in port, it wasn't a base. By the way, did you know the commissioner at English Harbor, Mr. Chapman, has died? His replacement is an unsavory fellow by the name of Seymour Owen. Has he? Duckworth said in surprise. Nobody has informed me of that. Who is this fellow Owen? He called his clerk and asked him if he knew. I have seen his name in the past as the clerk to the commissioner, sir, the clerk informed them. Rather opportunistic of him, don't you think? Hood offered. He is making the most of it, Marty told them. He shows all the signs of new wealth spent in bad taste. Something you never did? Hood laughed. I got married young and Caroline would never let me buy anything in bad taste, replied Marty with a chortle of his own. Duckworth looked confused, so Hood shooed the clerk out, and when he closed the door behind him, looked sternly at Admiral Duckworth and said, I should have told you, but now is as good a time as any. What I am about to tell you is as secret as this mission. Duckworth nodded, intrigued. The true identity of our young firebrand here is Lieutenant Martin Stockley, otherwise known as Baron Candor, Hood said in a loud whisper. Duckworth looked as if he didn't know whether to bow or salute. Marty quickly stated, shooting a look at Hood. But here, I am just Captain Stanwell, privateer. I expect no treatment other than that position merits. In fact, it is essential the fiction is maintained at all times. My life and that of my men depend on it. Well, you will have my full support if you ask for it, Duckworth assured him. Thank you. We need a method whereby I can get messages to you without it being obvious. Do you have any suggestions on how we can do that? Marty replied, getting things back to business. Duckworth thought for a moment, then blushed and said, visit with a lady in the town, a courtesan of some, quality. I would suggest that she could be a trusted intermediary. Hood laughed delightedly. You old dog. I would never have thought. Ha ha ha. Duckworth blushed even more and stuttered. Well, a chap has to keep the juices flowing. What? Marty came to his rescue and said, please inform her that I will visit her when in port to leave reports and messages. I would impress on her the need for discretion in this, if you please. If she were to be indiscreet, it would probably put her life at risk as well as mine. Now, if you please, have your flag lieutenant have me return to my ship by calling a boat. I am not worth the effort of getting the cutter around 4, then eject me from the ship with a show of disdain. The flag did just that, and Marty was bundled unceremoniously off the flagship with all the disdain the worthy could muster, which was a lot. Halfway back to the Tempest, Marty sat up straight and gave him the universal salute, up yours, of a bent right arm gripped at the crook of the elbow by his left hand. The flag didn't deign to respond. Back on board, Marty asked Ryan Thompson for a report on the recruitment situation and was told that they were surprisingly lucky. Oh. Have we? He stated, immediately suspicious. Let me see these lucky men. Tom got the new recruits, which numbered some 34, lined up on deck. He waked down the line, looking at each man in turn. He stopped at one rugged-looking individual and pulled up his sleeve. There was a tattoo of a foul anchor. He looked him in the eye and the hand grinned back at him. Rating? Marty asked. Bosun, he replied. Seen action? Some. Where? Toulon. That was all Marty needed to know. He would bet that at least a dozen of the recruits would have connections to actions that Hood had commanded. The old fox was planting his own men in his crew. Well, two can play silly buggers, Marty thought, and divided the recruits in half, ensuring half the suspected plants went to the Eagle. He kept Bosun Norris on the Tempest as he needed a seasoned bosun to replace Wilson, who had gone with James. They still needed more men, so now his ankle was all but healed. Marty went ashore with Samuel and limped into a section of town that was normally off limits to white men, the slums. This was where escaped slaves hid out and freed slaves that couldn't find work ended up. He walked brazenly down the track into the shanty town of lean-to shacks. When he found out what Marty planned, Shelby made him rub an ointment into his skin made from something called citronella. He said he researched the herb as it was widely used in China as a repellent and believed it would help keep the mosquitoes away. Marty was grateful, as mosquitoes were thick in the air here and the damn things would have eaten him alive without it. As he made his way deeper into the slums, he was aware that there were many eyes on him, and Samuel was getting nervous. Then, 5 ragged men stepped onto the road in front of him, blocking his way. A glance over his shoulder showed at least 5 more had moved in behind him. A big coffee-colored man stepped forward carrying a machete and confronted them. "What you doin' here with yo slave mon? Dis isn't de place for white folk. You lookin' to die?" Marty looked at Samuel. "Are you my slave?" "No, skipper, I ain't no slave. You freed me with my brothers." That statement was met with a derisive laugh. "What you doin' with him then if you was free?" Samuel looked pointedly at the brand that was burnt into the man's forearm. He held out his arms to show they were free of brands. "There ain't no slaves on dis ship. Any that come wid us be freed and given paper," he stated. Marty let that sink and then told them he was recruiting for his ships and that any man that joined him would be treated equal to every other member of the crew and would share equally in any prize money that was won. He noted that there was a bigger crowd now. Samuel stepped forward and held up a sovereign. "Dis is my money," he said. "The skipper, he give it to me when I join. You get one of dese when you join too. He teach you to sail and fight." A wave of comments went through the crowd and stopped when the big man said, "I already know how to fight." "Really?" said Marty. He took his jacket off and handed it to Samuel. "How about you show me?" That prompted a whole flurry of comments and calls from the crowd. Some taunting and others calling for Marty's death. Marty sensed this was a critical point. If he lost, he would be killed. If he won, he had a chance to walk out with his life and a bunch of recruits. The 2 men faced off. Marty didn't arm himself even though he had his knife on his belt. The big man smiled. He had bright, white teeth with one missing from the top right. He twirled the machete like it was a table knife. Marty waited and watched his eyes. He saw the telltale flicker of the eyes and the attack was launched. He drew his fighting knife and parried in one movement, then switching to a backhand grip, he laid the blade down his forearm and used that to parry the next 3 swings as well. His opponent was surprised at the speed he moved and tried to swing his blade again in a last attack. Marty flicked it to the side and followed up as the momentum of the swing overextended him. The fight was over. Marty removed his knife from against his opponent's neck and stepped back. "You're not a bad fighter, but you need to be more patient," he said. Marty returned to the ship with another 12x/runaway slaves in tow. He sent half to the Eagle. Shelby met him in his cabin to find out how the citronella had worked. "I was bitten once or twice, but in general, it kept the little buggers off me," Marty told him. "I am thinking that if we could find some way of getting it into the air in the ship, it would help keep them away while we are in dock," Shelby said as he pondered the problem. I think it will also help to keep the malevolent vapors away and prevent fever as well. You said it comes from China? Marty asked. Yes, it's hard to get, but I have built up a significant stock over the years. I saw a shop run by a Chinaman in the town. Why don't you go and talk to him? Marty suggested. After Shelby left, he got back to organizing the crew into watches that would distribute the new landsmen in a way that would not adversely affect the running of the ship. He also ran training sessions on sail handling and running up and down topmasts, spars, and so forth. The old hands helped the new hands, and the mates pushed, cajoled, and swore to get the men in the right place on the right ropes. In the meantime, Shelby talked to the Chinese shop owner and promptly requisitioned a gallon of lamp oil from Fletcher. He took over the galley and conscripted the cook into helping him. Marty paid him a visit and saw that he was gently heating the oil by placing the container into some hot water. He added a portion of the citronella and let it infuse. After an hour or two, he strained the oil through a cloth and rebottled it. It took on a yellow tint. He explained that any lamp filled with this oil would disperse the vapors of the citronella and help keep the biting insects away. After a day of training, they attracted notice from the Navy ships in the harbor, and catcalls and remarks started to come across from sailors loafing against the rails and in the rigging. Marty thought the verbal abuse would dishearten the men, but was surprised when it had the opposite effect. The more comments that came across, the more determined the men were to get the evolutions right and done in good time. It came to a head the next evening in a bar on the docks when a Navy sailor made a disparaging remark to an Eagle crew member and got a punch in the mouth as a reply. That would have been it had he been the only one of their men ashore, but Marty gave everyone but a harbor watch on both ships the night ashore as a reward for their hard work. The fight spread and turned into a spectacular brawl that set every independent crewman against the Navy crews on shore. It took a contingent of Marines and mates from the flagship to restore order with rattan canes and clubs. Marty had his men lined up on deck, and a sorry sight they were, with an assortment of black eyes, broken noses, and missing teeth. Shelby stood on one side and noted the injuries he would be treating later. Far from looking chagrined, Marty saw they were looking proud. They had taken on the Navy and held their own, and in their minds, even won. Well, you sorry excuses for sailors, did you have fun? He shouted to them. The reply was a roar with fists waved in the air. Did you win? Another roar and fist pumps. A couple even posed, showing off their muscles, and laughed. Well, you'll be pleased to know the Navy was so impressed by your talents as fighting men that the Tempest and Eagle have been given 24 hours to get out of port. No more shore leave. We sail on the next tide. That was greeted with good-natured groans and one, "What will Rosie do without me?" staff to keep her happy. Comment, which was met with a host of claims to the effect that his staff couldn't interest a woodworm, let alone an energetic young whore like Rosie. Marty was happy. The brawl pulled his crews together at the small cost of a few minor injuries. James reported the same effect on the Eagle, which made it doubly good. He got them underway. He had enough men to man the ships plus a prize or two, which was enough. Now, it was time to start looking for trouble. Chapter 5, The Eagle Stoops. They steered a course that would take them east towards Santo Domingo. He planned to go east past the island, swing between it and Puerto Rico, then up to Barbados. He figured any French merchants would follow that course to pick up the westerly trade to get back to Europe. He had James sail the Eagle out almost to the horizon so they could keep watch over a wide breadth of ocean between them. They needed to sail to just east of the gap to give them the angle to make a long tack northwest and take them between the islands due to the northeasterly trade wind. At least it's consistent, Marty thought. They hadn't seen any shipping except small coastal craft and fishing boats. As they were still allies with the Spanish, they left them alone. Once they got into the passage, they found that there was a current running through it from the northeast with the wind, making them sail the Tempest as close to the wind as she could to make headway. It was a long, hard slog with constant trimming of the sails. The Eagle had a slightly better time of it as she could sail closer to the wind with her clipper rig. Once through, they spread out again and headed towards Barbados, staying on the Atlantic side of the Turks and Caicos Islands. There was a whole line of cays and islands running up to the northwest, and Marty had to resist the temptation to stop off at every one to explore. Some were uninhabited, but many showed signs that people had made them home. It was late spring, and the weather was fine. There were high, puffy clouds that seemed to take on familiar shapes, and Marty and Tom amused themselves by pointing out horses, dogs, and even a cloud that had Hood's profile. It took Marty a moment or two to notice that Tom had stopped making any suggestions, and when he looked at him, he noticed that despite his tan, he looked pale and had a vacant look on his face. "Are you all right, Tom?" he asked, concerned. "What?" Tom replied and looked at Marty with a confused look on his face. "I don't know. I feel sort of queer." He looked around at the ship, then up at the sky, and with a groan, collapsed to the deck. Shelby was on deck and rushed over to see what happened. He pulled Marty away from Tom as he automatically knelt to see what was wrong. The physician felt the big man's forehead, checked his pulse, pried open his eyes, and smelled his breath. "I want a cot placed on the foredeck immediately. He needs to be kept in the fresh air. No one but me or my assistant can attend him until I establish what the problem is," Shelby ordered. Marty didn't waste time as he called for the carpenter and Paul LaPierre. "Tom has collapsed and is ill. Shelby wants him in the fresh air, so I want a cot built and placed near the manger," he told the carpenter. "Set a guard," he told Paul, "until Shelby figures out what is wrong with him. Let's not take any chances and keep him isolated. If anyone else shows signs of illness, I want them isolated with him as well. Oh God, let it not be the black vomit," Marty prayed silently. The rest of the day passed with Shelby in almost constant attendance of the stricken man. A second crewman went sick and joined them in the evening, another the next morning, and a third by the afternoon. Shelby was tireless and hardly left the men's sides. His assistant, who was one of the snipes that had worked as an apothecary before he was pressed, was kept busy running backwards and forwards to Shelby's cabin to retrieve drugs. Marty was on deck with Richard Holmes, who was acting first mate now that Tom was unavailable, when the lookout shouted down, "Eagle has fired a gun and is signaling." Marty grabbed a glass and ran up the ratlines until he could see their flags clearly. "Enemy in sight. Steer for the Eagle, 3 points to larboard," he shouted down to the deck. "Make more sail." The Eagle was to the west of them, so the Tempest had the prevailing northeast wind on her stern, which gave them the wind gauge on both the Eagle and her prey. They were closing fast, and Marty called the ship to be cleared for action. He also ordered double anti-boarding nets slung over the area of deck where the sick men were quarantined. He could now see the other ships clearly from the deck and that the Eagle was engaging in armed merchantmen. "Run up the colors." The black flag with its knife-impaled skull over crossed pistols unfurled on the mainmast. Marty saw his 3 Basque followers take position at the bow and on either beam, ready to give the war cry. There was a tap on his shoulder, and he turned to find Samuel holding his weapons harness out for him to put on. He helped Marty into it and took up position behind his left shoulder where Tom normally stood. The Eagle moved in. Marty saw the grapnels flying across, and a moment later, he heard the rip of the swivels. The 2 ships were locked together, and suddenly, men were swarming across. By the time the Tempest hove to, it was all over. Marty got his gig brought up and went over to the Eagle. James was looking pleased with himself and met him at the entry port. He saw the worry etched on Marty's face and immediately asked what was wrong. When he heard that Tom was ill, he understood Marty's anxiety. However, he had just taken a fully laden French ship, so he was understandably pleased with himself and his crew. Marty and James interviewed the captain of the merchantman and examined his papers. He was confused at being questioned by 2 men who spoke perfect French, one with a Parisian accent and the other from Bordeaux. That played into their hands, as he was much more forthcoming than if they were obviously English. He did ask why they were attacking French ships. Marty just laughed and said they were no friends of the Revolution or Napoleon. It wouldn't hurt to spread a little confusion. The ship had come from Guadeloupe, and Marty asked if there were any places he knew of where the privateers gathered. The captain scoffed and said Martinique, but they wouldn't be welcome there as they were all privateers under letters of marque from the French government and not pirates like them. Marty offered him the option for he and his crew to be put into their largest boat with provisions and allowed to sail away or to be dropped off on Puerto Rico. The captain chose the latter. Marty took James to one side and said, "I want you to take the crew back to Puerto Rico and drop them off at San Juan. Then, take a run down to Martinique and have a look in the ports and see what you can find. I will take the prize to the Bahamas and sell it in Freeport, then run back down and rendezvous with you at St. John's." Chapter 6: A Scouting Mission. James calculated that he had to sail 1,500 miles to get to Martinique from their present position, but he had the ship to do it and a crew that was well satisfied that they were making money. There was also a good chance they would come across another ship to take, whether it was French or American. They parted company with the Tempest, and he suddenly realized he was on his own. For the first time, he was trusted to operate independently. After a moment of panic, he was overcome with a sense of freedom overlaid with a tremendous sense of responsibility. Marty was placing his trust in him and he was determined not to let him down. The episode with the barges was still fresh in his mind and he still felt partly responsible for the failure of that mission. James was a year younger than Marty, and had Marty known how much James looked up to him and admired him, he would have been embarrassed. James recognized the natural leadership qualities Marty wielded without thinking and did his best to emulate him. He didn't have the ruthlessness that set Marty apart, but he was focused, determined, and had an innate sense of fairness that the men liked. Marty also gave him Wilson as first mate. The big man stood at 6 feet 8 tall and weighed in at a modest 20 stones of pure muscle and was guaranteed to change anybody's mind about challenging their authority. James heard that a young Marty impressed Wilson to the point where he became one of his followers. He understood that it involved Marty's weapons prowess, but he never had the nerve to ask Wilson outright. They sailed east of southeast at a steady 10 knots, so it should take them around 6.5 days to reach their destination, plenty of time to find another victim. The ocean was empty of anything worth chasing as they passed Santa Dominique at the end of the first day, but the next morning they saw a pair of ships heading towards them. "Run up an American flag," James told Wilson. "Let's see if that tempts them to get close to us." Wilson looked slightly bemused, so James explained. "The Americans are friends with the French, or at least not actively aggressive towards them, same with the Spanish. So, an American flag is the least threatening one of all. They look to be Spanish. Called down the lookout." "Probably out of Puerto Rico," Wilson offered. "Harris, you have the sharpest eyes. Get yourself up with the lookout and tell me what you see," James ordered a passing crewman. "Are we still at peace with the Spanish?" Wilson asked. "I don't know, but we will ask before we attack them," James grinned at him. The ships continued on their course, so James adjusted his to intercept. He kept the crew out of sight but sent them to quarters in preparation. The Spanish ships showed no intention of slowing, so he decided to do a bit of fancy sailing, or around behind them, and sail up alongside of the lead ship. The merchantman watched as the Eagle swept around in a broad arc, her sail handling immaculate. She soon caught them up and adjusted her speed to match the lead ship, a half-pistol shot off her starboard side. "What news?" Marty got a Spanish-speaking crew member to call across. "The British attacked our treasure ships and we are back at war with them," the Spanish captain replied. "When did that happen?" James prompted the man to ask. 4 months ago, we just found out before we sailed. They warned us to avoid British ships at all costs," was the reply. "Run up the colors," James called, "and then, run out the guns." The impaled skull and cross-pistols flag soared up the lanyard as the American flag fell to the deck, and the men stood with a roar. "Strike or we will blow you to hell." James had his man call across, then ordered a shot through their mainsail. The Spanish flag tumbled down, and they let the wind out of their sails to drift to a halt. James backed his foresails to heave to and sent 2 boatloads of men over with Wilson in charge. As soon as they boarded, he set off in pursuit of the second ship that was heading toward San Dominic as fast as they could. They were no match for the Eagle that caught them up in a little over an hour, and they too struck without a fight. 3 prizes in 3 days. James exulted as they steered back towards the other ship, which Wilson had turned around and headed toward Antigua. They eventually formed up in convoy and James decided to call in at St. John's to leave the prizes there. In the meantime, he had 2 Spanish crews and the French, that Marty had lumbered him with, to get rid of, and as they were passing Puerto Rico, he had them put into ship's boats with a minimum of stores and let them sail for port. They sailed into St. John's like ducks in a row and got the merchantman moored far enough into Deepwater Harbor to be safe from any attempt by the Spanish to take them back, but not so far in that they would tempt a local into getting too inquisitive. He also left a strong harbor crew on each of them to keep them secure until they returned. The last thing he did was to send a message to the port authority that Britain and Spain were at war again. They put the American flag back up for the short journey to Martinique and the scouting part of their mission. The most obvious place to look was into Port Royal and Baie de Fort-de-France, which was a large west-facing inlet with the port and town on the north side. It was naturally sheltered from the trades and any bad weather that came in off the Atlantic. It was also dead easy to get out of as the wind was consistently from offshore. They came down the west coast of the island and worked their way around the corner into the bay. The current was against them and made it tricky. James had one of the Marines who was an artist, a man called David Jones, sketching the shoreline as they slowly made their way in. There was an ominous-looking fort and a couple of batteries defending the entrance. More importantly, there was a number of schooners, brigantines, and brigs flying French flags or no colors at all, as well as a few French Navy ships. They dropped the anchor and made it look as if they were preparing the ship for a proper stopover. Covertly, James had men counting ships, counting the guns, mapping the bay, taking bearings, and generally gathering as much information as they could. They were there a couple of hours when a boat that was very similar to the Eagle set off from a clipper and headed towards them. The other ship was flying no colors, and as they had not seen any American flags since they had arrived, they had taken theirs down as well. A man stood in the stern of the boat and was waving his hat at them as he approached. What does he want? James thought, then had a sudden suspicion. Get the men armed, quietly, he ordered Wilson, and ran down to his cabin for his sword and pistols. He got back in time to see the boat approaching to within 20 feet of the entry port. Ahoy there, Kelly, you pirate! The man called as the boat swung around to hook onto their chains. Prepare to be boarded. He laughed as he jumped onto the batons and climbed up the side. As his head appeared above the deck, his eyes went wide as he realized the crew and skipper weren't who he was expecting to see. Who the hell? He started to say and saw James pulling a pistol. He dropped back into the boat and James heard him yelling to his men to row like the devil. Up anchor! Make sail! James called as the rowboat sped away from them at an impressive rate, and he could hear the man yelling about thieves, spies, and traitors. Chapter 7, Crisis. Marty watched the Eagle make sail, then turned back to getting the Tempest underway with their prize in close attendance. He had a passing thought that it would be nice if they could entice another privateer to come and try to take the prize. But lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, he thought with a smile. He knew he needed to get them into port by November when the hurricane season started. His plan was to hole up in St. John's until it passed, then to make a foray down to the French islands to try and identify bases if James hadn't already found one. He watched Shelby walk up from the quarantine area, a frown on his face. What news? Marty asked. Tom and the rest have yellow jack. It's in the early stages and they have fever, headache, loss of appetite, vomiting, chills, and back pain. If they are lucky, it will pass in another 3 days, at most. If they aren't and they get the fevers, the black vomit, and they go yellow, then the chances are, they will be dead in a week or so. Is there any treatment? Marty asked. None that I have been able to discover. We are making them comfortable and making sure they get plenty of water. That is all we can do. Can I see them? Marty all but pleaded. Yes, but do not touch them or breath their breath, Shelby instructed. Marty walked with him and stooped under the rope that was tied around the quarantine area as a fence. He was aware of the men watching him and knelt by the first man, speaking to him quietly. He moved to the next, spoke to him and helped him drink some water. The man struggled to sit and in spite of Shelby's warning, Marty helped him. They talked for a minute or two and the man smiled as Marty stood to step over to Tom. Tom was gaunt, his big frame shrunken. It was shocking how fast he had lost weight. Hello, Skipper, Tom smiled. You shouldn't be here. What, and miss the only chance I will ever have to say I'm stronger than you? Marty joked. We took a prize? Tom asked. A nice, fat French merchant full of sugar and molasses that will bring a few thousand once we sell it. Marty smiled. Who has your back? Tom asked. Samuel has taken on that role until you are back on your feet, Marty told him. He's a good lad, Tom said and closed his eyes. Marty just knelt beside him for several minutes, quietly praying that the man he had come to look upon as his father wouldn't leave him like his real one had. A hail from the mainmast roused him, and he left the men to see what was up. Holmes, the acting first mate, met him on the quarterdeck and told him a sail was sighted catching them up from behind. Marty grabbed a telescope and climbed up to perch beside the lookout, who it turned out, was Garai. Marty looked in the direction Garai pointed and couldn't see anything, so he raised the telescope and looked again. Damn, you have good eyes, he exclaimed as he picked out the speck of sail just above the horizon. How is Tom? Garai asked as Marty continued to peer at the sail. Marty took the telescope from his eye and gazed at the horizon. Very sick, Shelby says the crisis point will be in the next 2 days. They will either recover or go into the second phase, which kills most people. I have prayed for him, Garai replied, we all have. Marty raised the telescope to his eye again. She is Spanish, Garai stated after looking hard. Damned if I don't agree, Marty said. Why is he in such a hurry? Marty slid down a stay to the deck, ordered fresh lookouts posted, and got them to take telescopes with them. Holmes met him at the bottom looking for news. Marty told him what they had seen. A Spanish frigate under full sail heading straight for them. French colors please and run up the fever flag. Let's not tempt fate. The Spanish frigate continued to catch them up rapidly as with the prize they could only make around 6 knots. Marty was bothered by it as its approach felt aggressive, but why, he didn't know. The Spanish were allies, or at least not enemies, so he kept formation with the prize. They were still a day away from Barbados, so they had nowhere to run to apart from the Turks anyway. He decided to bluff that they were French and he was escorting the merchantmen. They genuinely had fever on board, so he had a legitimate excuse to refuse to be boarded. The Spanish frigate caught up with them an hour before dark and came up beside them. Marty had the men at quarters, but they were outgunned as the Spaniard was a 38 12-pounders versus their 28. Hola senor, the captain called across in English. I would ask that you take down your false colors and bring your ship to a halt. I am sorry. I don't speak English, Marty called back. Oh, I think you do, the Spaniard replied and made a gesture. The gun ports flew up and their guns ran out. A figure appeared from behind the captain and glared across at Marty. It was McElvoy. The Tempest and their prize hove to under the guns of the Spanish frigate that was called El Formidable. McElvoy and a lieutenant came across and climbed the side. You should have killed me when you had the chance, he snarled at Marty and waved a pistol at him. Spain be at war with England now and I will get this ship for me own. How did you know where to find us? Marty asked. Your man dropped of the prize cruise by Puerto Rico, and they told me which way you was heading. The Spanish Navy were keen enough to catch you as the ships your man took were part owned by the Admiral. The lieutenant came back from walking to the foredeck before Marty could ask about the Spanish ships. He was doing his best not to run. Dios, they really have the fever on this ship. McElvoy looked alarmed and glanced down the deck. Samuel, who stood near him, saw his chance and took a step that brought him directly behind McElvoy, reached out, wrapped his left arm around his neck and his right across the top of his head, and with a violent twist, broke his neck before dropping him to the deck. The crack of breaking bone caused the lieutenant to spin around with his pistol raised. He looked at McElvoy's body dispassionately. As far as he was concerned, the man was a traitor to his own nation and probably received the justice he deserved. Blaze chose that moment to arrive and sniffed at the body before cocking a leg and peeing on it. "Senior, you will come with me and bring your savage with you," the lieutenant ordered. Marty smirked at him and asked which one. A prize crew was brought on board, the crew of the Tempest disarmed, and the guns were unloaded. Marty, Blaze, and Samuel were taken to the frigate in the Spanish gig. Marty refused to leave without either of them. Halfway across, a call went up from the Tempest. Oh, Marty smiled, his men had his back. Marty climbed the tumble-home and stood on the deck of the frigate. Samuel climbed up behind him with Blaze slung around his neck. The Spanish captain stood on his quarterdeck dressed in a uniform resplendent with gold braid and frilled shirt. The lieutenant went over and reported. When he came back, he said, "El Capitan has ordered that to protect his crew. The sick men on your ship will be placed in the pinnace with a crew to take them to the nearest British island. Your ship and the French merchantman will be escorted to Havana in Cuba." Marty exploded. What kind of inhuman act is that to cast sick men adrift? He shouted and lunged for the lieutenant only to get a musket but in the small of the back from an attendant marine, sending him crashing to the deck. Samuel held Blaze back from savaging the man. The lieutenant bent over him and sneered. "If it was up to me, I would hang you for a pirate, but El Capitan wants you as a hostage for your men to behave." Marty struggled to his feet and looked over at the Tempest. Sure enough, the sick men were being slung over the side in nets suspended from tackles attached to the main spar and into the pinnace that was hauled up alongside. He saw Shelby in the pinnace already along with the Basques, John Smith, and two of the Africans he rescued from slavery. Anton looked over to him and saw him at the rail. He waved and gave him a sign Marty knew was one the Basques used for "bless you." He waved back and returned the sign. Then, he was seized by a guard, who let go almost immediately when Blaze snarled at him. "If your dog bites any of my men, I will shoot him myself," the lieutenant warned him. He was then taken to a cage in the brig and locked in with Samuel and Blaze after being shackled to the hull. Chapter 8, Bad News Travels Fast. Anton took command of the pinnace as soon as the Spanish ordered the sick to be loaded into it. He had John Smith quickly copy a chart of the area and had it in mind to make for Jamaica. That would make use of the prevailing winds and get them to somewhere they could get help as soon as possible. Shelby refused to leave the sick, so he was there along with Fletcher, Franco, Matai, Simon, and Cheapo. They had enough men to sail the pinnace, and he made sure the stores that were already stowed in the locker were supplemented by more smuggled off the Tempest by willing collaborators. Once everyone was aboard, the Spanish lieutenant who oversaw the Tempest threw the ropes down and waved them away. He looked relieved but would have a much different expression if he knew Anton was swearing on his mother's grave that he would kill the pig. They ran the passage between Cuba and Haiti in a gale, running before the wind and waves. The pinnace was agile and light and ran the surf, speeding towards their destination. 3 of the sick including Tom showed signs of recovery, but the 4th, a young lad from Devon, went into the second phase and started to black vomit. Against all their instincts they agreed that he should be put out of his misery for both his own sake and the greater good. Shelby fed him a massive dose of laudanum and Garai shot him between the eyes before they threw the body over the side with a prayer for his soul to go straight to heaven. It would never be mentioned again. They ran into Port Royal 3 days after setting out from the Tempest, and Shelby went straight to the flagship. He returned to tell them that Admiral Hood had returned to England and Admiral Duckworth had said that even if he wanted to help, he didn't have any ships available and that as it was now hurricane season. Shelby wrote to Caroline explaining what happened and where they were. He also explained that it was hurricane season and that all major shipping was stuck in port until the end of February at the earliest. Fletcher bribed a schooner captain with an extortionate amount of gold to take them to St. John's. The man was understandably reluctant, and they island hopped, running into port at the first sign of bad weather. They arrived in St. John's in early January and told James the news, which he received with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He had always considered Marty to be infallible and indestructible. They immediately started preparations to make sure the Eagle would be ready to do whatever was needed and to sell off the prizes to give them some working capital. In Cheshire around about the same time, Caroline read Shelby's letter that had arrived via Navy packet and immediately set off to London. She sent a message to Martin's sister Helen that she would be sending the children and their nanny down to Churchknoll to stay with them for a while. Once she arrived in London, she went straight to the home of William Wickham. Wickham's butler let her in and showed her to the library where Wickham sat reading a report. When he saw her enter, he stood immediately, knowing that if she was there, trouble wasn't far behind. "My dear Lady Caroline, to what do I owe this honor?" he said with a smile. "Save you platitudes," she snapped back. "Martin has been captured by the Spanish." Wickham sat with a thump, as that was completely new information to him. "How? Where?" he stuttered, taken aback. "By a Spanish frigate that surprised them before the news we were at war again with Spain had reached him," she told him. "What are we going to do to get him back?" she asked with a look that said it wasn't negotiable. Wickham tried to calm her and sent a messenger to Hood, who was there in less than an hour after he was given the news, paced up and down thinking. The Navy cannot and will not get involved with this, as it would destroy Martin's cover story, he told her sternly, and held up his hand to forestall the protest that he could see her about to make. "However, the intelligence service looks after its own, and Armand and the Alouette can leave for the Caribbean at short notice. I will send him a message to prepare to leave as soon as possible." He paused, thinking. When was he captured? At the end of October. Caroline replied calmer now. Hood's formidable and legendary planning skills were visibly in action. 2.5 months. He is being held where? He asked. Havana on Cuba is where they think they would have been taken, as that was the nearest Spanish port. Caroline answered. And the clipper they captured is still free? Yes, Shelby said that they would be joining it in St. John's. A clipper and a sloop of war is not much of a rescue fleet. We could do with another ship, Hood said with a sideways, sly look at Caroline. The Bethany is in port, she immediately offered. We can use her. Hood and Wickham exchanged a look, as neither missed the we in that offer. You are intending to accompany Armand? Wickham asked. Caroline just looked at him. I'll take that as confirmation, he said, breaking eye contact, as her stare made him uncomfortable. She will need more crew and better guns. Caroline added thoughtfully, and started to twirl a lock of her hair around her finger. Better and more arms for the crew too. Hood raised his eyebrows at Wickham and made a silent shush sign as he let her think things through. Fletcher is with them, so where can we get them? She asked Wickham, and before he could answer she looked at Hood and said, Where is Captain Turner these days? Wickham went to his desk and started writing a note after pulling the bell to summon a servant. Hood grinned at her. It just so happens that his ship is in for a refit and he is on shore at the moment. What do you have in mind? We need a fighting captain in charge of the Bethany. Tarrant is a good captain, but he is no fighter, and I am sure if I ask him, he would help. Caroline replied. Caroline left Wickham and Hood to organize what they would and went to James Turner's house. The butler was surprised to see Caroline stood at the door when he answered it, and showed her straight into the drawing room where Juliet, Turner's wife, sat doing some needlepoint. My dear Caroline, this is a surprise, she exclaimed as she put aside her handiwork and stood to embrace her. Then she looked into her face and saw the concern etched there and asked, What is wrong? Are the children all right? The children are fine. I need to talk to James urgently. Marty is in trouble. Captain Turner joined them a short time later as was out at White's club and had come after receiving a message from Juliet. He sat and calmly asked Caroline to start from the beginning and explain what was wrong. Once she finished, she looked at him expectantly. So, you want me to captain the Bethany on a rescue mission to the Caribbean where we will join up with other elements of this special operations flotilla, whatever that is. Then invade Spanish territory and recover both Martin and his ship. He summarized. Caroline nodded with a beaming smile. Further, you will be joining me on the trip, and it will be outside of my duty as a Navy captain and never officially recognized as a Navy action. Caroline nodded again, now with a slightly worried look as she felt she might be losing him. Juliet looked at him and said, James. Martin is our friend, you must help. I never said I wouldn't, my dear, I just wanted to make sure I had all the facts, he replied with a loving smile. I will need several days to gather key members of my crew. Where is the Bethany berthed? India Dock. Caroline replied, relief plainly written on her face. How many crew do you have? Turner asked. 75 merchant sailors. Mainly topmen and landsmen with a few that double up as gunners, Caroline replied. I know enough. I will meet you on the Bethany in 1 week. I trust you will explain to Captain Tarrant the change in command. The conversation with Tarrant didn't go the way that Caroline planned. First of all, Tarrant wasn't about to give up his ship to someone else, and he damn well wasn't about to stand by and do nothing when his employer was in trouble. He agreed that Turner was eminently more qualified than he in matters of war, but this was his ship and he knew how to get the best out of her. She could think of nothing else but to bring the two men together and hope they could resolve their differences, and asked that Tarrant meet with Turner at White's. She resolved to be there despite the club being men only, and turned up at the door expecting to have to bribe or threaten to gain access. She was completely taken aback when the doorman greeted her. Lady Candor. Welcome. Captain Turner has arranged for you to accompany him at the meeting with Captain Tarrant in a private room. If you would be so kind as to follow me. She was so surprised she just followed quietly after him and tried to ignore the exclamations and gasps of outrage as she passed members sat in overstuffed leather chairs, wreathed in cigar or pipe smoke, nursing glasses of brandy or port. She recognized one or two and couldn't resist acknowledging them with a nod and a smile. She was even more surprised when she was shown into the room, a private dining room if she wasn't mistaken, to find not just the two captains but Admiral Hood and a tall, tough-looking individual dressed in civilian clothes. All four men stood, bowed, and Turner introduced John Batrick, his cox. You trained Marty, didn't you? Caroline asked him. Yes, ma'am, he replied, he were a fast learner. Another Dorset man? She asked on hearing his accent. Somerset, he relied with a smile, a bit further down the coast. Hood opened proceedings by introducing himself and the Navy men to Tarrant, giving their associations with Marty and their experience. Well, Tarrant observed, I am an exalted company and I appreciate you all gathering around to help my lord and employer. But I am unwilling to be left out of this venture, and the Bethany is my ship and no one knows her better than I. Turner nodded in acknowledgement and said, Captain Tarrant. I have a ship of my own and have no desire to oust you from your berth, and in fact, taking the captaincy could give rise to certain uncomfortable questions from the Navy Board. Isn't that so, Admiral? Yes, would be damn irregular and all that. Hood agreed. So, I would suggest that, officially, I, and certain members of my crew, will join your ship for a leisure cruise at the invitation of Lady Candor and make ourselves available, should the occasion arise, to assist in any way we can if required. He sat back with a satisfied smile on his face. Spoken like a damn lawyer. Hood guffawed. There was a knock at the door and a waiter entered with a tray of glasses and a decanter. A rather nice 1789 Bordeaux, Hood stated in anticipation. Yes, it is, Caroline smiled at him, I am the club's supplier. Hood laughed delightedly. He admired Caroline greatly and thought her forays into commerce were amusing. If he knew just how deeply and how many markets she influenced, he might have thought again. It would appear that we have an accord then, Hood announced as the waiter passed around full glasses. A toast to a successful recover of our errant friend in confusion to the enemy. 2 weeks later the Bethany was ready to sail. They had upgraded her main armament to 4 18-pound longs amidships with 2 12-pound longs forward and another 2 aft per side, and 4 32-pound carronades aft on the quarterdeck, which had entailed modifying the old gun ports and cutting new ones. She also sported a massive 64-pound carronade on a swivel mount on the foredeck. She could now run and fight. They set out down the Thames to the estuary and headed down the coast to the Downs, where they rendezvoused with the Alouette, and Caroline got another surprise. When the boat came over to bring Armand, there was another person with him. Lady Caroline, may I introduce Lynette, a member of Mr. Wickham's intelligence service? Armand said as he presented the very pretty, petite blonde female to her. Martin has told me of you, but he didn't tell me that you were quite so beautiful, Caroline said, casting an evaluating eye over the French spy who returned the compliment. The men held their breath, as to them the two looked like a pair of she-wolves ready to do combat. The girls, however, had other ideas. He never stopped talking about you. Lynette laughed. Mr. Wickham thought that it might be useful for me to come along and to help scout out the enemy base. Lynette also speaks Spanish and will infiltrate Havana with Ryan Thompson. He speaks and looks Spanish, and he could pass for a Spaniard. The two of them will gather as much information as they can about Martin's whereabouts and the location and condition of the Tempest and her crew. Armand informed them. Caroline held out her hand and offered it to Lynette, who shook it in return. She was sure that there was a sigh as the tension left the men stood around her. Marty always assured me that you two had a very professional working relationship, Caroline archly said to tease them. Lynette knew exactly what she was doing and replied, Mais oui. He was always the perfect gentleman, even when we had to work very closely together. That caused a sharp intake of breath, and Caroline replied, Really? You must fill me in on all the details, and took Lynette by the arm and led her away. Storm clouds on the horizon? Turner asked. For Marty, maybe, chuckled Armand. Those two have been avoiding each other for years. They agreed that they would make the crossing together, and as they approached the islands, the Bethany would sail direct to St. John's and the Alouette would pay a visit, under French colors, to Havana to perform a reconnoiter in depth. The Alouette had a clean bottom and fresh copper, so while not as fast as the Bethany, she set a good pace, and they made Gibraltar in a little over a week. They didn't stop but carried on, aiming for Madeira, to re-water and stock up on fresh, then on to Cape Verde and across on the trades. They got lucky as they arrived off of Trinidad a week after a hurricane had gone through. The Bethany then showed what she could do and sped off towards St. John's, and the Alouette towards Cuba. Chapter 9, Lost and Found. The Alouette, dressed and crewed as a French privateer, slipped into Havana quietly at dusk. The entrance to the sheltered harbor was through a narrow channel that ran west to east and had large forts on the both sides. A pilot came aboard and showed them to a mooring in the main harbor. They spotted the Tempest almost immediately. It was moored well out in the bay and had 3 guard boats circling it constantly, which probably indicated the crew were still aboard. There was a French frigate and a pair of corvettes over to one side, well away from a pair of Spanish second-rates, 3 frigates and a xebec. Armand went ashore to visit the port authority and pay any mooring fees. Lynette and Ryan Thompson would slip ashore later in the evening. Ryan and Lynette walked arm in arm along the dock. To the casual observer they looked just like any other couple. He would whisper something to her, and she would giggle and snuggle up to him. They chose a restaurant and sat on the terrace overlooking the harbor. They ordered a meal and took their time over it. They were hoping that they would hear or see something that would give them a hint as to where Marty was being held. In the fortress, Marty and Blaze were exercising by walking around the top of the wall. He looked out over the harbor and was so surprised that he tripped over Blaze. He recovered his balance and looked again. Damn me, it's the Alouette. He looked across at the harbor, but he was too far away to make out if anybody was on shore that he knew. How could he let them know where he was? In the restaurant, Ryan and Lynette struck up conversation with a Spanish army officer. Lynette asked him, "Why are there so many boats circling that ship? It is the only one that has." The officer shrugged, but one of the other officers at his table leant forward, keen to impress a good-looking woman, and laughed as he answered, "A stupid English privateer who didn't know we were back at war with them." He was so surprised to be taken. "Oh my God!" exclaimed Lynette in mock horror. "Is it full of English pirates?" The first officer jumped back in, keen not to let the other one score points. "Don't worry your pretty head. They are well guarded by the Navy and we have their captain as hostage." He laughed. "He must be an ogre," she said, wide-eyed. "Actually, he is a rather well-mannered young man. He is attended by a black man who is never far from his side and a dog which is more like a brindled wolf." Ryan couldn't believe their luck, but then Havana wasn't a very big town and the military made up a large proportion of the inhabitants, so by choosing a restaurant close to the fortress they had maximized the odds of making a hit on someone who knew something. Lynette continued to play the empty-headed doxy and was pumping the officer with consummate skill. By the time they had finished their meal, Lynette found out where Marty was, and was reassured that he couldn't escape as there was a whole company of troops manning the fortress at any time. Not only that, but the Navy have them under their guns and will blow their little frigate out of the water if they so much as cough the wrong way. Had chipped in a naval officer not to be outdone by the army. After dinner the young couple took a stroll up to the gates of the Castillo de la Real Fuerza, which was an old 16th century star-shaped fort overlooking the harbor. Ryan thought it was a stupid place to put a fort as it was too far inside the entrance. The Spanish had realized that too and had built two new forts at the entrance to the channel, the Castillo de los Tres Reyes del Morro on the north side and the Castillo de San Salvador de la Punta on the south. They presented the most difficult barrier to rescuing the Tempest. However old it was and stupidly placed, the fort still made a very effective prison. This wasn't going to be easy. Back on board the Alouette, they told everything they had learned to Armand. There was a depressed feeling in the room as they just couldn't see a way of effecting any kind of rescue in this extremely well-defended harbor. They spent another day in Havana gathering as much information as they could and then set sail for St. John's to rendezvous with the others. A day and a half out they got hit by a storm and blown almost to the Bahamas. When it died down, they resumed their original course. It took them a day to get back to where the storm had started and continue east. They were just passing a range of cays off the north coast of Cuba when the lookout hailed the deck. "There's a boat on the rocks to starboard and a bunch of survivors on top of the island." Armand had them back the foresails and heaved to, a boat launched, and a party sent over to take the shipwreck survivors off the rock. When it returned after a fairly scary pickup where one of the survivors had to be fished out of the surf after missing the boat when he tried to jump into it from the rock. There were 5 survivors, all Spanish, and while 4 were Guardia Civil Maritima, the 5th was a Spanish Navy officer carrying a dispatch case. Armand kept up the illusion that they were a French ship and gave him Ryan's cabin to dry off and change his clothes. That also gave him the opportunity to examine the dispatch case and its contents and to have his boat crew search the wreck. The dispatch case didn't hold anything significant, but he had the resident forger take a good look at them and make impressions of the seals. The wreck was more productive, and they found a book containing a list of the latest recognition signals. Very useful. They dropped the survivors off at the first Spanish port they passed, then made all sail to make the 3-day run down to St. John's. A conference was held on the Bethany with Armand, James Campbell, Caroline, James Turner, Tom, who had recovered enough to be active again though probably not enough to get into a fight, and Lynette. There isn't any way we can free him from Havana by force, and their security is such that it would be hard to steal him as well. In any case, I doubt he will leave without his ship, reported Armand. We can't just leave him there, exclaimed Caroline. We have to get him back. Lynette put her arms around her as she was close to tears and said, "We will, but they need to move him in ZE ship so we can take them at sea." "Why would they do that?" Tom chipped in. "They have him wrapped up like a bug in a rug there." Captain Turner looked thoughtful and offered a suggestion. "They would if they were ordered to." "Like if they had to hand them over to the French?" Tom asked. "Or were ordered to transfer them to Puerto Rico?" Turner replied. "But why would they do that?" Caroline all but wailed in desperation. Armand sat back and grinned as an idea struck him. "They wouldn't, but we could." The forger, who went by the name of John Smith II, being second eldest, on the Alouette, created a document that was to all intents and purposes identical in appearance to the one he had seen bearing an admiral's seal in the courier's bag. He was blessed with a photographic memory and wrote out the letter as he had seen it. Ryan changed the orders contained in it and Smith rewrote it. But there was a problem. "I can only make it look like it's genuine if the paper be right, and this ain't the same as the stuff the courier had. It be too white and fine grain," he complained. "Their wax be redder too." Caroline and Lynette took him ashore to visit the shops to see if they could find suitable paper and wax. Smith was overawed by Caroline. First, she was a genuine lady. Second, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and last, but not least, she never once commanded him to do anything but asked politely. He really wanted to paint her portrait but lacked the materials or space to do so on ship. Lynette, he didn't understand at all. She was also beautiful, but she frightened him. She had a hard edge that felt very dangerous. She obviously had the respect of the men who knew her, but she didn't have a family name at all, and the name she went by literally meant like the linnet bird if the little French he had was anything to go by. Not a proper name at all. As they walked through the streets of St. John's, they came upon a group of drunken sailors who took one look at Caroline and Lynette and approached them as if they were a pair of common whores, making lewd suggestions and making as if they were going to manhandle them. John was about to stand up in their defense when cocked pistols appeared in both women's hands and pointed unerringly at the groins of the leering men, stopping them cold. A word sent them on their way. Smith had no idea where the guns had come from, as he hadn't seen any sign of them up to then. Decorum restored, they continued their walk until Lynette spotted a shop that sold paper, wax, quills, pens and ink. They also advertised a writing service. The owner recognized quality ladies and was most obsequious while trying to steer them to his most expensive goods. John took the opportunity to look at the different parchments and papers at the lower end of the price range. No navy in the world used best linen parchment for writing out orders. He found one that he liked, it felt right, and it was the right color. Even better, the shop had lots in stock. He grabbed around 20 sheets and took them to Lynette, who was stood watching the shop owner trying to sell Caroline some extortionately priced paper. She was stringing him along, playing the lady with too much time on her hands to perfection. Lynette took it and told him to go and find the wax he needed. There was a rack at the back of the shop that contained every type and color of wax imaginable, and he soon found the type and color he needed. When he got back to the front of the store, Caroline was negotiating the price of a fine, white, expensive linen-based paper with the shop owner, who, quite frankly, was having to run to keep up. He stood and watched, and his awe of Caroline increased. The way she negotiated was a work of art, and he should know he had copied enough of them. Her use of silence was exquisite. She would respond to an offer with just a look and a slight turning away of the shoulders and just wait for the next one. The shopkeeper was sweating while she stayed ice cool. Eventually he dropped his price to where she wanted it, and she rewarded him with a beaming smile. He was like clay in her hands. Back on board, John, which wasn't his real name as he had changed it to John Smith when he joined the Navy after being rumbled selling a forgery of a Reynolds, created a true work of art. The orders to the commander of the Navy in Havana were absolutely indistinguishable from ones that came from the Admiral himself. Armand and Captain Taylor looked at the finished document with outright admiration. Armand gave John a pair of silver guineas as a reward and doubled his rum ration for a month. "How do we get it to Havana?" Turner asked. We will have to intercept one of their courier ships and plant it in with the regular dispatches. Armand stated, knowing that was easier said than done. Or we could try just hanging around the port where they leave from. With the hurricane season upon us, they won't be sending any messages unless the weather is perfect. We just need to make sure that the message gets there before the middle of February. Turner agreed. The Spanish weren't fools and wouldn't send a cutter out if they expected storms or the weather was inclement this time of year. They sent the Alouette to San Juan, the main port on Puerto Rico. Under French colors they glided in, responded to the challenge from the Castillo San Felipe and dropped anchor in the outer harbor. The Spanish flagship was in port, an impressive 112-gun, 3-deck, first-rate, the Conde de Regla. "She's a big one, isn't she?" Ryan Thompson exclaimed to Tom Savage as they settled to their anchor. I saw her at the Battle of St. Vincent," Tom replied. "She was the one that got away." Ryan wouldn't let Tom go until he had recounted the story of the battle as he had seen it. Tom was rescued by Armand, who called Ryan over to attend to some repairs to the rigging. They saw no movement for several days and they were wondering if something would happen when they spotted a boat rowing to shore from the flagship. Armand immediately had his boat brought around and called Lynette and Ryan to accompany him. Once ashore, he sent Ryan and Lynette on a route that would intercept the midshipman that had just left the flagship's boat. He had a heavy-looking dispatch bag over his shoulder and a disgruntled look on his face as he trudged up the dock. Ryan greeted him and asked in Spanish, "You look unhappy, my friend, in the Admiral's bad book?" The mid looked at him and then at Lynette, who gave him a dazzling smile and fluttered her eyelashes at him. Ryan glanced at her and followed up with, "Excuse my sister, she has a thing for midshipmen, it seems." Lynette reacted by punching Ryan on the arm and surreptitiously giving the mid a wink from behind Ryan's back. "I drew messenger duty for a week for failing my mathematics test," the disgruntled mid replied, flipping open the cover of the bag to show the bulging interior, "and he chooses my shift to catch up on his dispatches." "My name is Nicholas and this is my sister Camila," Ryan introduced them. "Would you join us for a glass of wine?" "Oh, please do," Lynette pleaded, giving him the full force of her smile. "I would just love to hear your stories of victories on such an impressive ship." "My name is Sebastian," he informed them without taking his eyes off Lynette. He was 18 years old and as randy as a stoat. "I really should get this bag to the port office," he said, but then saw the look of disappointment on Lynette's face and relented. "But I could have one now and we can meet up again later," he offered hopefully. They chose a secluded table in a restaurant out of sight of the flagship and Ryan ordered 3 glasses of wine. He let them drink half and then made out he was distracted by a ship that was entering harbor. Lynette took the opportunity to brazenly fondle Sebastian's crotch, efficiently grabbing his undivided attention. Ryan meanwhile leant down and slipped the fake orders into his bag. He gave them another half-minute and then turned around and gasped in outrage at his sister and gave forth with a rant of biblical proportion about her morality, or lack of it. She responded with a stream of Spanish invective that would blister the ears of even a season-old hand. Ryan grabbed her by the arm and dragged her away, leaving an extremely aroused but embarrassed midshipman to pick up his bag, pay for the wine and complete his mission. Back on board the Alouette, Ryan and Lynette were laughing so hard they were in tears as they recounted the tale to Armand. He just shook his head. He had never seen Lynette so amused by her work, but then he saw the look she exchanged with Ryan and he smiled as he realized the Ice Queen was melting. Even if she didn't realize it yet. They sailed back to St. John's and rousted out the rest of their little squadron and the 3 ships set sail for Havana. They had calculated how long it would take a cutter to reach Havana and for the Spanish to prepare the Tempest and an escort to sail for San Juan. The plan was to sail in the opposite direction with their 3 ships spread out to cover as much sea as possible and intercept them before they got too far. They reached the passage between the Inagua Island and Cuba, which was only some 50 miles wide when they spotted 2 sets of sails. The lead set were red and of a very English cut, the second set white and belonged to a 40-gun frigate. They had found them. Chapter 10, Welcome Home. Marty heard the masthead lookout call down something to the quarterdeck and listened carefully. He was imprisoned in a locked cage in the Spanish frigate Santa Maria's brig. He was accompanied by Blaze and Samuel. It was not the cleanest of environments. The men had a bucket for their needs, but Blaze could only piss and shit on the floor. The Spanish had not deigned to set a guard on the cage, but there was one outside of the brig's main door. Banging and rumbling sounds told Marty that the ship was going to quarters. He was hoping that this meant his friends were attempting a rescue. He sat down on the bunk and took off his boots. As Samuel looked on in surprise, he unpicked the seams of the uppers and removed the cutthroat razor blade from one and the lockpicks from the other. He also took out the laces and quickly knotted them to make a garrote, which he handed to Samuel. He first picked the locks on the shackles that chained them to the bulkhead, then reached through the bars and deftly picked the padlock that secured the door to the cage. It took him a few seconds, then the door swung open. He slipped out and, warning Blaze to stay back, he quietly tried the handle of the main door. It was unlocked. The brig on the Santa Maria was on the orlop deck just forward of the bread room. It opened onto a corridor across from the spirit room. He opened the door a crack and peered through. The guard had his back to them and was looking up at the deck above. The other guard across the corridor, guarding the spirit room, was also looking up. Marty signaled to Samuel to take the guard nearest them. He expected him to use the garrote, but he just grabbed him like he had McElvoy and snapped his neck. It was quick and brutally efficient. Marty launched himself across the corridor and slashed the guard's throat with the razor. Much messier, but just as deadly. They felt the ship turn and then heard the rumble of cannon fire. The deck shuddered. The Santa Maria was hit but not wounded badly as she continued the turn, and they heard the guns run out. Marty knew that the Alouette would have an extremely tough time taking on this 40-gun monster, and he needed to do something to even the odds. Then the ship shuddered again and there was the crash of something big smashing its way through its timbers. Too big for the Alouette's 24-pound carronades and for the Eagle, as she didn't have any. He stripped the dead guard of his weapons and then picked the lock of the spirit room. Instructing Samuel to keep a lookout and to keep a hold on Blaze, he went in and had a good look around. There were cases and cases of Spanish brandy. He used the guard's bayonet to prise the top off of a couple of cases, took out the bottles, smashed the necks off and poured the brandy over the deck and other cases. When he had emptied both cases, he took the guard's powder horn and laid a trail of powder out of the door. Stepping out into the corridor, he fired the flintlock musket into the powder, igniting it. Now he needed to buy enough time for the fire to take a hold. The corridor ended behind them at the bread store and the other end led to the stairwell to the main deck. Marty and Samuel, with Blaze between them, set themselves to stop anybody from getting to the store and putting out the fire that was already sending smoke along the ceiling and up the stairwell, which would soon attract attention. The main guns went off and they could hear the sound of men hauling on lines to reload them. Then there was a shout from above and the sound of feet running down the steps. A mate came into the corridor and ran right onto the point of the sword Marty was holding out in front of him. They threw his body behind them to give themselves room. Blaze stiffened and his hackles went up. Someone else was coming. By now the flames were getting stronger by the second and there were small explosions as bottles shattered in the heat and their contents added to the conflagration. Smoke was billowing along the ceiling, causing Marty and Samuel to crouch to avoid choking. Marty decided it was time to go and he threw down his weapons and ran out into the arms of the approaching sailors, screaming fire at the top of his voice. The men took one look at the gathering inferno behind him and turned as a group to run up the steps. Marty and Samuel followed and found themselves in the middle of chaos. A quick look around showed the frigate had suffered extensive damage to her rigging. Samuel grabbed his arm and pointed. There was the Alouette running across the stern, flowers of flame blossoming from her guns as she raked the frigate. There was an almighty crash from forward and he turned around gaping in surprise. "What the fuck is the Bethany doing here?" He yelled at Samuel, who looked confused as he had never heard of anyone called Bethany. "And where did she get those carronades?" He continued as the unmistakable roar of big carronades echoed across the deck. Meanwhile, the crew of the frigate were realizing that their ship was on fire as well as getting shot to pieces. Smoke was billowing out of the stairwell, and the few crew throwing buckets of water down the steps were making no difference at all. Marty and Samuel grabbed a pair of discarded cutlasses and headed towards the quarter deck. A mate realized who they were and attacked, but they just cut him down and moved forward. Other crewmen saw them but stayed away as they were developing a strong sense of self-preservation and more interested in avoiding the flames now shooting out of the hatch. They reached the quarterdeck where they could see the captain leaning against the binnacle. There was a red stain growing steadily larger just under his ribs. Marty approached him and said, "Captain, you should strike, your ship is doomed. Save as many men as you can." The man looked at him. "Who are you that 3 ships would come to free you?" he asked. Marty knew he was dying, so replied with a salute with his sword. "Martin Lord Stockley, the Baron of Candor, at your service." "Then I was defeated by a nobleman, not a pirate." He smiled and slid to the deck, dead. "Does that make a difference?" Marty thought as he laid the man down tidily and closed his eyes. Marty ran to the lanyard that held the colors and slashed it with his sword, letting the flag blow away on the breeze. He grabbed a lieutenant and told him to abandon ship. The wild-eyed man didn't register what he said at first, but Marty shook him and pointed to the body of the captain, then at the smoke and flames, and the man got the idea. The Bethany came alongside, risking the fire, and Marty, Blaze, and Samuel jumped across to the deck along with some Spanish sailors that hadn't already jumped over the side. Marty had taken 2 paces when he was confronted with the sight of Caroline dressed in trousers, calf-length boots, and a white shirt covered by a leather bodice laced almost all the way to the top, a wide belt around her hips from which hung 2 pistols. She held a sword and was the sexiest damn thing he had ever seen. He barely had time to register that Captain Turner was on the quarterdeck beside Tarrant when he was enveloped in her arms and was soundly kissing her. Blaze was going crazy, saying hello to all his old friends, whining and jumping up, licking faces and running around in circles. Marty disentangled himself from Caroline and looked over at the Santa Maria. She was well ablaze, and Tarrant was sailing to put as much distance from her as he could. He looked across to their larboard and saw the Alouette matching them for speed. There was suddenly an enormous explosion as the Santa Maria's magazine went up. They felt the concussion from where they were sailing, and Marty was thankful they had gotten as many of the crew off as they could. He could also see the Eagle side by side with the Tempest, both flying his colors. He felt a familiar presence beside him and looked across at John Batrick, who gave him a punch on the shoulder in greeting. "You growed up all right," the Cox observed. "Still got that knife Evans gave you?" Marty grinned at him and replied, "I hope it's over there on the Tempest with the rest of my weapons. But the Spanish might have taken them all." He finished a little worried that would indeed be the case. They decided to head for Jamaica to effect repairs and to get rid of their Spanish prisoners. Marty transferred to the Tempest with the Shadows, and Caroline went over with him. Before he left, he got the whole story of the attack on the Santa Maria. The Bethany and Alouette had taken on the frigate while the Eagle went after the Tempest. Captain Turner had worked out a strategy where the 2 ships would work together, making the most of their superior maneuverability to avoid the frigate's superior armament, and attack the frigate from fore and aft. Meanwhile, the Eagle would attack and attempt to board the Tempest, free the crew, overrun the Spanish, and then add their firepower to the fight with the frigate. They had no idea, of course, that Marty was on the frigate, which is where it could have all gone wrong. Marty setting the frigate on fire changed the odds, of course, but all his friends were convinced that they could have taken the frigate without his help and they had lost the prize, but nobody minded, really. Once in his cabin, they made up for lost time, as quietly as they could, and then shared a diner prepared by the irrepressible Roland, who assured them, with a very Gaelic wink, that the dishes he had created would give them energy. While they were eating, she asked where the pictures and his watch were. He almost choked on the sweet sugary concoction they were having for dessert. He had forgotten to check the hidden compartment. He slipped into the head and depressed the hidden catch. The door swung open and he looked inside. The chest was still there with its locks intact, and he pulled it out and placed it on the table between them. He went to get the keys from his desk when Caroline stopped him and said, "Allow me." She pulled 2 probes from her hair that she had piled up in a loose bun and proceeded to try and pick the locks. It took her a full minute to open the first and another 50 seconds for the second, but she did it and looked up proudly at Marty. "Where in God's name did you learn how to do that?" Marty asked, his mouth open in amazement. "Lynette and John Smith showed me while we were sailing around trying to find you," she told him with a satisfied smirk. "I thought it might come in handy sometime." They checked over the contents and, satisfied nothing was missing, Marty relocked it with his picks and only took 10 seconds on each lock, earning him a good-natured, "Smarty pants" from Caroline. He refrained from commenting about all the times he had tried to show her how to do it and she had got mad at him for bossing her about. He had asked what happened to his weapons and was disappointed to find that the Spanish frigate had confiscated all of them. They had even taken his weapons chest complete as they couldn't find the keys. He was particularly upset to lose the fighting knife and silently resolved to get it back if he could. They arrived in Jamaica and anchored in a row. Marty went ashore and visited the house of the courtesan that the Admiral was so fond of, to leave a packet of reports. Some for him and some to be sent on to Hood and Wickham. He discovered that she was quite a beauty. Long blonde hair artfully arranged in the Greek style, so it hung over one shoulder, a beautiful face with large blue eyes, and a Rubenesque figure on show through an almost transparent gown she was almost wearing. Marty thought she was very similar to an image of Venus he had seen in a painting by some Italian fellow. The name she went by was Delphia Truelove, an obvious nom de plume. Marty noticed that every now and then he heard a hint of the accent from the northeast of England slip out. She gave him a bag of mail she said had accumulated since the last time he was in port and invited him to stay with a very suggestive wiggle of her assets. His polite refusal made her laugh and he joked that if ever his wife left him, she would be the first to know. He took the time to visit the widow of one of the ex-slaves who had died on the Eagle in the exchange with the Tempest. He gave her his belongings and a gold doubloon. The Spanish coin was commonly used around the islands and could be cut up into smaller pieces that were exchanged by weight. It was a small price for a man's life, he thought, but any more would just make her a target. Before he left her, she begged him to take her young son with him. He was around 8 years old and as undernourished as all the children in the ghetto. Marty, immediately identifying with the child's plight, gave in and walked back to the ship hand in hand with the little waif, wondering what he could do with him. On his way back to the dock he stopped by an armorer's shop. He selected a pair of pistols and a hanger to replace the ones he lost. His Durzeg carbine was lost as well and there wasn't anything comparable in the shop, so he bought a navy pattern brown Bess as a stopgap. Replacing his knife was more of a problem and he settled on one with decent balance, a slightly shorter double-edged blade, brass crossguard and antler hilt. Captain Turner was waiting for him when he returned to his cabin. He had deposited the child with Tom and asked him to put him in with the other ship's boys for the moment. Caroline had made herself scarce by going over to the Alouette to visit with Lynette. Over a glass of wine Marty waited for Turner to say what he had come over for. "I have to get back to England. My ship will be finishing her refit in 2 months and I need to get my men and myself back on board on time," he told him. "The problem is your wife seems intent on sticking around here and Tarrant won't sail unless she or you tell him to." "Well, she can't stay here," Marty said emphatically. "She needs to get back to the children and it's dangerous." Turner laughed. "She loves the danger. I nearly had a heart attack when she appeared on deck dressed like that. Armed to the teeth she was. 2 pistols, a sword, and I'm damn sure she had knives in her boots too. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the rest of your team ready to take on all comers." "Did she? Be damned!" Marty exclaimed. He had seen how she was dressed but had no idea about her behavior. He was inordinately proud of her. "All the same she needs to go home," he concluded. "Armand also needs to get the Alouette back as well." Suffice to say the argument with Caroline was long, tearful, agonizing and the result was inevitable. She would stay, the Bethany would go back to England and return with a cargo of wine, brandy, and the children. I should have known she would come up with a way of staying, he grumbled to Tom over a glass of wine. She is finding a house and setting up camp. Tom sighed, looked troubled, and then resigned. He looked at Marty and said, I will be staying here with her. Marty looked at him in surprise. The Yellow Jack has taken a lot of my strength and I'm not up to another fight yet, and I can take that young lad with me, he will be better off as a house servant. Marty noted he still had a pale tinge to his skin. While Marty was happy to have Tom look after Caroline, he would miss him terribly. You will get it back, he reassured him. Maybe, but not for a while, Tom sighed. I am tired all the time and need to be ashore for a while, as Mr. Shelby keep telling me. He says rest is the only cure. Later that afternoon, Marty discovered a note hidden amongst the letters he had picked up from Miss Truelove. It was written in a delicate hand and smelled faintly of perfume. It was concise and to the point. Martin, one of the captains you are looking for is a client. He fancies himself a civilized man, but he is a pig. He also likes to boast. He told me there will be something called a conclave at the end of November at Port Royal in Martinique. I do not know what they will talk about, but he thinks it's important. It was signed with a stylized D. Chapter 11, The Hunt Resumes. Repairs done, the Alouette went on its way with the Bethany in formation. The Tempest and Eagle set sail for Guadeloupe and from there to Martinique. They had a new first mate for the Eagle. Wolfgang Ackerman, a qualified first mate, had turned up on a bumboat and asked for Marty by name. Marty was highly suspicious as he hadn't made it known they needed a first mate. Ackerman was a German out of Hamburg, and his story was that he had fallen out with the captain of his ship who had taken to drink. He refused to sail with a drunk under any circumstances as he was a strict Lutheran Protestant. He was referred to Marty by a mutual friend, who he refused to name. A man of medium build, he had a shaved head, piercing blue eyes under bushy eyebrows, and a spectacular mustache that gave away he was a blonde. He was well muscled with a whipcord strength and a voice that could be heard across the harbor. He wore a cut-down Zweihander sword that was a fearsome 39 inches of heavy steel in length. The original had probably been 84 inches long and would have been a liability on a ship with all the rigging getting in the way. Even so, Marty could imagine the damage even this dwarf blade could do. He ran the ship with an iron discipline, but so obviously knew his trade that the men accepted it in good humor, especially as his sense of humor was dry and cutting. Oi! You on the foresheet, you're pulling a rope, not your prick. Your prick isn't long enough to get both hands around. Was fairly typical. He got on well with the master and treated Marty with respect. He liked Ryan Thompson, who had asked to stay on the Tempest, took him under his wing, teaching him how to get the best out of the sails and hull. As they were passing Haiti, they spotted a sail and the Eagle moved ahead to identify it. The signal came back enemy sighted, and spelled out SPIN. Marty was not about to miss the chance for revenge of any sort on the country that had locked him up for months. He gave the order to make all sail and set off in pursuit. James on the Eagle waited for him and fell into formation in line astern. He was giving the Tempest the honors. The Spaniard was a fat merchant and Marty wasted no time in reeling him in and putting a shot across his deck. Their flag came down immediately. She was loaded with sugar and spices, a nice little prize that lifted the men's morale. They put a prize crew on board and got back on their original course. A day later they spotted a 5-ship convoy, 4 merchantmen being escorted by a frigate. They were flying the Spanish flag, and why shouldn't they? They were in Spanish waters after all and in sight of their home port. But that didn't deter Marty and James. Using their superior speed and sail handling, they swooped down on the convoy. The Tempest attacked the frigate to leave the Eagle to pick off the now undefended prizes one by one. All this within sight of the port of Santo Domingo. To give the Spanish frigate captain his due, he put up a fight, but he made the fatal mistake of letting Marty get in close where his carronades were devastatingly effective. Marty commanded the carronades himself, and the rate of fire his men achieved would have made any Navy gunner proud. His gunner was keeping the ship's boys busy bringing up cartridge, and the shot garlands were emptying at a satisfying rate. The Tempest closed to 20 yards from the Spanish frigate, and Marty ordered the grapnels fired. They soon had her enmeshed in their web and the hulls locked together. Marty, with Samuel and Blaze at his back, was the first man across, and soon the Spaniard's deck was a mass of fighting and dying men. Once again Marty's policy of regular weapons and close combat training paid off. His men were rapidly getting the upper hand in pushing the Spanish crew into a mass amidships. Marty ran to the quarterdeck as soon as he saw a clear path and ran up the steps to confront whatever officers were left. His carronades had done their work, and there was only a wounded lieutenant left alive, who Marty asked to surrender using a phrase he had asked Ryan Thompson to teach him. The man handed him his sword, so Marty cut down the Spanish flag with it and bellowed for the men to stop fighting in English and Spanish. Gradually the fighting stopped. The Spanish, seeing their flag fall, dropped their weapons and stood back. Once he was sure that they had control, he turned his attention to the Eagle. She was just turning away from the entrance to the harbor as the fortress guns opened up to cover the retreat of the sole remaining merchantman not in their hands. He put Ryan in charge of the frigate, which was called El Toro, and left him with 50 hands. He ordered his small fleet to stand off from the harbor and sent Ryan in the pinnace under white flag with an offer to return the cruise. He returned with the epithets of the Spanish port commander ringing in his ears about the incompetence of the frigate captain to get captured by so obviously an inferior ship, but he had agreed to let them ferry the crews over under the flag of truce. Marty had asked him to note the names of any frigates in the harbor, hoping that one would be the El Formidable, but she wasn't there. The pinnace and the Eagle's cutter were employed to ferry the men, and by late afternoon they were under sail again. They stopped at St. John's to relieve themselves of the merchantman, and Fletcher went to work with a will to sell the contents to agents who would sell them on to anyone willing to transport them to Britain. The hulls they left with a shipmonger who would auction them off later. They moved on to English Harbor, moored El Toro up with a harbor crew, and sent a message to the admiral, with an English sloop that was leaving for Jamaica, that it was there and his if he wanted it to buy it in. He also visited Owen, the commissioner, to find out the latest news from that area. He knew it would cost him, so he took a pouch of stolen Spanish doubloons with him. Owen wasn't in. Samuel talked to the house slave and found out he was in the village in Falmouth Harbor meeting someone at an inn called the Mermaid. It was a couple of miles walk over the hill into Falmouth Harbor, and he figured that Samuel and Blaze could use some exercise, so they set off. When they got to the top of the hill, Marty was regretting his decision as they weren't used to walking and it was very hot. He stopped to let them catch their breath and looked down into Falmouth Harbor. To his great surprise, there was a Baltimore clipper anchored up as close inshore as it could get. He pulled a small telescope from his pocket to have a closer look. He could see she had 10 guns and there were a lot of crew on deck. Far more than an innocent trader would need. He hurried down the hill, Samuel and Blaze in tow, and made his way to the harbor front where he was told the Mermaid was located. He stopped before they got there in the shade of a palm tree which, incidentally, partially concealed them from being seen from the terrace of the inn. He got out the telescope, carefully shielding it from reflecting the sun, and looked at the clipper again. She was called the Southern Star, probably American then, he thought. He swung the telescope around to look at the inn and soon spotted Owen sat at a table with another man who had his back to him. Making a sudden decision, he pocketed the telescope and walked forward towards the inn. Owen was so intent on his conversation with the mystery man that he didn't see Marty approach until he pulled out a chair at a table next to them and sat down. A look of surprise changed to one of horror, then was schooled to a neutral smile all in a second. His companion turned to look at Marty. He was swarthy, with greased-back dark hair, a mustache that drooped down either side of his mouth, a sneer rather than a smile, and one green and one brown eye. A waiter came over and stood by the table. "That blackie can't sit at that table," he told Marty with an outraged look. "And why is that?" Marty asked in a quiet voice. "Because we don't allow slaves to sit at our tables. It offends our customers." But Samuel isn't a slave. He is a free man and a valued member of my crew. Marty replied. Don't matter if he is the Archangel Gabriel himself, he can't sit in this restaurant. The waiter replied stubbornly. Owen and his friend watched with interest to see how this would play out. Marty sat back in his chair, put his feet up on the table and pulled back his jacket so the barman could see the butts of the 2 pistols he was carrying. Now how about you try and enforce that? Marty said loud enough to get the attention of the other customers. The waiter looked at the guns, then at Marty and last at the smiling Samuel. He stepped back and there was a yelp. He yelled in pain as Blaze sank his teeth into the leg that was attached to the foot that stood on his tail. Marty burst out laughing and called Blaze to sit by him. 2 glasses of wine and a bowl of water for my dog. He called to the man who was limping away. Owen said, You like to live on the edge, Captain Stanwell. Marty was making a fuss of Blaze, whose dignity was restored by the sudden and violent administration of punishment for the unspeakable crime. What this? Marty laughed. Facing down a waiter is something my dog can do. Now, taking a convoy of Spanish ships, including a frigate and 3 merchants, is living on the edge. Where did you do that? Asked the mystery man in a French accent that Martin didn't recognize. It's customary where I come from to introduce yourself before asking questions, Marty told him with a hard look. My apologies, Captain, he replied with a slight bow, Captain William Defoe of the Southern Star, out of New Orleans. Marty nodded in acknowledgement. Santo Domingo, just out of range of their shore guns. The frigate is anchored in English Harbor. Marty told them, watching a different waiter bring their drinks over and a bowl of water for Blaze. That must have annoyed the Spanish, Defoe observed in what seemed to Marty in a rather tight voice. They weren't that happy. Marty laughed, deliberately keeping his tone light, and sipped his wine. God! They call this wine? He spluttered and put the glass down. It tasted like vinegar. You! He shouted at the barman. Show me the bottle this came from. The barman lifted a bottle from behind the bar and put it on the counter that was some 25 feet away. Marty pulled one of his pistols and snapped off a shot that shattered the bottle and sprayed the contents all over the unfortunate man. The pistol disappeared as fast as it was drawn. Bring me a drinkable bottle. He shouted over the screams of a couple of women who hadn't been that far away from the path of the bullet. Defoe was openly laughing and Owen's eyes were wide with horror. I can see you would have the balls to pull something like that, Defoe laughed. You said 2 ships? Yes, my jackass frigate, the Tempest, and a clipper we took from an American who attacked us thinking we were a merchantman. What is the name of the clipper? Defoe asked with a slightly worried frown. The Eagle. Marty replied and readied himself for a violent response while appearing totally relaxed. The wine arrived in 2 fresh glasses. Jonathan Kelly's ship. He is from Carolina, Defoe stated with a frown. He died in the attack, Marty replied, making a show of sniffing the bouquet of the wine and then tasting it. Friend of yours? An acquaintance. Did he have a partner? Marty asked, remembering what James had said about the skipper that had come visiting. He worked with another Carolinian, Eric Dyer, has an almost identical ship. You will have made an enemy of him, Defoe said with a nasty grin. I have lots of those, Marty responded and then looked thoughtful, mostly dead. Captain Stanwell is a privateer. Owen chipped in as if he was trying to tell Defoe something. Yes, that's what I already thought, Defoe replied to Owen. What are your plans? He asked Marty. Marty decided to roll the dice and see what came up. I heard there was a conclave coming up. Thought I might attend and listen to what kind of agreement a bunch of thieves can come up with. It's for established captains only, Defoe replied, his eyes narrowing and his lips going thin. Hit a nerve, thought Marty. Always room for a new boy, Marty grinned insolently, deliberately trying to provoke him. I reckon I can show you lot a thing or two. Well, why don't you come and show us? Defoe said tightly, obviously trying hard to not show his anger. The conclave is in 2 weeks in Martinique. You are allowed to bring 2 men ashore with you and need to be at the Petit Coq by 8 p.m. on the 14th of February. Marty decided to fire one last shot. Are the British still holding Diamond Rock? Marty asked. Diamond Rock was just to the south of the tip of Martinique, effectively controlled the passage between Martinique and St. Lucia, and was taken by Commodore Sir Samuel Hood in 1803. It was a thorn in the side of the French. Yes, but we operate out of Port Royal in spite of them, Defoe almost snarled. Chapter 12, Martinique. Back on board the Tempest, Marty called James, Ryan, Ackerman and Wolverton the gunner to a meeting over dinner where he told them of the conclave. Who will you take with you? James asked. I am expecting some kind of treachery, Marty replied, so I'm going to take Ackerman and Wolverton. The two worthies looked surprised and James and Ryan disappointed, so Marty explained. You two are the best close combat fighters on the crew. Ackerman, you are the meanest, and Wolverton, you have strength and reach. James and Ryan, you will be our backup. I want you to get men ashore and set up to cover our escape route if it all goes to hell. There is at least one skipper in that conclave who will want us dead. He ran his gaze over all of them. I want both ships ready to sail and fight at a moment's notice. We might have to fight our way out. They set sail, and as soon as they were out to sea, the lookout reported a sail to their west. It stayed at the same distance from them as they sailed south. Your friend from Falmouth Harbor? Ackerman asked. Probably, Marty replied. He wasn't the happiest of people when I left. Well, he will need to drop in behind us if he is to make the entrance to Port Royal and not get mixed up with the British at Diamond Rock. Ackerman concluded. Maybe we should send him an invitation to join us, Marty laughed. Back in Jamaica, Caroline was busy. She had found a lovely house to rent and was dealing with a pile of correspondence that had arrived on the Navy packet. There was good news all around. The estates were prospering under the new organization of cooperative tenancies that Marty had introduced, yields were up from the land management program, trade with India was thriving. Before she had left, she had made a large loan to a fellow landowner who was one of the 2 members of Parliament for Cheshire, Thomas Cholmondeley, who was now in her pocket. He would be very useful at some point, she was sure. Her immediate domestic concern was getting together staff for the house in readiness for her children to arrive. She was contemplating emulating Marty and buying slaves to free them. The children would be on the Bethany when it returned to Jamaica and were due in around 2 months at the most. They had increased their fleet of fast ships by another 2 and now had 5 available. 4 were currently trading with India, and the Bethany, which Caroline had decided to leave in her heavily armed state with an increased crew, would be used in the Caribbean. Tom walked into the room and sat down at one of the chairs by the open window. He smelled faintly of citronella, as they all did. He watched as Caroline opened a letter and frowned. He recognized the writing as Admiral Hood's. He was learning to read better as it gave him something to do as he recuperated from the Yellow Jack. Hood will find us some extra men and a fighting first mate for the Bethany, she told him. She had written to Hood before they had freed Marty from the Spanish, anticipating that Turner and his men would be leaving them once the job was done. Tom snorted a laugh and commented, "They will be all ex-Navy men then." Caroline knew he was right. Hood didn't do anything without some advantage for himself, and the fact he was supporting her in making the Bethany a privateer meant he saw something in it for him or naval intelligence. They will be waiting for her as soon as she anchors in Falmouth, she continued. Mary will be there with the children as well. I wish we could get her back earlier. She sighed. You can't beat the wind and tide, but the Beth New York is faster than a packet, and Tarrant will drive her hard to get back here as soon as he can. In any case, Marty will probably be at the conclave for a few days, and who knows what he will stir up there, Tom concluded. That is what I'm afraid of, she murmured in reply. At the Admiralty, Admiral Hood was working his way through a long list of names, selecting enough hands to make up the Bethany's crew to close to 100. They were all Navy men who were forced to leave the service during the peace and hadn't been called back in for one reason or another. He concentrated on fighting men, gunners and boarders who knew how to win against the odds. His clerk was quietly driving the messengers crazy as he sent them to address after address, rounding up men and dispatching them to Falmouth. In the Caribbean, Marty was blissfully unaware of this activity and sailed to Martinique to be there in time for the conclave. They entered Port Royal on the afternoon of the 13th of February and anchored up in the roads where they could get a clear run out of the harbor if they needed to. They had plenty of company. There were Spanish-made hulls cheek by jowl with French and American. From the noise, they were all relaxed and having a good time, and boats were rowing to and from the docks with groups of men going ashore or coming back worse for wear from drink. He decided to just wait and see what the reaction to their ships would be before risking a trip ashore. He didn't have to wait long, as an hour after they had dropped anchor the Southern Star came into port and deliberately anchored between them and the exit. On top of that, they made it obvious they were not just anchoring but setting springs as well. Marty and Ryan exchanged a look and went to speak with the others as James had just come aboard from the Eagle. "Our advantage," Marty was saying as they gathered on the main deck, "is that they don't know what armament we are carrying on the Tempest. They probably assume that we have 18-9s. Our 12s and carronades will be a nasty surprise for them. Not to mention the 24-pound chasers," Ryan chuckled. "James, you upgraded the Eagle's guns as well?" Marty asked. "I wondered when you would get around to that," James said. "We got hold of some 9s to replace the 6 the Yanks had on board. Half of them are brass, the rest iron, and are all serviceable. I don't have bow chasers, the Eagle just isn't the right shape for them." Marty looked at Fletcher. "Did they find the timers when we were captured?" "No. They were in the bottom of my sea chest under the smelliest socks I could find." He grinned at him. "Grenades?" Marty asked. "None on the Tempest, but around 75 on the Eagle. They didn't have any in St. John's or Jamaica when we were shopping," Fletcher answered. "What do you want to use them for?" "If it's to drop down hatches or into boats, I can make them," Wolverton stated, looking at Marty, who confirmed that's what he had in mind. "Fletcher, can you get me a couple of crates of quart-size, fat-bellied earthenware jugs with wide necks and cork bungs and a fine mesh fishing net?" Fletcher raised his eyebrows at that but looked at Marty, who nodded. "Of course. Get me ashore with 3 men and I will be back in a couple of hours with them," Fletcher stated, glad of having something to do. Marty nodded to Ryan, who took Fletcher by the arm and guided him to the entry port while calling out a couple of names. 2 hours later, Wolverton and John Smith were ensconced in the magazine with a barrel of pistol balls, 3 dozen jars, a fishing net and a few yards of match. They kept a double watch on all night, and as the sun came up over the island in the morning, they saw that the sister ship to the Eagle had come into port with the dawn. She had moored just a little too close to the Eagle for comfort. Wolverton showed Marty an example of the grenades he had made and explained that they contained a canvas bag containing a half-pound of powder with a fuse that would burn for 5 seconds. Pistol balls were packed around the bag, and the cork, with the fuse running through a hole in the middle of it, was tied in place. The whole thing was wrapped in a piece of fishing net to give you something to grip on. "You light the fuse and count to 3, Wolverton explained, "then you drop it down the hatch or down onto the boat. Drop it too soon and the jar will probably shatter, or they catch it and throw it over the side. Too late, it blows up in your face." James brought 25 of the cast iron grenades over from the Eagle and took a dozen of the jug grenades back with him. He liked the idea of dropping what was effectively an exploding canister shot into an enemy boat. There wasn't any more movement of ships in the harbor and only a couple of late arrivals which anchored up further in than the Tempest and Eagle. Marty had the guns loaded but not run out, and the carronades stayed covered with canvas. Every man had weapons laid out where he could get to them in a hurry, and boxes of the jug grenades were placed on the centerline. There wasn't much else they could do. They had entered the lion's den and now had to wait and see how things developed. Marty, Wolverton and Ackerman went ashore at 7 o'clock that evening and walked through the town to where the Petit Coq was situated. The town was unusually empty and that put them on their guard. The first attack came as soon as they left the docks and entered the town proper. 5 men came out of an alleyway, weapons drawn, and charged them. With no time to draw and cock his pistols, Marty drew his sword and fighting knife. He knocked aside the cutlass of the leading man with his knife and slashed him across the back of the neck with his hanger as his momentum carried him past. He spun, using the momentum of the slash, to bring him face to face with another attacker who was chopping down at him with his sword. Marty was able to sidestep and block the slash with a high parry, then shifting his weight he lashed out with his boot and kicked him in the stomach. As the man doubled over, he slammed the hilt of his knife down on the back of his head. A quick look around revealed that Ackerman had disposed of another 2 and Wolverton had the 5th by the throat and was strangling the life out of him. A quick check confirmed that all 5 were dead, so they left them where they lie and continued on their way. The whole fight had taken less than 3 minutes. A second attack came just before they entered the square where Le Petit Coq was located. This time 6 men came at them, but Marty already had his pistols out, cocked and ready. He shot 2 men, dropped his pistols and drew his sword and knife. A shot came from Wolverton that took down a 3rd man. Then it was 3 on 3 and the result was inevitable. Marty didn't kill his but stunned him with a blow from the guard on his hanger. He had noticed the man was dressed a little better than the others and wondered if he was an officer of sorts. He quickly bound his hands behind his back, then retrieved and reloaded his pistols. Shoving the man ahead of him, he led his men into the Petit Coq. The room fell silent as they pushed through the door and all eyes were upon them. Defoe and Dyer sat together at a table in the center of the room. "Anybody want to claim this?" Marty asked in a pleasant tone. Nobody said anything. "You sure? This is your last chance," he asked again, looking around the room. "You're out of luck then, mate," he said to the bound man as he pulled a stiletto from his sleeve. His hand moved so fast that many who saw it weren't sure what they had seen. The man gasped, looked straight at Defoe, took a step forward and folded to the ground, dead. Defoe stood and glared at him. Marty grinned back, reached over to a sconce and took down a candle. "You will find the other 10 men you sent to kill me out on the street," he told them over his shoulder as Ackerman and Wolverton reached into their pockets and offered the objects they retrieved up to the flame. Marty also took something out of his pocket and did the same. There is a price for that kind of treachery. 5 shortened matches sparkled and spat as they lit, and 5 grenades were tossed into the center of the room. The 3 of them crashed out of the door 1 second before the grenades started to go off. Screams and shouts echoed from the tavern following them down the road as they ran for the docks. James appeared from an alley and dropped into step beside Marty, followed by a half-dozen of their men. "Conclave called off?" he asked as they ran. "Yes, message sent," Marty replied. Back on board their ships they prepared to set sail but didn't leave just yet. They watched by the light of an almost full moon as boats set off from the shore, taking the surviving captains back to their ships. Marty had the Tempest cast off, and as she swung, he fired a broadside at Dyer's schooner, the Talon. He had loaded with chain and her rigging was shredded. The Tempest was now bow onto the Southern Star and he gave her the full benefit of his 24-pound chasers into her hull. On board the Southern Star, mayhem ruled. The thin hull was no match for the big 24-pound balls that smashed through it, and water was pouring in through a large hole on the waterline. The crew watched on horror as the Tempest glided past them in the moonlight and her side lit up as her mains and carronades spoke. Behind them James also served the Talon with a broadside, then steered so his unused broadside past the Southern Star and served them with a load as well. The Tempest and Eagle then re-anchored in line astern to the seaward side of the now sinking Southern Star across the entrance to the harbor. They let the wind back them up, dropped stern anchors, attached springs and used their capstans to position themselves so they could cover any ship that tried to leave port. They checked their guns by firing another broadside each at the Talon, rendering her a floating wreck, then checked the range to the inner roads by sending them a broadside as well. Marty set a dedicated lookout to just watch Fort St. Louis, which was behind them and to the north. Most of the guns covered the approaches to the harbor and they were behind them at the moment, What Marty didn't know was how many pointed into the harbor and if they would intervene in an argument amongst privateers. So far, they hadn't fired on any French country ships. They were moored in the Baie de Flamands under the protection of the guns of the fort, not in the mercantile port. They waited and watched. Some people were spotted on the fort watching them with telescopes, but that was all. There were signs of activity in the harbor, so Marty climbed the mast with a night glass and spotted a large number of boats moving around laden with men. The moon would set behind them in a couple of hours, and that is when Marty expected the first attack. He ordered all lamps extinguished except one, and that was suspended from the main yard. He didn't want the boats to miss them, but he also didn't want them to know what to expect. Paul Lapierre was in his element. He deployed the fighting element of the crew with professional efficiency. He ordered every swivel gun mount put into operation and loaded with canister. He had the luxury of having an excess of guns, so ordered all the spares loaded and placed on the deck behind the gunners. Spare cartridges and canisters were stockpiled next to the swivels along with knock volley guns and 4 of the jug grenades. He set all the men not manning the swivels along the center line organized in squads. Each squad could be deployed independently to repel boarders or to replace gunners if they fell. He sent snipers into the tops along with more swivels and hoped that Marty's plan would give them light to work by. It was all done in absolute silence. Not a click, creak, whisper or groan was heard from either ship. They could have been manned by ghosts. Preparations made, he took position amidships on the landward side, waited and listened. Was that a splash from shoreward? Yes. And a curse as someone was reprimanded. But how far were they away? His mouth was dry and his palms sweaty. He wiped them on his trousers. A clunk and then another, and Marty ordered the swivels to fire. He closed his eyes, as they were instructed by Shelby, the ship's physician, to preserve his night vision. The guns cracked, and less than 10 seconds later there were another series of cracks as the replacement swivels were mounted and fired. He opened his eyes and ordered the men designated as grenadiers forward to drop their loads of death on the boats pulling up at the side while the swivels were reloaded. Once they were out of grenades, they grabbed the volley guns and fired those down into the boats. A shout from the bow and he saw heads appear over the side. A squad of men moved forward to repel them. He shouted an order and the rest of the squads held fast. He felt a moment of pride as the men's discipline held and they waited, letting the forward squad do its work. He glanced to the quarter deck and saw Marty, flanked by Blaze on his right, and Samuel on his left, watching the whole tableau unfold before him. Marty called an order and men lit special rockets that went up high and burned slowly as they fell to the sea, giving out a bright light. The scene before him was biblical. Around the Tempest floated the wrecks of, probably, a dozen boats filled with dead and dying men. Beyond them more boats were approaching, trying to get to the sides of the Tempest to try and board. He jumped as he heard Marty order the carronades to fire. Chuff boom! The smoke drifted back across the deck, and the screams of the men in the boats echoed across the water. It was slaughter. Marty stood on the quarter deck, Blaze beside him. He waited until the smoke cleared and looked out on the devastation the carronades had caused. The water around the Tempest was covered in the flotsam of broken boats and bodies. Familiar gray fins appeared, cutting through the water, feasting on the remains of the men who had died and searching out the fresher meat of the ones still living. The flares died out and they were once again plunged into darkness. Starboard guns! Open ports and run out! He ordered in a voice that could easily be heard on the Eagle. By broadside, fire! The guns on both ships spoke with one voice, the recoil causing them to sway slightly. They would repeat that 5 times, increasing their elevation a little in between each broadside to cause as much damage as they could in the harbor. Blaze stood suddenly looking towards the after larboard quarter, his hackles raised. Marty didn't notice, but Samuel did, and pulled both his pistols, cocking them against his forearms. The 6 men on the quarter deck heard the hammers click back and went straight into a state of readiness as well, which is why when a line of boarders surged over the rail, they were met with a volley of pistol fire and a wall of steel. Blaze launched himself forward to defend his pack. He joined Samuel, the Basques, and John Smith fighting the sneak attack over the stern. He simply attacked the nearest body he didn't recognize, going for the places he knew were the most vulnerable. In this case, unfortunately for his victim, it was the part of his body that was exposed as he swung his legs over the rail. The man screamed as Blaze's teeth sunk into his groin and one of the inch-and-a-half-long canines pierced his scrotum. Blaze tasted blood and violently shook his head, ripping flesh and cloth, causing irreparable damage. The man beat on his head, but that just made him clamp down harder. Something came loose in his mouth and he let go to spit it out before it choked him. His victim fell back over the rail, screaming until with a loud clunk he landed in the boat that was still alongside. As the sun rose, the Tempest and Eagle were well out to sea. Marty had ordered them to set sail on a compass bearing as soon as the surviving boats had headed back into the now burning harbor. The light from the fires gave them a reference to steer from, so they had exited Port Royal quite comfortably despite the odd, searching shot from the guns in the fort. Marty was on the quarter deck despite having had no sleep. Blaze was sniffing something on the deck by the stern rail. He stepped over and examined it. It was a piece of cloth. He took his knife and moved it aside. Underneath was a hairy patch of skin and a plum-shaped lump of flesh with what looked like a piece of string coming from it. Now, how did a testicle get there? Shelby asked, who had come up into the quarterdeck to report on the very light casualties from their night's work. And a piece of scrotum as well, if I'm not mistaken. Marty looked at Blaze, who sat watching them with a doggy grin on his face. He caught one of the boarders by the balls when he came over the side. I guess he left one behind, he replied with a wince. William Defoe was sequestered in the cabin of a fellow Frenchman's ship, his legs heavily bandaged, blood seeping through, staining them red. The grenade had gone off under the table next to his, which was lucky as the heavy wood had shielded his upper body from the razor-sharp shards of cast iron that had blasted out in every direction when it had detonated. His legs, however, hadn't fared so well. His shins were shredded and his thighs were punctured by multiple shards, one of which was still embedded in the bone. He got off better than some. His friend Eric Dyer bleed out because his femoral artery was severed. He died so fast and grasped Defoe's hand at the last. Now, he was left with half a crew and no ship after the disastrous attack on that devil last night. They hadn't even got close to boarding. From the reports of the survivors, the enemy ships had some kind of fantastic rapid-firing swivel guns that had decimated the crews as soon as they pulled up alongside. Added to that, one of his men was found the next day, still alive, in a drifting boat with wounds too horrific to dwell on. Savaged by some wild beast was the rumor going around the ship, but he guessed it was Stanwell's damn dog. He would live but would never be the man he was. He looked out of the window at the smoke from the smoldering remains of one of the ships that was moored in the harbor. You won this round, Stanwell, but I will have my revenge, he vowed, clutching the crucifix he always carried on a chain around his neck. He picked up a pen and started to write a report to his masters, at the Ministry of Marine in Paris, explaining why their scheme to unite all the privateers and freelancers together against the British had failed. He signed it Bernard Le Bon, Captain, French Navy. Chapter 13, Diamond Rock. Marty's first thought was to sail straight to Jamaica and make a report. Then he remembered that HMS Diamond Rock was very close by, so he ordered a change of course and headed back towards Martinique. It took a day to beat back up against the trade wind to make the rock, and then they had to sail around it to get to the point where they could drop anchor and row ashore. Marty flew a British flag and made the recognition signal of the day, but was still greeted by a reception committee of Marines. He eventually got to meet Lieutenant James Maurice, who was in command of the Stone frigate, and got a tour of the rock, which involved some serious climbing of ladders. They had a couple of 24-pound cannons protecting the approach and entrance to the cave at the base of the rock, another 24-pounder about halfway up, and two 18-pounders on a flat area they had blasted out of the top. All in all, they could command the approaches to Port Royal from everything but the north, and that was an extremely difficult entry, as Marty could testify. Marty left an encoded message to be forwarded to Hood and one in plain English for Admiral Duckworth with a brief report of what they had seen in Port Royal/Forte de France and a caution that it wasn't their main base, as Diamond Rock made it too difficult to use. Back on the Tempest, Marty called everyone together to discuss their next steps. Well, we have now well and truly posted our visiting card, and I will place a bet that a message is winging its way to Paris right now, because if I'm not very much mistaken, Defoe is no more an American than I am. What makes you think that? James asked. Just a feeling that he isn't all he seems, and something in the way he talks is all, and Defoe translates to the fake, Marty replied. But that's as maybe, we need to decide where to go next. I was checking a few things in Jamaica, and it seems the sudden rise in piracy against the British started just after we gave Bonaire and Curaçao back to the Dutch. Apparently during the last wave, they were lawless islands and gave shelter to many pirates in exchange for trading with them. You think the base is there? Ackerman asked. I'm not sure there is a base, more centers where they go to resupply and trade their prize cargoes. Ryan said thoughtfully. Marty looked at him in surprise. Ryan wasn't known for making intuitive leaps, and he had just made a big one that had caught Marty completely by surprise. He suddenly realized he had become locked in his thinking and had obsessed about finding a base. So, what we need to do is find those centers and raid them when the privateers are there or hit their ships and prizes on their way there. Ryan, you're a genius! Marty exclaimed. Ryan looked totally abashed at the sudden praise but asked, why on the way there? Because they will be low on men if they have taken any prizes and will be easier targets, Marty explained. Ryan blushed again. I should have known that. He remonstrated with himself. Marty wrote another coded message to Hood updating him on their plan and took it over to the Rock himself. He was met by Lieutenant Maurice, who shook his hand as he came ashore. Thought you might like to know that our lookouts have spotted 5 ships leaving Port Royal this morning. They stayed as a group, skirted around the edge of our range and headed southwest. Here is a list of what he thought they were, he informed Marty and passed over a sheet of paper. Marty looked at it and frowned. It was obvious that these were 5 of the 7 ships he had seen in the harbor. Did that mean he had sunk or damaged the other 2? Why were they sticking together? He looked up from it and thanked Maurice, who grinned and said, if my guess is right, you will be in for a hot time if they catch up with you. If they are as mad at you as you told me, I don't think they are out for a pleasure cruise. Marty laughed and replied, probably not, but unless they spotted us come around the back of the Rock to moor up, they are ahead of us and that gives me an edge. Well, you will certainly have the weather gauge on them, Maurice replied. Godspeed and good hunting. He laughed and clapped Marty on the back. Chapter 14, Hunter or Hunted? They left Diamond Rock and headed southwest with the trade wind on their sterns spread out in their usual horizon-to-horizon search pattern. James took the Eagle out to starboard of the Tempest until she was just hull up from the mainmast lookout. They both set extra men in the tops, with one dedicated to watching the other ship for signals. They didn't want to have to fire cannon to get each other's attention, as with the wind behind them the sound would travel for miles. The standing order was that if they spotted 1 or more ships, they would close up on each other before attacking. The hope was that the 5 wouldn't be able to close up in time if they could catch one on the outer edge of their search line. Assuming, that is, they spread out to cover as much sea as possible. Marty thought. In any case, they had to get in, take or destroy the ship and get away before the other 4 could catch them. He sat on his chair on the quarterdeck. The carpenter had removed the leg prop, and absently scratched Blaze's ear. He was thinking about Defoe and trying to get into the man's head. If he were him, what would he do? Was he wounded and in pain? He had lost his ship, where would he get another? How much control did he have over the other captains? From the note he was given by Maurice, he could see that there was a schooner, a brig, which the lookout said had a Spanish set to her sails, a pair of sloops, probably ex-French corvettes, and a Dutch-built brigantine. Individually, the Tempest could take any one of them. With the Eagle in close cooperation, they could probably take 3 as long as they kept it to a shooting match. We need to even up the numbers first, he concluded. Blaze decided he wanted to play at that moment and dumped a soggy rope ball, that was made from a rope's end tied into a Turk's head not by one of the crew, in his lap. Marty grinned as he bolted down the deck, giving the dog something to chase. He caught it and brought it back, dropping it at his feet. This game could go on for a while. Marty had just settled down to lunch the second day out when he heard a hail from the lookout. The rudder chose that moment to creak loudly, so he didn't pick up what was said, so he carried on eating. Someone would come down and fetch him if it was urgent. No sooner had he formulated that thought than he heard feet on the stairs from the quarterdeck. There was a pause, then a knock on his door. He deliberately finished the mouthful of ham that he was eating and then called, "Enter." Stanley Hart, the signals boy, stepped in and stood in front of him, eyes wide. "Well, what were you sent down to tell me?" Marty prompted. Stanley started and stuttered. "Mr. Gray's compliments, skipper, but there has been a pair of sails spotted ahead of us, one to our larboard and t'other almost dead ahead." He had just got that out when there was another hail from above. "And that's a signal from the Eagle," Marty told him. "Get yourself up on deck and tell Mr. Gray I will be up directly." Aye, skipper," Stanley barked, simultaneously spinning on his heel and bolting out of the door. Blaze, spotting the opportunity to play chase, shot out after him. Marty shook his head, finished his tea, and walked out of his cabin, closing the door that was left ajar behind him. On deck, there were plenty of men standing around waiting to hear what was going to happen. They had expectant looks on their faces and reminded Marty of hungry wolves. Blaze sat in front of young Stanley with his ball waiting for him to toss it. Marty grinned and nodded for him to go ahead. "What's afoot, Arnold?" he asked the master whose watch it was as Blaze shot past in hot pursuit of the ball that was rolling towards the main mast. "We spotted two ships," he pointed to the horizon about 2 points off the larboard bow, one over there and the other about half a point off the starboard bow. Then we got a signal from the Eagle that she is sighted too as well." Marty pondered for a minute. It was unlikely that the Eagle would have seen the ship off their larboard bow, but she could see the one off the starboard. That meant they had 3 of the 5 in sight. "Matai! Take a glass and see if you can identify them," he shouted at the Basque who was leaning on the rail. Matai approached the quarterdeck and was passed a glass by the master, then sprang onto the ratlins and up to the top of the mainmast, agile as a monkey. It took him only a minute or so to spot the sails and identify them. "Brigantine to larboard and the other one's a sloop," he reported after shinning down a state of the deck. "Any more from the Eagle?" Marty asked, and when they confirmed there hadn't been any more signals. "Make to the Eagle, recall from chase," he ordered. "I hope that James remembers to stay out of sight," he thought as he ordered the master to drop them back out of sight. The Eagle pulled in astern of them an hour later. She had dropped back out of sight of the ships they were following and swung around in an arc to come up behind them. Marty stood on the rail and waved for James to come up to within hailing distance. "What did you see?" he yelled across using a brass megaphone. "A sloop between us and a schooner to my starboard," James yelled back. Marty thought it through. The schooner they saw in Martinique was flying a French flag like the 2 sloops/corvettes. He nodded to himself. Defoe had probably commandeered the schooner, it being the fastest of the 3 French ships. That confirmed, if his thinking was correct, that they were on the larboard end of the line of ships, as, if he had understood Defoe, he would want to be in the middle of the line with the 2 French corvettes/sloops either side of him. Marty gave him a thumbs up, signaled for him to drop back into line, then ordered them to change course to swing wide of the brig to take them to its larboard side, outside of the line of ships. He increased sail once he figured they were far enough over and started the attack run. It didn't take long for them to spot the brigantine again, and the lookouts confirmed there weren't any ships to larboard of them. Marty sent them to quarters and laid on as much sail as they could. Even then the Eagle started to outpace them, so Marty waved James on. He could slow the brigantine down, and as the tempest caught up it would give him the option to intercept the sloop if it tried to come to their rescue. It took less than an hour to close the gap, and, as the sloop hadn't reacted, Marty steered to bring his big bow chasers into action on the brigantine. The Eagle was 4 cables ahead and stayed over to larboard of their track so not to obscure their shot. The brigantine had spotted them and was signaling frantically. Marty ran up their colors and ordered the big 24-pounders to fire as they bore. Wolverton had come up from below to take charge of the chasers himself and was stooped over the starboard one, sighting down the barrel. He signaled to the helm to steer a little to larboard, then held his hand up. John Smith was on the wheel and steered with a delicate touch, smoothing out the waves as much as he could. The bow dipped, and as it started to rise, Wolverton pulled on the lanyard, triggering the flintlock striker. The pan flashed and smoke and flame whooshed out of the touch hole as the quill burnt down to the charge, which exploded with a deep boom, belching fire and smoke behind the black sphere of the shot. Marty watched as the ball flew straight for the stern of the brigantine, but he knew it was too high and saw it pass over the transom and splashed into the sea ahead of the target. Wolverton moved to the port gun and signaled a course correction to John, who eased their bow a little to starboard. The bow dipped and started to rise, and the lanyard was pulled. The gun belched and Marty watched the ball as the smoke blew away to larboard. This time it flew straight as before, but this time landed less than half a cable behind the brigantine, skipped and slammed into their stern. "That'll hurt," Marty thought as he saw the brig reduce sail and run out her larboard guns to take on the Eagle that was now closing rapidly. The starboard chaser fired again, and the shot tore a huge chunk out of the starboard quarter of the brig's stern. James swung the Eagle's bow to larboard to bring his guns to bear on the slowing brig's larboard quarter and fired everything he had. That was enough for the brigantine's captain. Their colors came down and they dropped their sails. "Look out! Any movement from the sloop?" Marty called. "She's turned this way and there's another sail catching her up from astern of her." He waited for Defoe to catch him up. Marty said to Ryan, who stood near him. "He's going to be as mad as hell that the brigantine didn't keep us occupied for longer." He looked over at the Eagle and saw they had pulled up alongside the brig and had boarders swarming over the side to take control of her. He made a decision. "Make all sail and steer us straight for that sloop," he ordered. "Let's buy them time to secure the prize." The skipper of the sloop was Ernest Plagnol. Marty was right that she was a French ship, a privateer out of Toulon. Her skipper was experienced and looked with scorn at the Dutch brigantine that had given in so easily. Of course, he didn't know about the Tempest's big chasers, and if he had, he might have been a little more cautious. He was surprised when the frigate turned towards him. Defoe had told him the young skipper had balls. His corvette had 24 guns, firing 4.5 kilogram shot in the French system or a little over 9 pounds in the Imperial, and his crews were well drilled by privateer standards, able to fire 2 rounds in just under 2 minutes. Again, what he didn't know was the Tempest could fire her 12-pounders at a rate of 3 rounds every 2 minutes and her carronades at 4. What that meant was that in every 2 minutes his corvette could deliver 90 kilograms or 198 pounds of iron against 792 pounds from the Tempest. He was totally outgunned and didn't have a clue. Marty had both batteries manned. He wanted a firefight and definitely didn't want to allow the privateers to board. He kept his mainsails set as they approached. The schooner was catching the corvette up, and Marty figured that Defoe would try and catch him between their broadsides. Well, he would learn that the Tempest was no ordinary privateer the hard way. They closed to around 2 miles apart, and Marty reduced sail a little to drop their speed and provide a more stable platform for his chasers to do their work. The sea was moderate, with the waves far enough apart to make longer range gunnery possible, and his 24s had a maximum accurate range of about 2 miles in these conditions, if handled properly, and Wolverton was one of the best. At just over 1.5 miles the bow chasers fired. Plagnol scoffed as he saw the smoke, thinking that the Englishman was nervous and shooting early to boost his confidence. He blinked as he saw a black blob coming towards them, followed shortly by a second. It wasn't possible, but they looked like they were heading straight for him. He blinked as a huge ball howled over his head after ripping through both his fore and mainsails. The second ball hit the water almost beside him and sent up a huge splash. My God! What were they firing? His mind struggled to accept what his eyes and ears had told him. Under 1 minute later, the Englishman fired again. This time the first ball crashed down the deck, smashing the boats that were still stored on board, sending splinters spinning to impale the soft bodies of his crew. The second smashed into his bow, sending the figurehead flying and weakening his forward rigging. The range closed to under 1 mile, and he saw the approaching ship reduce sail even more. The guns fired again, and he cringed, expecting the balls to rip through them again, but to his amazement they flew by, missing them completely. He looked behind them and saw the Belle Epic coming up fast. Her foremast shuddered as it took a glancing blow from a ball. Marty waited until the range was less than half a mile and shifted his course to take the sloop down his larboard side and ordered the sails to be reduced to topsails and top royals, the best for fighting a running battle. He saw that the schooner had moved out to take him down his starboard side, and both the privateers were reducing sail as well. He already had boarding nets fitted and chain preventers fitted to all spars. His ship and his men were eager for a fight. Samuel had brought him his weapons harness and a silk shirt to change into. Blaze had his spiked fighting collar on and was on full alert, muscles bunched under his glossy coat in anticipation. He enjoyed a good fight as much as the men. The range closed and time slowed as the three ships converged. The Tempest had slowed to a mere 4 knots and Marty was ready to order a further reduction in speed to give his gunners as much time as possible. He was gambling that the privateers would go for or his rigging, hoping to cripple them so they could board. His tactic was totally different. All his 12-pounders were loaded with double shot and would aim at their gun ports. The carronades were loaded with ball over canister and would sweep their decks, killing as many men as possible. All the guns were trained as far forward as they could and would fire as soon as they bore. That had the advantage that the hull wouldn't have to take the shock of both broadsides firing simultaneously, something they had never done, and Marty wasn't sure what it would do to their timbers. The privateers were 2 cables apart. John steered right down the middle, and as their bows passed each other the guns started to roar. Defoe sat on a chair on his quarterdeck as his leg wounds didn't allow him to stand, and he was gloating that he had the cocky young Englishman just where he wanted him. The 2 privateers would shred his rigging and then board with overwhelming numbers. The Englishman was reducing sail even more than he had already and slowed his ship to walking pace. Well, that suited him, and he ordered his crew to reduce sail as well. He checked the Faucon d'Or, Golden Falcon, and she was doing the same. Excellent. The Tempest's bow passed his and guns fired from on top of her foredeck. The sound reached him and was an odd chuff boom sort of noise he hadn't heard before. He didn't have more time to think about it as a hail of shot and grape scythed across the foredeck, shattering the transom and mowing down the crew like wheat. Then, the Tempest's main guns started to fire, and he realized he had made a huge mistake as the ball smashed through their hull like matchwood, sending splinters flying. Gun after gun fired, working their way down gunport by gunport. His men fired back, but their shots weren't concentrated or effective. His ship was being shot to pieces and, as he watched, the strange-looking squat gun on the Tempest's foredeck spoke again, killing more of his crew. How did they reload so fast? He looked across at the Faucon d'Or and she was a mess. Her foremast was down, and she was taking a pounding. Hard to larboard. He yelled at the helmsman. Get us out of here. Marty had armed himself with a Baker rifle and stood on the quarterdeck watching the schooner turn away. He could see Defoe sat on his quarterdeck gesticulating to his helmsman. The bugger's going to run for it. He swore and swung the rifle to his shoulder. It was no good, there was too much movement and he was unsteady. He stepped forward and grabbed a stay to steady his aim. He aimed above Defoe's head and waited for the roll. He squeezed the trigger as the ship reached the top of the roll. Defoe saw Marty step forward and realized he was aiming a musket in his direction. He flipped him a crude gesture, right arm cocked and his left hand slapping his bicep when the ball arrived and tore through his sleeve, scoring his forearm but doing no real damage. Missed, damn it. Marty cursed. The schooner was setting all the sail she could and was making good her escape. The Tempest couldn't sail close enough to the wind to chase her, so he just had to stand and watch. There will be another time, boss, the dark voice of Samuel said in his ear. Marty nodded and turned his attention to the sloop. She was dead in the water, her foremast hanging over the side, and her side a mess. Marty called up to the lookout to check the horizon for the other 2 ships he thought Defoe had brought with him, and wasn't surprised when it was reported that they were hull up to the west and heading to rendezvous with the schooner. Chapter 15, Trinidad. Prizes repaired enough to make way, they set off for Trinidad and Port of Spain, where they hoped to sell them. The Dutch brigantine was old and wouldn't fetch much, but the sloop was relatively new and could make a pretty penny. Marty didn't worry about Defoe. He figured the man would find him sooner or later, saving him the trouble of looking for him. They headed south-southeast and passed a couple of British merchantmen who weren't interested in stopping to exchange news, probably not trusting that they were who their flags proclaimed. They made reasonable time, arrived a day and a half later and anchored in Invaders Bay. While Fletcher went ashore with Ryan to check out the local situation, Marty and the crew started cleaning up the prizes ready for sale. One problem he had was the crews, or what was left of them after the pounding they had taken. Marty invited the Dutch captain to his cabin for a chat. "Captain Gromans, I have a dilemma," Marty said after settling him in a chair and giving him a glass of lemonade. "And what is that?" Gromans replied. "What to do with you and your men. I can cast you adrift, set you down on some island or the mainland, or throw you all overboard." Peter Gromans was 26 years old and came from Rotterdam. His family were merchants for generations, and he had broken away to make some money with one of the family ships. Unfortunately, he omitted to ask his father if he could take it and lied to the crew that he was sailing with his father's blessing. He was drawn into collaborating with Defoe by the weight of the man's personality and charisma and was at the conclave. Luckily, he was on the other side of the room when Marty and his men had thrown their grenades, getting away unscathed, apart from a ringing in his ears from the blasts. He was now in a hole and was looking for a way out. His instincts told him that this man with his Dutch dog may be the answer to his problems. "I never attacked you or any British traders and have nothing against the British," he stated. "Then why ally yourself with a French agent?" Marty asked. Gromans looked confused and replied, "I didn't know Defoe was Dash. A French agent pretending to be an American." Marty finished for him. Gromans was nonplussed and didn't know whether to believe him or not. One of the reasons he left home and had stolen the ship was because he hated the occupation by the French. "My God!" he exclaimed and swore for a minute or so as a lot of little details suddenly clicked together in his mind and he knew Marty was right. Marty was reading his expression and body language and made up his mind. "There is another possibility," he offered, and when he saw the hope in his eyes continued, "You and your crew can join me. We will take prizes and confound Defoe plans." "I will get my ship back?" he asked hopefully. "No, she will be sold," Marty replied, and when he saw the crestfallen look on the man's face continued. "You will take over the Falcon." "The French corvette?" he gasped, hope followed by excitement in his eyes. "Yes, she is a better match to the way the Tempest and Eagle sail," Marty explained, "and she carries more guns. My men will be disappointed at the loss of the money, but we will make up for that." "What will you do with the French crew?" "We will offer them the chance to join us, as not all are French or loyal to France. I have Frenchmen in my crew already and they will speak to them. Those who don't want to, or we don't want, will be put ashore in Venezuela." Blaze, sensing the change in atmosphere, stood and walked over to Peter. He stood a little back and sniffed the hand that was held out. Deciding he was no threat, he stepped forward and placed first one front foot and then the other on his knees, so he was face to face with him. He looked him straight in the eyes and held his gaze for several seconds, then without warning licked him on the nose. "You have been accepted," Marty stated with a laugh. Fletcher returned and told him there was a shipyard the other end of the port that would take the prizes and was also offering their services for any repairs they needed. Marty told him of the decision to keep the corvette, which they would rename the Golden Falcon. Fletcher was disappointed but could see the potential in having 3 ships at their disposal. Marty went aboard the Falcon with Gromans, Ryan, Anton, Garay, and Matai. He stood the former captain and his first mate on the foredeck under guard and told them to keep quiet or he would shoot them out of hand. He had the rest of the crew that were fit, or deemed to be on the mend by Shelby, gathered on the main deck. The Basques stood in front of them in a row on the main deck. He addressed them from the quarterdeck in French. I am going to make you an offer. Those who don't accept it can join your captain on the foredeck and you will be put ashore in Venezuela. The Falcon is going to join me under Captain Grauman's. If you want to join me as well, you will be welcome if you are fit and able. We run fair ships with crew from many nations and work on equal shares. He let that sink in for a moment, then continued. My friends down there, he pointed to the Basques, will tell you how we work and what is expected. You have 10 minutes to talk to them and decide. A number of men immediately walked to the foredeck and joined the captain. Marty wasn't surprised when more left and the number remaining reduced to about half. The 10 minutes were up. If you haven't decided, go to the foredeck, he commanded. 3 more men left. Peter, please have your crew move over to the Falcon immediately. I will leave you Franco as an interpreter if you don't have any French speakers on board. Marty offered Grauman's. No need for that, I have a number of French speakers in my crew and I speak a little myself but nowhere near as fluently as you. With these men and my crew, we will be at full strength. He looked up at the rigging and at the fished foremast repair that they had rigged to get them to Trinidad. The first job is to get that replaced. It took a week to get the Falcon repaired with the dedicated help of the yard and all the carpentry-capable members of the entire flotilla working together, and while they were port-bound, they took the chance to recruit a few more men to replace the injured from the last fight and top up their overall complement. Marty's birthday came and they had a small party in his cabin. He missed Caroline and wondered what she was doing. Had he known he would be worried? In Jamaica, Caroline was spending her time while she waited for the Bethany to return, creatively. She had contacted the local branch of Coutts and arranged a line of credit. She had established a household staff made up of Europeans and freed slaves. She had decided that Benjamin, the young boy Marty had found, was too small and young to be put into service and instead she had put him in the care of one of her older servants as a kind of foster mother and would ensure he was educated. She was sure Marty would approve. She had the idea that there was an opportunity to provide a private security force of fast, heavily armed ships that could be hired by the shipping cooperatives for protection. Accordingly, she was actively looking at options to buy a shipyard either on Jamaica or one of the other Windward Islands. When the Bethany arrived, she would sail her to the new yard and have them make models to use as patterns to have similar ships built by. She wished Fletcher were around to source the weapon she wanted, but she had found a very corrupt official at the Navy Yard who was being bribed to supply her with some, and she had it on good authority that the yard at English Harbor could supply more. There was a knock on the door and her maid entered with a tray full of letters. She went straight to the one from Marty and opened it. It was dated over a week ago and had come from Diamond Rock, wherever that was. It appeared he had made an enemy and was about to go looking for him. He was also planning on visiting Trinidad and the Leeward Islands of Bonaire and Curaçao before heading back to Jamaica. She sat back and tapped her fan against her chin, deep in thought. Matai walked up to the tavern and looked around the tables filled with diners and drinkers. He spotted Marty talking to an elegant-looking man at a table set in the corner. He wandered over and when Marty nodded to him, he pulled out a chair and sat. Matai, this is Don Manuel de la Sirenca. He was a former member of government here and decided to stay when the British took over the island. Hola, senor, I am very pleased to meet you. Matai said in perfect Spanish, causing Marty to give him a surprised look. The Don is opposed to the alliance between France and Spain and thinks that it will be only a short time before Napoleon installs a puppet government. See, he is after the wealth that our Spanish colonies in the Americas can provide. The gold and silver will go straight into his war chests. De la Sirenca told him with an unhappy frown. He was telling me that a convoy leaves from near Cartagena for Havana 3 times a year carrying gold, silver, and pearls. The last left in late January, at the end of the hurricane season. The next is due to leave in May, but could leave as late as June. I have agreed to use my contacts on the mainland to ascertain more precisely when they leave and will send a fast ship with the information to Jamaica. The Don added. He will be expecting a cut of the take then. Matai sneered inwardly, He didn't have a lot of time for the Spanish Dons as they treated the Spanish Basques as badly as the French in his opinion. Back on board the ships, resupply completed, and crews redistributed, Marty gave the order to set sail. He had agreed to escort a small convoy of traders to Aruba. They would provide excellent bait for privateers and hopefully draw them into a fight. To get out of Port of Spain you have to sail southwest as the southbound current running from the Caribbean into the Gulf of Paria, through the Bocas del Dragon, plus the northeasterly trade wind made it impossible to exit the way they had come in. Trinidad is shaped like a boot with the foot sticking out at the bottom to the west, and they had to round the toe before changing course to the southeast to pass through the Columbus Channel, then sail far enough into the Atlantic to get the sea room needed to tack west-northwest to get back into the Caribbean. The good thing was the weather was brisk enough to give all the crews the chance to get used to their new crewmates. Gun drill was held for an hour every day with competitions to see who could load fastest or shoot straightest. The merchants were a pain in the arse, and he had the Eagle running sheepdog at the back of the convoy trying to make them stay together. The Tempest was stationed on the windward side and the Falcon at the head of the convoy. It took 2 days to get back into the Caribbean, and they were making only 7 knots during daylight hours and 4 at night when the merchants were lit up like Christmas trees while his escorts stayed dark except for a stern lantern on the Falcon. Marty was sitting writing his report for Hood on the evening of day 3 when a knock came at the door and Samuel's head appeared. "The Eagle is burning a blue flare," he announced in his deep, dark voice as he stepped into the room. "Mr. Ackerman says he got the lookouts doubled and are looking for where the trouble is coming from." Marty nodded in acknowledgement and took one last bite before standing to accept his weapons, harness and tools of the trade. Blaze stood up from his blanket and stretched, his front legs extended, and head back followed by both back legs. He shook and then stood still to allow Samuel to fit his fighting collar. He grinned wolfishly at Marty in expectation. On deck Marty scanned their little fleet with a night glass. He couldn't see what had caused James to light the signal. Then the Eagle fired a starboard gun and a green rocket flew into the air. That was the signal that the enemy was to his starboard or windward of the merchants. Marty swung his glass across their stern just as a lookout called, "There's something off our rear starboard quarter. I saw it shadow the stars." Marty ordered the ship to quarters and John Smith and Ackerman to reverse course by wearing. Orders rang out and the ship quickly turned through the wind. Marty reduced sail. A flash. A cannon was fired, and the light silhouetted a brig making for the middle of the 5-ship convoy. Marty ordered a course change to intercept him and added sail to speed them up. The Eagle had turned and was beating up to windward. James spotted a second ship behind the first and was moving on him. Marty could now see the attacking ship silhouetted by the merchant's lights about 4 cables ahead. He pointed the Falcon straight at him and ordered the bow chasers to engage and closed his eyes just before they fired to try and protect his night vision. When he opened them, he couldn't see if they had scored a hit, so continued to close. The raider fired a broadside of, what sounded like, around 10 6-pounders, at the Tempest, then started to turn away to try and pass behind one of the merchants to use it as a shield. The chasers spoke again, having been reloaded in around a minute even in the dark, and Marty could see the raider lurch as she was hit. The forward carronades, that were mounted so they could be trained over the bow, now joined in sending chain shot into her rigging. They were close enough to see the raider now. It was definitely a brig, and he was still trying to get past the stern of the merchant. "Too late, mate," Marty thought, and ordered the helm 2 points to larboard to bring them across his stern. The carronade fired again, and then the 12s started to fire as they bore. As soon as they passed the stern of the now stationary ship, Marty ordered the helm over and brought them alongside. Grapnels were fired across and they pulled the hulk up snugly against their side. Howling like banshees, Paul LaPierre led the boarders across. James, meanwhile, was trying to sneak up on the second ship that he guessed would keep on heading for the last ship in the convoy. He had a rough idea where it was as the lookout had seen it pass in front of the stars. Time to cast a little light on the subject, James thought, and ordered Wilson to fire a couple of the rocket flares they had used in Martinique. The rockets went up and burst into white light above them, illuminating the sea for a good distance around, and there he was, almost where James thought he would be, a cable ahead off the larboard bow, working his way towards the merchantman to board him. Having no bow chasers, James started a turn to larboard designed to bring him alongside the other ship. But the flares had also given their position away, and the raider was turning and putting on sail to make his escape. James tightened his turn, calculating that instead of passing down the larboard side of the raider, they would come up on his starboard. He switched his gun crews over as he wanted to keep as many men for boarding as he could, so hadn't manned both sides. The merchant fired his 4 6-pounders as the raider passed him, nearly hitting the Eagle by mistake as she was coming up on him quickly. As soon as they could, the Eagles were firing their guns. The raider responded, giving as good as she got. The Eagle's second broadside was aimed straight at his gun ports from a close pistol shot away, hit with devastating effect, and the grapnels fired. The two ships came together with a crash. The Eagles lined the rail and fired volley guns into the crowd of men across from them, then, dropping the guns into the scuppers, drew cutlasses, and sprang across as a howling mass, firing pistols as they landed. It soon turned into a melee. Men died, others were wounded, and James found himself on the quarterdeck facing what could only be the captain. James held his saber at low guard. The raider captain had a cutlass and stepped forward to bring him close enough to launch an attack. There was little finesse in the swings. They weren't wild, but they were predictable, and James circled as he evaluated his opponent. He parried another swing designed to decapitate him and stepped in close. He made no move to swing his sword, but simply punched with the knuckle guard right into the man's face. There was a crunch of bone as his nose was shattered, and he staggered back with blood pouring down his face. James slapped his blade against the cutlass near the hilt, knocking it out of his hand. Kicked him in the balls, and as he collapsed, hit him on the head with the pommel of his sword, rendering him unconscious. They hove to until dawn. As the sun came up, they were able to see and assess what the night's work had brought them. They had captured a medium-sized brig and a cutter. A search and some gentle interrogation revealed both were carrying French letters of marque, and after a couple of hours had the convoy underway again. An examination of the logs showed the raiders had left Guadeloupe around 2 weeks before, and a letter found in the brig captain's desk revealed they were forewarned that the convoy would be leaving Trinidad and when. An interview with the master of the lead ship of the merchantman revealed that he wrote to English Harbor requesting a navy escort but was refused. Owen, Marty muttered under his breath. Louder, he ordered that all the papers be transferred to his cabin. Shelby was attending the wounded, and when Anton and Garay arrived asking for the officer that James had knocked out to be brought to Marty's cabin, he tagged along to see what was going to happen. They dropped him on a chair that Marty had placed in the middle of the room. He was still groggy from the treatment he had received from James' saber and looked around with a confused look on his face. "Did you bring smelling salts?" Marty asked Shelby, and when he nodded, he inclined his head to the man in the chair. Shelby held the open bottle under the man's nose, and he immediately started to cough and his eyes water as the ammonia vapor hit him. But when he looked up, the confused look was gone and replaced by one of fear. "What is your name?" A young but very dangerous-looking man asked him in French. "Cedric." "Cedric what?" "Travers, Cedric Travers." "Give me good reason why I should not hang you." His eyes popped open wide. "What?" "You heard what I said, now give me a reason." He looked around the room at the hard, unsmiling faces of the men around him. Then a large brindled dog with a viciously spiked collar walked up to him and sniffed him. He recoiled as it looked him in the face and growled, baring its teeth. "Even my dog doesn't like you. I'm still waiting for a reason." Cedric thought fast. "I am not the leader, that was Captain Fabrin, I am just a mate. A mate in charge of a cutter, therefore an officer, not a good enough reason." The man held out a sheet of paper. "Who sent this to Fabrin?" He looked at it. It was the letter Fabrin showed him when he was asked to go along on this trip. It came from an Englishman who he bought information from. "What was his name, this Englishman?" "I don't know." The man looked angry at that and moved forward as if he would strike him. "I don't know his name, but Fabrin told me he was highly placed at English Harbor." Got him, thought Marty jubilantly, but kept a straight face and continued to ask questions about where they had come from and where would they dispose of the prizes. He finally asked him whether he knew the American, Defoe. Travers almost spat on the deck. That pig. He is no more an American than I am. He tries to talk like he comes from New Orleans, but he says some words like he comes from Nantes. He is as fake as his name. That's what I heard, Marty exulted silently. Is he still crippled? He was walking with sticks the last time I saw him. And his ship? The one he commandeered? Looked like it had gone to war with a first rate. It will take months to repair. My friend, you just made me happy, Marty smiled at him. Chapter 16, Full Circle. They sailed west towards Aruba. Marty and James were invited to dine with the merchant captains the next evening when they shortened sail for the night and were well fed and more than a little drunk by the time they got back to their respective ships. The convoy got underway in the morning without the direct intervention of either of them, as they both slept late and woke with hangovers. The day passed without incident, but the next was spent in watchful anticipation as they were passing first Bonaire and then Curaçao. They were, however, left alone and they made port in Aruba without further drama. They sold the 2 prizes to the agent there and offered the crews the same deal they had those of the Falcon. A dozen joined them, and the rest were put on a boat to Venezuela. The trip west was relatively easy as the prevailing current ran from Bonaire to Aruba and was quite strong. The trip back would be a different matter. Neither the wind nor the current would help them, and one man told Marty that you could tack all day and make just 2 miles of seaway on a bad day. He decided that they would take the long way around following the current up to Jamaica, then loop around and patrol the northern Caribbean looking for prizes. By the time they had re-provisioned, it was the 3rd week in March and the weather was fair. But it didn't last. They got hit by a storm and blown west almost to the coast of Nicaragua. They got split up too, and Marty thought that it would be the last they saw of the Falcon. Once the storm had died down, the Tempest turned her bow to the north and headed for Jamaica. If James and the Eagle had survived, he expected to rendezvous with him there. They sailed into Port Royal to find not only the Eagle but also the Falcon moored up waiting for them. As soon as they anchored, a boat left the Eagle and headed over to them. Blaze was at the side with his forelegs on the rail, tail wagging furiously and gently whining in anticipation. Marty stood beside him and immediately picked out the shine of her auburn hair. The crews were tired after fighting the storm, so Marty decided to give them some shore leave and have the Eagle's bottom cleaned as the careenage was empty. At least that is what he told himself, but the chance to spend some time with Caroline was the real one. It was the end of March and the island was beautiful that time of year and not too hot. He told her about the Spanish treasure shipment and she in turn told him about her idea for a private security force. To her surprise, he agreed and said that he would leave the Eagle there when they returned to England. They enjoyed several pleasant days until Marty got a message telling him the careening yard had done their work and their cannon and stores were being reloaded. He returned to the Tempest and called James and Peter to a conference. My thought is to run down past Cuba and Puerto Rico and pick up any Spanish ships we come across. We can cover a lot of sea between the 3 of us and we should be able to find a prize of 2. Sell them at St. John's like before and then drift by Guadeloupe and Martinique? James asked. That was my thought. What do you think of that, Peter? Marty asked his new ally. Sounds like a good plan to me, he stated. We may get picked on by a couple of American privateers if we swing in close to Puerto Rico. They think of that as their territory and try and chase off anybody who trespasses, he added. Agreed then. Make sure as soon as we are out of Jamaica you have good men in the tops and change them regularly. James, take the middle, I will be in the north, and Peter, you take the south. Keep the next ship in line, hull up on your horizon, and if you spot anything fire a cannon and fly the enemy in sight signal below the number of ships. Unless you are absolutely certain you can take the prize on your own, wait for one or all of us to join you before starting the chase. The briefing completed, they had dinner, a work of art provided by Roland, who had made significant improvements to the galley. It still burned wood, But he had persuaded Marty to get a new oven fitted while they were in port, and everyone agreed from the ship's boys to the captain that it was money well spent. A day out at sea, and Fletcher sat with Marty and Wolverton going over the purchases that they had made in Kingstown. 3 crates of grenades, 2 dozen grenades to a crate. A barrel of balls for the knot guns. A ton of powder for the cannon, best Royal Navy issue thanks to Caroline's hold over the port ordnance officer, 4 casks of musket powder, 2 cases of quills, and 2 of flints. Fletcher reported. Don't forget the shot. Round and chain to replace what we used, Wolverton added. Yes, and that's just for the ship. James and Peter also restocked. He passed a paper to Marty, who scanned it before passing it back. We are all set then, Marty concluded as there was a knock on the door and Shelby entered. The casualty list for our visit to Jamaica, he grinned. The 3 looked at him quizzically. Shelby pulled up a chair and held the paper so he could read it. 6 cases of pox, a broken hand and nose, same man. 2 cases of poisoning from drinking bad alcohol and he paused dramatically, a serious wound to the groin area. Marty choked on the coffee that he was just sipping. A what? A lacerated member, Shelby repeated. Who and how the hell did that happen? Marty gasped, not sure whether to laugh or wince. The how first, Shelby grinned at the expressions of discomfort on their faces. It would appear that our victim was getting oral satisfaction from a lady of the night when he suggested to her that as they weren't actually coupling, she should only charge him half. He maintains that was a joke, but the dear lady took it seriously it seems and responded rather abruptly. He paused again as the 3 groaned in unison at the thought. That wouldn't have been too bad, but she was, however, a former slave who came from a tribe in Africa that habitually filed their teeth to sharp points. It took some of my finest stick work to repair the damage. And who was this unfortunate victim? Marty asked with a snigger now he had gotten over the horror. Your quartermaster. John? The very same. All 3 men collapsed in helpless laughter and a voice drifted down from the open skylight. Yeah, bloody funny, not my fault she couldn't take a joke. Which set them off again. They took 2 prizes as they passed Santa Dominica and another just off Puerto Rico. Marty made sure they made a lot of noise when they took that one. He was trying to get a reaction from the port. When nothing happened, he had the Falcon sail in with their colors flying towards Guanica until they were just in range of the guns from Fort Capron and fire a single cannon in challenge. The only response they got was a salvo of shots from the fort that fell short. They tried again at Ponce and again got no reaction at all. Marty shrugged and headed east towards the Virgin Islands and Antigua. Just past the Virgin Islands the lookout reported that the Eagle was signaling, enemy in sight, repeated, which meant that the Falcon on the end of the line had spotted something. He signaled the prizes to continue to St. John's, then increased sail and turned south to join the other 2 ships, making around 11 knots. He would be with the Falcon in less than 2 hours. The Eagle was maintaining the distance between them when suddenly the lookout reported that she had changed direction towards the east. Marty was surprised and grabbed a glass to go up and see for himself what was going on. He was about halfway up when the lookout called down to him. I can see the Falcon, skipper. She be running with all sails set towards the southeast and there be a bloody frigate chasing her. Marty reached the crosstrees and settled himself. He was pleased that he wasn't even particularly breathing heavily after the climb. He located the Falcon and followed her course back to a frigate that was about a mile behind her. He could see a French flag streaming out behind. Fire a gun! He shouted down. The forward gun on the larboard side roared. Marty watched the Falcon and saw the shape of her sails change. She was easing around to a more easterly course. Well done, Peter, he thought. The slight change in direction enabled the Eagle to cut the corner and intercept the frigate a little quicker. It also brought both the Falcon and the French frigate closer to the wind. The Tempest had on every stick of sail she could carry, and the next call of the log had them at 13 knots and a fathom. With her clean bottom she was flying. The frigate was alerted to their presence by the gun, and Marty could imagine the dilemma the captain faced. Did he continue the chase? Turn and face the two ships closing in on him, or abandon the chase and run for it? Marty ordered another gun fired, a direct challenge, and then scooted down a stay to the deck. Get the ship to quarters, he ordered Ackerman. Frigate is turning away from the Falcon and reducing sail, came the report from above. Pride before a fall, grinned Marty to no one in particular. Marty knew several things. The frigate's bottom must be encrusted in weed, as she hadn't been able to catch the Falcon before they had gotten there. That also meant her captain realized he couldn't outrun them, so he had to stand and fight. French ships were notoriously overmanned by British standards, and if she had a full crew, he was up against a ship with 300 to 350 men on board. He had no doubt that the Tempest could outshoot the French 3 shots to every 2. But she was a 32-gunner and she would be carrying 12-pounders. Raise the signal 12B, he told young Stanley, who was his signalman. The boy was bright, and Marty had every intention of making him a midshipman when they returned to the Navy proper. Both the Eagle and Falcon acknowledged and turned away from the frigate. What do you make of that, then? Marty thought as he watched the frigate through a glass. They were 2 miles away and the frigate had turned towards him. Reduce sail. Ready the chasers. Load both sides, double shot. He called Ryan and Ackerman to him. I am going to go bow to bow with him and let him make the choice which side he takes us. I'm betting he will want the wind gauge, but be ready whichever way he goes. Don't run out until he commits an aim for his main mast. The forward carronade goes for his foremast rigging. If they get another shot, go for his quarterdeck. The aft carronades load with chain and go for the mainmast rigging. He looked at the two of them. Clear? They both nodded. Then get to it and good luck. He shook hands with both of them. Samuel and Blaze had appeared and he donned his weapons, checking the priming on his pistols before clipping them on. Raise the colors, he called. James watched as the two ships closed. He was wearing the Eagle to get her in a position where he could swoop in and either rake the frigate across the bow or stern. The Falcon was working hard to get in a similar position. At a range of a mile, the Tempest's bow chasers spoke, answered a minute later by the lesser voice of the frigates. Long nines, he said out loud. His men cheered as the frigate shuddered as one of the Tempest's balls hit her transom on the larboard bow. She didn't seem to have scored on the Tempest. Marty stood and watched through his telescope and saw the explosion of wood from the hit. They were not closing so fast now, as they had both reduced sails to fighting topsails only. The Tempest's chasers spoke again. This time there was a hit just below her bowsprit that knocked the whole thing out of line, causing the bow to turn slightly to starboard. The frigate's starboard bow chaser fired, and the ball knocked the end 4 feet off the fore main boom. The larboard one stayed silent. Looks like that hit put it out of action. Marty ignored it and stayed totally focused on his opponent. He saw a slight change in the sails, which looked like she would turn to larboard. James started moving to the starboard guns. Wait! Marty barked, freezing him place. He suspected a feint. Then her sail switched back and she turned to starboard to take him down his left side. Go! He shouted, and James went to work with the larboard battery. Paul Lapierre had already deployed his sharpshooters with their Baker rifles and swivels, and as they got to 100 yards apart, Marty could hear the pop as the better shots started sniping from the tops. They passed half a cable apart. The Frenchman had the weather gauge and was heeled over towards the Tempest. The forward carronade fired first, as it could be trained further forward than the mains. The chain shot hissed across the water, causing a shimmer in the air, and then scythed into the foremast rigging. Then they were passing each other, and both ships seemed to hold their breath as they came broadside to broadside. Both ships fired at the same time. The French chain and bar shot howled through the Tempest's rigging, and the Tempest's double balls smashed through the Frenchman's hull opposite her main mast that shuddered as it was hit repeatedly. Marty saw that her midsection of 3 gun ports was blown into one large hole. That evened things up a bit. "Good shooting!" he shouted to Ryan. Marty dodged a block that fell, missing him by a couple of feet. 2 of his men weren't so lucky and were crushed by the mizzen boom as it crashed to the deck, ripping through the nets. Matai and his afterguard rushed to clear the wreckage out of the way, finding the bodies and moving them to the center line. Mates were shouting orders to make running repairs, and Marty ordered, "We're ship to starboard." Ackerman jumped to comply. Marty looked at the frigate over the stern and saw she was called the Bravoure. He had counted 14 12-pounders and at least 6 6-pounders along her side. Even if she was down to 11 12-pounders, she was still a formidable enemy. The French ship had also started to turn, but then straightened up as the captain realized that would expose his stern to being raked by the Eagle. So, he maintained course and waited for Marty's next move. "He's not stupid, this one," Marty commented to Ackerman. He looked across at the wheel and saw John Smith was at it. "How's your bits, John?" he called with a grin which caused a laugh from the men nearby. "Still bigger than yours, skipper," John quipped back. Marty roared with laughter. James watched the first exchange, and when the Frenchman looked like he would work, he started to position to cross his stern. The French captain spotted that immediately and straightened his course, sending the message, "If you want to rake me, you have to pass through my broadside first." James stuck to the plan and held back. He would get his opportunity soon enough. Peter was still struggling to beat back against the wind to get into position with the Falcon. He was trying to get upwind so he could work with the Eagle when the opportunity to rake or board came. He looked at the French ship with hate in his heart. They had persuaded the Dutch people to become a republic and then taxed the life out of them. Worse, his father was an avid supporter of the new democracy, and that had eventually led him to steal a ship and head to the Caribbean to make a new life of his own. The Tempest completed her turn and Marty put on a bit more sail to catch up with the Frenchman. He asked the lookouts to maintain their scan on the horizon to make sure no one was coming to interfere. Ryan ran out the starboard guns and the larboard guns were reloaded. "Here we go again," Marty shouted. The ship settled broadside to broadside and the guns roared. The Tempest's mains concentrating on the main mast while the carronades went for the rigging and quarterdeck. The Bravoure stayed firing high for the first broadside, and more of the Tempest's rigging crashed to the deck, including the main topmast that dropped like a spear to embed itself through the deck planking, but they were still sailing. The Tempest got her second broadside away first, and the Bravoure's mainmast took on a slight cant. Their reply was aimed lower as they tried to silence some of the Tempest's guns. One of the 12-pounders took a direct hit on the barrel, sending it careening across the deck, squashing half its crew to pulp in an instant. Brave men ran in with jack staves and stopped it from causing more damage, and it was lashed down to make it secure. Marty noted that at least 3 of them were from the group he had freed. Marty looked around for the Eagle or the Falcon but couldn't see them through the smoke, and then his guns spoke again. He was bracing himself for a return broadside when he heard the sound of the Eagle's 9s barking in sequence. She was crossing the stern. It took about a minute, and at the end blood ran from the after scuppers of the Frenchman. The Eagles had loaded double shot into the 9-pounders, which had a devastating effect on the gun deck, killing many and disabling at least 2 more guns at the aft end of the battery. When they did get off a broadside, they only managed a ragged reply. The guns had flattened the breeze, so when Marty's guns spoke again, he couldn't see much at all as the smoke shrouded everything, but he did hear the creak and crash as the frigate's mainmast finally toppled. He ordered John to bring them alongside and for the men to prepare to board. The hulls ground together, the grapnels flew, and the men jumped howling over to the other deck. Marty was at the fore with Blaze on his right and Samuel on his left. Once again, his insistence that his men practice close-quarter fighting paid off. Their aggression and skill was simply greater than the French. Grenades were dropped down hatches to winkle out any lurking below, and soon the French crew were dropping their weapons and surrendering. Marty looked up after dispatching a stubborn officer who refused to surrender, saw the Falcon had pulled up on the other side and her men were boarding by climbing up the mainmast that still hung over the side. This fight was over. He walked to the quarterdeck and found the French captain. He was a tall, elegant man, his left arm hung loosely by his side, dripping blood from a wound in his bicep. He walked over and bowed. "Martin Stanwell," he introduced himself, "Captain of the Tempest. Do you surrender, sir?" The captain looked surprised to be addressed in such good French, but replied he would, and struggled to draw his sword to hand it to Marty. Marty shook his head and indicated he should leave it. "You fought with honor, sir, keep your sword." Stepping back and looking at the state of the frigate, Marty knew she was going to need a yard to repair the damage. The closest was English Harbor and the Navy Yard there. At least the Tempest still had all her masts. They got the French safely locked away under guard and set about making the Bravour seaworthy. Chapter 17, A Hanging Offense. All three of his ships joined in the repair work, and as it neared completion, with the fishing of a spare main boom as a jury-rigged main mast on the Bravour, Marty invited Peter and James to dine with him and the French captain. "Your armament is not what I expected on so small a ship," Dordelin stated. "You throw a great weight of iron, and accurately." Marty took that as a compliment. "We normally avoid this type of action," James replied. "Repairs are expensive, but in this case the rewards were worth it." "And good practice for what is to come," Marty thought. The next morning the Tempest, Bravour and Eagle set sail for English Harbor. Marty transferred Fletcher to the Falcon to oversee the sale of the other prizes. The trip to English Harbor took a day and a half at the 5 knots the frigate was able to make with her jury-rigged mast, and as they entered the harbor, Marty was surprised to see the flagship moored in the middle with its escorting frigates either side of it. After they had anchored, a boat came across asking Marty to meet with the Admiral at Clarence House the next morning. "What the hell is that about?" Marty wondered. "I think the Admiral has come to see that Owen fella, to give him what he deserves," Samuel stated with absolute certainty. "You might be right," Marty replied, and decided he should go prepared. "You will be coming with me, so make sure you are smart and ready." "I'll bring a rope to hang him wide as well," grinned Samuel, giving Marty the full benefit of his brilliant white teeth. As soon as they saw the Admiral's barge leave for shore, they got ready to row over themselves. Marty was given instructions in the note to let the Admiral get there first and for him to arrive at least 30 minutes later. He armed himself discreetly, taking his stilettos in their forearm sheaths and a dress sword. Blaze had his everyday walking collar on, and Samuel wore a large belt knife. They strolled up the hill to Clarence House and knocked on the door. The same house slave that had greeted them last time opened the door and immediately showed them inside. The Admiral's flag lieutenant was waiting for them in the waiting room. "Right on time, old chap." He greeted and shook hands, a very different reception from the last time. "The Admiral says to follow his lead and not to worry if he breaks your cover story." "Will he be damned?" Marty thought, but nodded and called Blaze to follow. Samuel fell into step behind him, grinning like it was his birthday. The flag opened the door and led them into the office he had met Owens in the last time. The Admiral sat in a comfortable chair, his hands resting on a walking cane he had propped between his knees. His hat with its gold braid was on an occasional table to the side next to a cup of tea or coffee. Owens sat opposite him in a similar chair, looking obsequious and cringingly respectful. He looked up in surprise as Marty walked in. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. The Admiral looked around and said, "Good morning, Martin," and then to Owens, "You have met the good captain before, I believe?" Marty grinned at him and walked over to the desk and pushed the papers lying on it around. "What are you doing?" "Stay away from there. That is official Navy business and no business of a pirate like you," Owens said in a haughty voice, having completely missed the familiarity in the greeting from the Admiral. Marty sat on the edge of the desk and waited. "I don't think you have been formally introduced to Martin," the Admiral stated. "Oh, I know him all right. He is Captain Stanwell, a notorious privateer in these waters." Owen smirked. "Oh, but you are mistaken, my dear. Allow me to introduce Captain Martin Stockley, otherwise known as Baron Candor, of His Majesty's Royal Navy, a leading member of naval intelligence," the Admiral announced with a formal bow of the head to Marty, which Marty returned. Owen's mouth dropped open and his mouth went wide in shock, then he stood and looked as if he would bolt for the door. Samuel was there in an instant and pushed him back down in his chair with inexorable pressure on his shoulders. He looked over Owen's head and said to Marty, "Royal Navy?" And to Owen, "Stay still or the dog will bite you good." Marty nodded and asked the Admiral, "Captain? Your commission arrived last month, but has been influencing things again." He replied with a wink. "Now, Mr. Owen, Captain Stockley has been telling me tales of some of your extracurricular activities." Owen denied everything, of course, and said that they had no evidence, just hearsay. Marty picked up a document from the desk and handed it to the flag lieutenant, who muttered, "Congratulations," to Marty as he took it, then passed it to the Admiral. "Written in your own hand, I believe," Marty stated. Owen didn't move. He was alternately looking at the Admiral then at Blaze, who had sat directly in front of him, in terror. Marty then pulled a packet of folded papers from an inside pocket, selected one and passed that across as well. "I think you will find the writing is the same," he told the Admiral. "That was sent to a French privateer who used the information to attack the merchantman mentioned. They asked for a Navy escort but were refused by Owen." He handed over another letter. "What they didn't bank on is that I would escort the convoy and capture both ships. The captain he wrote to perished in the exchange, but his partner survived and told us everything." He handed over a third sheet. "This is his sworn statement made in front of 3 naval officers." He handed over a final sheet. "Do you have anything to say in your defense, Mr. Owen?" the Admiral asked once he finished reading. Owens just shook his head and crumpled as his world collapsed around him. The Admiral's Marine escort took Owen away to be placed in the prison on the other side of the bay, and once he had gone, the Admiral held out his hand to the flag. The man looked confused. "Captain Stockley's commission, York. You got wool for brains today?" "Oh yes, sir," York replied and pulled a sealed package out of his documents case. The Admiral stood, and Marty stepped up to him. "Congratulations, my boy, well deserved," he said as he handed the package sealed with the foul anchor of the Admiralty over and shook Marty's hand. "Will you dine with me this evening and bring your lieutenants with you?" Marty raised a questioning eyebrow at that. "Didn't I say? Campbell and Turner are both made." Marty then remembered they took their lieutenant's exams before they left England. Marty accepted, as a request like that from an admiral was to be treated as an order. The flag passed him 2 more packages addressed to James Campbell and Ryan Thompson. "Now about that frigate you sailed in with," the admiral opened as he poured himself another cup of coffee. The dinner on the flagship was splendid, course after course, everything fresh, and the flag captain and the captains of the 2 escort frigates didn't bat an eyelid at the state of undress of the 3 guests. Marty could only assume the admiral let them in on the secret. The wine flowed and they had to recount the story of the frigate's capture. Then the discussion centered around the merits of different caliber cannons. The newest of the 2 frigates, HMS Perseverance, was a 36-gun 5th rate with 18-pound longs and 64-pound carronades. The other was HMS Anson, a cut-down 64 carrying 44, 24-pounders. Either of which could have smashed the Bravour in a moment. But as Marty pointed out, the Frenchman would have just run away as soon as he had seen them. The only reason he fought Marty was because he thought he could win. The Navy Yard provided Marty with everything he needed to refit and replenish the Tempest under orders from the Admiral. He bought in the frigate at a knockdown price of £58,000. He shamelessly bullied the prize court into sitting and making their valuation in unprecedented time, and they in turn came down hard on the missing mainmast and damaged hull, knocking £8,000 off the actual value, which was extortion in Marty's opinion. The Admiral didn't care. He got another frigate, and because the Tempest was not officially a Navy ship and effectively under Admiralty orders, he wouldn't see any of the prize money. Both Ryan and James were delighted to be made even if they couldn't show it yet. Both promised they would visit Marty's tailor in Jamaica when they got there and spend some of their prize money on new uniforms. Samuel was sworn to secrecy about what he heard, and he realized the knowledge put him in an elite group amongst Marty's men. Owen stood trial for treason at the end of the week, Friday being a hanging day according to the admiral. The court was held in accordance with the law and he was given an officer as his defense. At the end, he was sentenced to death for treason, according to the law, and hung from the main yard of the flagship. As a temporary measure, York, the admiral's flag lieutenant, was made commissioner. "Get the damn fellow out of my hair for a while," the admiral confided to Marty as they parted. "I am a friend of his father, but he can be a woolly-headed ninny. Not a chip off the old block at all." Chapter 18, Bonaire. They went back to St. John's to collect the Falcon, then steered for Martinique. From there they would set out for Bonaire. Ever on the lookout for prizes, they gathered up a couple coastal traders south of Guadeloupe, took anything of value, and sent them on their way. Marty sent the Eagle to have a look into Port Royal and Forte de France. He came back in a hurry and reported that there were 2 big French frigates in the harbor and a couple of corvettes that hadn't been there before. "From the look of them, they have all the signs of being at sea for an extended time," James reported. "I would say they didn't arrive long ago." "I'll wager that Admiral Duckworth doesn't know they are here either," Marty commented and decided. He sat down with James and wrote as complete a report as they could on what he had seen. "Take this to Diamond Rock and leave it with them. They can get it to the Admiral on one of their supply ships," he ordered James, "then catch us up. We will skirt the islands and head to Trinidad. If we don't see you at sea, we will wait for you in Trinidad." James returned to his ship and the Eagle headed east to Diamond Rock. He skirted it and moored up where they had before. Lieutenant Maurice greeted him, and James handed him the report along with Marty's request to pass it to the Admiral. He also gave Maurice a verbal report. "I am going to have to kick my lookouts up the arse," he swore. "They only reported a single corvette, damn their hides. The frigates are 40-gun fifth rates. The corvettes look like 28s, James continued. Maurice gave him a shrewd look. "You know an awful lot about Navy ships for a privateer. I think you and your captain are more than you seem." Now, replied James with a wink, "don't go asking questions which you won't like the answers to." They both laughed and shook hands. Then James had a thought. "Have you seen a schooner captained by a fellow called Defoe?" he asked. "Why, yes, he stopped by 2 weeks ago, an American privateer," Maurice replied. "Well, next time he does, you should arrest him. He isn't an American, he is a French Navy agent and has been trying to organize the privateers and freelancers to attack only British ships." Maurice looked aghast. "Is he? Be damned!" he exclaimed. "I will shoot the bugger myself if he shows up again." "You do that. Save us the trouble," James laughed. "There. I knew you were," Maurice started to say until James raised a finger to his lips and said, "SSSSH." He left Diamond Rock and set a direct course to Trinidad. He guessed Marty was after information about the treasure ships and would make all sail to get there as fast as he could. A day out and the lookout reported a sail on the horizon behind them. An hour later, it had dropped out of sight. Just as the sun was setting, it appeared again. James suspected they were being followed, so he kept on all sail during the night and had the lookouts up and the Eagle at stations before the sun came up the next morning. As false dawn arrived, the lookout called that he could see a gray goose at a mile. He waited with a certain sense of anticipation. "Sail ho! Dead astern!" called the mainmast lookout. "Can you see what she is?" James called up. "Schooner." "If I ain't mistaken," came the reply. "Defoe." James thought. "I bet he wants us to lead him to Marty." The shadow stayed with them for the rest of the day, but when dawn broke the next morning, there was no sign of him. They rendezvoused in Trinidad as planned, and James reported on board the Tempest. "Defoe, you are certain?" Marty asked. "It was certainly a schooner and the only one we know of is his. The behavior was odd as well." "Well, let's assume it was. Now, what was he trying to achieve? Marty pondered. I suppose he was just trying to establish where you were. We were making a beeline directly for Trinidad. James offered. If he assumes we are heading here, why not follow you all the way to be sure? Marty responded with a frown. Blaze, sensing his disquiet, came over and laid his head on his lap. Marty started stroking his ears without thinking. Unless he thinks we will go from here on to Aruba looking for prey. Do you think he will stop over at Bonaire or Curacao to recruit reinforcements? James asked. That would fit his modus operandi, Marty replied, surprising James with the Latin. He learned it from Shelby while being taught chess. Get the ships ready to sail, Marty suddenly ordered as he came to a decision. We have the information we were looking for and can leave straight away. Marty met with Don de la Sirenca and was told that a message was sent to Jamaica just the week before to tell him that the Spanish fleet would leave from Puerto La Cruz in June. They were waiting for a frigate escort and the final shipment of treasure to come across country from Peru. Marty sent a message to Caroline to stay put in Jamaica and he would join her in mid-May when he would return to replenish their stores. The destination was Bonaire. Marty's intention, make a hit-and-run raid to take or burn any privateers anchored in any of the bays on the west side of the island. They would fly no colors. With a favorable wind and current, they soon approached the rocky southern tip of Bonaire. They reduced sail and made their way slowly up the coast, keeping far enough out to avoid the fringing reef. The first thing they noticed was how desolate the southern end of the island was. It was flat and the only sign of habitation were the salt pans with their wind pumps. Pink flamingos strutted along heads down, weaving from side to side as they filtered the shrimp from the salty water. Pelicans dived after fish in the shallow water near the shore and frigate birds soared above. Marty looked down into the crystal-clear water and saw great silver barracuda sliding along below the ship and what looked like a large bat with blue skin covered in white spots winging its way past. The reef came closer as they passed a small headland and he could see myriads of colorful fish. They crept northwards into a long shallow bay. They could see goats wandering around near the shore and a couple of donkeys as well. A sandy beach showed strange tracks coming out of the sea, and Marty wondered what caused them when he saw a solitary great green turtle hauling itself up the beach. Marty wondered what it was doing, but they passed it by before he had a chance to see. Ahead, the small uninhabited island of Klein Bonaire came into view. The main anchorage was in a channel between the small island and the big one. Peter told him there was a stone fort that guarded the entrance from the south. He also said the privateers tended to moor further north in the shelter behind the island and that you could just sail in from the south and out to the north. They sailed in line astern, under topsails only, right into the bay past the fort, which neither showed nor requested any kind of recognition signal. It didn't even dip a flag in salute. There was a small town that paralleled the shore with stores and warehouses. There was no sign of a shipyard, but he did recognize one sign in English proclaiming it was a ship brokerage. Marty was halfway up the foremast ratlins looking ahead and saw several fast-looking ships flying no flags. He could also see that Defoe's schooner was nowhere to be seen, but a couple of the ships looked to be American schooners, and another had definite Spanish lines. They were all moored with their bows towards the shore into the wind. In between them were moored what must have been their prizes, which were being unloaded into small boats. Returning to the deck, he ordered the starboard guns run out. Behind him, the Eagle and Falcon followed his lead. He let the Tempest run on until the third ship was right abeam of them and backed the foresail to bring them to a stop. The sight of the three ships with their cannons run out caused immediate consternation, and a man appeared at the stern of the ship abeam of the Tempest and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? This is neutral territory by the convention," an American voice bellowed at them. Marty didn't respond. He just nodded to the gun captain of the carronade nearest to him. The man grinned and pulled the lanyard. 36 pounds of chain shot screamed across the water down the length of the schooner, which was called the Patsy. Her rigging was shredded, and her mast took a direct hit about halfway up, snapping it off. the Eagle and Falcon both fired chain into the rigging of the ships opposite them. The small boats all rowed for shore as fast as they could, and men were seen diving over the sides of the privateers and swimming to shore to get away from the broadsides they guessed would be coming next. The American skipper picked himself up off the deck where he dived as the carronade fired. He shook his fist at Marty, who just responded by having the second carronade fire its load into his rigging as well. Taking the hint, the man ran the length of the deck and dove over the bow, stroking out strongly for shore. Boarders away. Marty called in his men, who had pulled his boats up to the larboard side and manned them ready for the order, pulled around the stern of the Tempest and made their way to the merchant ships. Marty watched as his men took control of the two merchantmen nearest to the Patsy, and Ryan, Anton, Matai, Garai, and Roland went to the schooner to search the captain's cabin. There was a single shot from that direction and then silence. Roland appeared at the stern rail and waved that all was okay. He had his lookouts watching the shore carefully in case the privateers staged any kind of counterattack and had the carronades reloaded with grape. If they tried anything, they would regret it. Ryan and the boys just got back into their boat when a lookout reported there was a rowboat with a white flag flying approaching from the direction of the fort. Marty went to the rail and looked back to see what was going on. A big man in European dress was waving a white flag that looked like it was a sheet, or maybe a pillowcase, and urging his oarsmen to go as fast as they could to the Tempest. Marty instructed a welcoming party under Ackerman to meet them at the entry port. He noticed Shelby leaning on the rail making notes. He saw Marty looking and grinned at him. Marty noticed the physician had his sword on and concluded he was looking out for more victims to cut up. In the name of science, of course. The boat pulled alongside, taking the risk of going under the guns. Brave or foolish, Marty thought as a head appeared over the level of the deck. The man had a good head of gray hair, was slightly overweight, and stood at about 5 feet 6 tall. Ackerman told him to stand still in German, causing a surprised look but instant compliance when he saw the doubled hander hilt sticking up over his shoulder. Ackerman thoroughly searched him, missing neither a crack nor a crevasse, much to the man's discomfort. Then, he led him aft to where Marty was lounging on the quarterdeck in his chair, Blaze at his feet. "Are you in command of this outrage?" the man demanded in English. Marty cocked his head to one side and replied, "And who the hell are you?" with just a hint of a French accent. "Kees van den Bosch, I am the Burgermeester." "Really?" Marty sneered, putting all the scorn he could into that one word. He then looked past him to Anton and Matai, who were carrying a casket between them. "Put that in my cabin," he told them in French. He turned his attention back to Van den Bosch. "What can I do for you?" he asked with disdain. The man was, by now, red in the face with indignation and anger, and he took a step forward. Blaze interpreted that as a threat, shot to his feet, and gave forth with a blood-curdling snarl, stopping him in his tracks. "Be polite," Marty drawled, "my dog hates people who don't show respect." He was enjoying himself immensely. Van den Bosch composed himself and did a double take as he recognized Blaze for a Dutch dog. "We are a free port, and we don't ask questions about where cargoes come from, which is to the benefit of your kind, so why are you attacking these people in our harbor? You assume that I need your pathetic little harbor or give a rat's fart about any convention. Soon, the whole of the Caribbean will be under French rule and you will all pay to stay here." Van den Bosch paled visibly. "Now, get off my ship. You have 3 minutes before we fire a broadside into that wreck over there." Marty dismissed him. Without any dignity whatsoever, Van den Bosch practically jumped into his boat and yelled at the oarsmen to get clear. Marty waited until they just cleared the aftmost gun and ordered the broadside to fire. The concussion from the muzzle blast knocked the man sprawling down the center of the boat and put his oarsmen into total disarray. The schooner was destroyed as the balls smashed their way from stern to bow. Behind him, the other two ships suffered the same fate. Marty smiled. It would have been easier just to burn them, but this was much more fun. They sailed out from behind Klein Bonaire to the north with 6 merchantmen in line behind them. they found the crews of 3 of them locked below. Of the other 3 crews, there was no sign. 5 of the 6 were British while the 6th was Portuguese. The coastline curved to the west, and they followed it, looking out for masts that would indicate moored ships. You could say they dawdled, but Marty had men sketching the coastline as it slid past, and he had 2 men in the chains slinging their leads to record the depth. They turned north, following the coast around a headland, and continued their search. Peter said there was a bay on the north end of the island, and Marty wanted to take a look into it. The island was much hillier in the north, and they could see it was covered in thick scrub-like trees with ferocious 2-inch-long thorns and cactus. The only land animals he saw were large lizards, some up to a yard long, and the occasional goat. Not the prettiest of islands, Marty thought as he caught sight of a flock of green birds flying above the trees, squawking and screeching at each other. Then, a hawk-like bird flew close to the ship, looking fierce with its striking red face and white chest. They rounded the headland and could see into the bay. Behind it was a large lagoon stretching away almost as far as they could see, separated from the sea by a beach of white sand. There was a building at the back of the beach on the south end of the beach. There were 2 ships anchored close in, a small coastal cargo ship being loaded with barrels of something, and a larger merchant vessel taking on water and wood. Marty decided it wasn't worth the powder to attack them, so they hove to and sent over a boat instead. Ryan returned and reported. The smaller one is being loaded with castor oil. They told me they make it on the island and gave me a sample. He held up a bottle. They say it's good for you but tastes bloody awful. Give that to Shelby then, Marty replied, and the bigger ship? Dutch trader going to go to the south to fill up with salt. She's no spring chicken and worth practically nothing. Marty shrugged and ordered them to get underway. They would make their way across the 25 miles of water to Curacao, round the little island on the east tip, and make their way up the south coast, looking in on the many landing places. They would need to be careful of a pair of sandbanks and a sunken rock near to Fort Amsterdam, but other than that, it was relatively simple sailing. Chapter 19, A Diplomatic Solution. With the prevailing current and wind, the merchantmen could still only make 7 to 8 knots at best, so they made the crossing in a little under 4 hours. They rounded Little Curacao, a small island on the southern tip of the main island, and slowly made their way up the coast. This island was very different than Bonaire, with a ridge of hills ranged up the center. Trees fringed the lower slopes at the eastern end, and there was a fresher, greener look to it. The first sign of inhabitation was a castle near a bay marked as the Fure on the map. Marty examined it through his telescope and saw men manning the guns on the walls. A puff of smoke as one fired, and seconds later, the sound. The shot fell harmlessly half a cable from them, but it was a clear signal to stay away. Antisocial lot, thought Marty, and maintained a steady course. Next was Santa Barbara Bay, a safe anchorage accessed by an inlet that ran northeast. Hard to get into with the prevailing wind, but easy to get out of. The guns from the castle covered that as well, so they just had a look and kept going. They could see that several small craft were anchored up inside. They could probably row their way in, but there was nothing worth taking a risk on. The harbor of St. Anne was coming up next, and the entry to the harbor was protected by Fort Amsterdam. There was a small town around the inlet called Willemstad. Marty kept a careful eye on the fort as he read in the Gazette that Bligh temporarily captured it the year before, and he expected the Dutch to be wary of any strange ships. There were, again, men manning the guns as they approached, but this time no shot came. He ordered them to heave to and had the lookouts have a good look into the harbor. Almost immediately, a boat under sail came out of the harbor and headed their way. It came up on their leeward side and hooked onto the chains. A man in uniform shouted up for permission to board. Permission granted, Marty called down. Captain Stanwell, I assume, the man said as he made the deck, and when Marty confirmed that he was Colonel de Vere, Royal Dutch Marines. He introduced himself and snapped a short bow. Pleased to meet you, I'm sure, Marty said curiously. I regret to inform you that we have been notified that you have been declared persona non grata and are not welcome in any of our harbors, de Vere stated in a formal way. Oh? And why is that? Marty asked. We have received information that you wish to disrupt trade and to overthrow the normal order of things here in the Caribbean. Let me guess. A certain American called Defoe told you that? Marty replied with a slight sneer to his voice. The Colonel's eyebrows raised in surprise at the statement. You know of Mr. Defoe? Yes, and he's no more an American than I am, Marty told him. He is a respected trader in these waters. He has been here for years, the Colonel scoffed. Maybe, but in the Windward Islands, he is marked as a pirate and an agent for the French government. Was he limping the last time you saw him? Marty replied. Yes, in fact, he was. He was using a cane to help him walk. That was because he caught a load of shards from a grenade I threw into the middle of a conclave of privateers and pirates he called to organize them against the British. Would you attend me in my cabin? Marty asked, deciding that now was a good time to reveal some truths. Mr. Ackerman, would you be so kind as to signal Captain Grommans to come over, please? Once in the cabin, Marty had them both served with wine as they sat waiting for Peter to arrive. Blaze sat beside Marty and eyed the Colonel suspiciously. That is a Hollands herder, isn't he? Yes, he is. He was a gift from a friend near Den Haag. He is a wonderful dog and very loyal, Marty replied, stroking Blaze's head. You were in Holland? The Colonel asked in surprise. Yes, was all Marty said. The sound of a bump as a boat came up against the hull alerted them that Peter had arrived, and he came down the steps to Marty's cabin at a run. There was a knock at the door and Marty called, Enter. Peter entered and looked with surprise at the Colonel. Hans, is that you? He cried. My God! Peter? De Vere replied. The two men hugged and shook hands, exchanging a stream of Dutch so fast that Marty had no hope of following it. It sounded like they were growling at each other. He let them carry on for a couple of minutes, then coughed to get their attention. I am sorry, Martin, but this is my friend from when I was at school, Hans de Vere. We haven't seen each other since we were 16 or 17. Marty smiled benevolently. This was going to be easier than he thought. Peter, why don't you tell Hans about how you got here, your dealings with Defoe, and why you are now working with me? Hans sat and listened while Peter told him his story. He did it in Dutch, so Marty excused himself, went up on deck, and made sure both boat crews were passed down refreshments. He then chatted to Ackerman and Paul. After 10 minutes, he went back down to the cabin. Both men were still chatting in Dutch but switched to English as he entered. From what Peter has told me, we have been duped by Mr. Defoe or whatever his real name is. Did you hang his informant at English Harbor? Hans asked. Yes, he was tried by the Navy and executed. And what is your relationship to the Navy? Hans asked shrewdly. I can assure you of my confidence. I am no lover of the French. Marty looked at Peter, who nodded, then got up and went to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out his commission. It was time to gamble big, and he had made sure that only his men were on the quarterdeck and able to overhear what was being said. Peter doesn't know this either, although I think he suspects, Marty said and smiled at him. I am Captain Martin Stockley of His Majesty's Royal Navy's Intelligence Service. My mission is to disrupt the piracy in the Caribbean that is targeted at the British and her allies. One of which, I hope, will soon be the Dutch. He handed his commission to Hans, who scanned it and handed it back. Peter whistled and said, I thought your ships ran way too well to be just privateers. Are all your men Navy? No, just a corps of around 100. The rest are all civilians. He looked at them both intently. I am telling you this, Hans, because I want you to know that I am not lying about Defoe. If you listen carefully when he speaks, you can hear certain words that he pronounces with a strong nonce accent. He sent men to kill me in Martinique, none of whom lived to explain why they failed. When I identified the leader of those men was his man, I killed him and blew up the conclave. Peter can tell you about that as he was there. he already has. It was an effective ploy, Hans stated, and he told me about the 5-ship trap and your honorable conduct in treatment of the prisoners. Marty nodded and replied, I do what I have to in order to get the job done. Sometimes honor comes second. Now, what are we to do about Defoe? It's not just Defoe. The Burgermeister of Bonaire is on shore and telling everyone how you stole ships and blew up innocent traders. He is a greedy fool and has been making money from trading stolen goods for years. As long as he doesn't actually break any Dutch laws or trades in stolen Dutch goods, he has been allowed to get away with it. Is Defoe still here? Marty asked eagerly. I'm afraid he left 2 days ago, Hans replied with a shake of the head. Marty swore but had an idea that he wanted to put forward. We have taken back pretty much all the islands the politicians gave away to get the peace, which makes Britain the dominant power in the Caribbean, and I am pretty sure we will return Aruba to you once we are officially allies. I can talk to the admiral in charge of the West Indies and ask him to order that Dutch ships are left alone, but in return, we want a stop to the trading of pirated ships and their cargo. Can you talk to the powers that be here and get that agreement? Hans pondered this for a moment and replied, I will go ashore and put your proposal to them and make it clear the military supports it. Then we will see if the greedy bastards have any sense at all. He grinned. I might have to shoot the Burgermeister of Bonaire to get it through. Marty laughed. A man after my own heart, and shook his hand. They got a message they could anchor in the Waygut, the natural harbor, but could not leave their ships. Marty had the British flag flown. He knew he was pushing the limits of diplomatic propriety, but he thought, if I get the agreement then no one will care. They all felt a little vulnerable at first, then Marty noticed the guns on the fort all pointed out to sea and there was something wrong with the layout. It suddenly struck him there was a casement missing. It looked like they stopped building it before it was finished. He heard nothing that evening and the waiting was getting to him, so he invited Shelby, Ryan, and Wolverton in for dinner and a game or two of cards. Bridge was the favored game. The other three had taught Marty how to play and now he was getting to be quite good at it. There was a lamp burning the citronella oil in his cabin and others around the ships to keep the mosquitoes away. It was still around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Marty had one of the new mercury thermometers in his cabin along with his yard-long barometer, and they had the transom window wide open to catch the breeze. The citronella seems to work, Marty commented to make conversation as they waited for Wolverton to make his opening bid. It would appear so, Shelby replied. We have suffered far less fever than I believe is common in these climes, and I am happy to attribute that to the burning of the oil. 4 hearts, Wolverton finally bid. Marty was surprised at that, knowing he had the ace and jack in his hand, but he had a long run of spades, so he counterbid, for spades. Ryan was Wolverton's partner and chewed his lip while he thought about what he should bid. How are your supplies of the herb? Do we need to get more? Marty asked. We have enough for now, but if we are staying here for another year, then we will need to get some more. Ryan finally made up his mind, 5 hearts. Shelby grinned at Marty and said, 5 spades. Wolverton came back immediately with 7 hearts. No bid, said Marty, which was repeated by Ryan and Shelby. Ryan laid down his cards as he was the dummy and sat back. What followed was a master class. Wolverton finessed the ace and took the jack with the queen, leaving Marty holding the one trick he didn't win. The night progressed with the advantage swinging one way then the other. The empty wine bottles stacked up and in the end they all went to bed at around midnight. The next day woke clear and sunny with no sign of any movement of boats towards them. At around midday, just as the men were being served their meal, a small sailing craft left the dock with the Burgermeister from Bonaire stood on the deck. He, pointedly, didn't look in their direction and had a dissatisfied air about him. They guessed he was on his way home. Around 2 o'clock, Marty watched a boat pull away from the shore and recognized Hans sat in the stern. When it hooked onto the chains he called up. Martin, you are invited to attend the ruling council at the invitation of the Voorzitter. Will you come over with me now? Marty got his coat and hat and stepped down into the boat, Samuel beside him as usual. Blaze was under orders to stay behind and watched them leave. He stood with his front paws on the rail with Matai close by to stop him jumping over the side. They pulled up to a set of steps set into the dock and carefully stepped ashore as they were covered in green slimy weed. A marine guard of 3 men stood to attention and took the salute from Hans. Marty touched his hat in respect. He was surprised when they didn't fall into step behind them. Hans set a good pace and led him to a rather grand building. He gestured to it. This is the Statuus or Rodwe's. You would know it as the government building. This is where the politicians make themselves fat. Marty laughed and replied. You don't have a lot of respect for them, do you? Not really. Most of them are just out to line their pockets or tell everyone what to do. Hans replied with a grimace as he pushed open the large, ornately carved doors. Inside, it was noticeably cooler. The floors were stone and nicely polished. The walls were plastered and had paintings of various worthies hung from them. Hans led him to a set of double doors, gave him a quick once-over, nodded in approval, and pushed the doors open. Inside was a grand room with a large round table set in the center. Around it sat 8 men with one sat in a chair that had a higher back. He had a pile of papers stocked in front of him. Hans stopped them beside the table at an empty chair and announced, Captain Martin Stockley, Royal Navy. The chairman, at least that's who Marty assumed he was, stood and said, We bid you welcome, Captain, even though you made your presence known in a most unconventional way. However, I still believe you haven't been entirely honest with us yet. Marty looked at him without changing expression but was wondering what was coming next when the man held up a London newspaper. I believe that you are actually Baron Candor as well as Captain Stockley. Am I correct? How the hell? Marty thought, then made out the headline. It was the coverage of his wedding to Caroline. That is a rather old newspaper, but you are correct, he replied with a nod, but in the Navy, I am just Captain Stockley. Ah, but this is a diplomatic mission, so I believe your other rank will take precedence, the chairman said, looking hopeful. He wants this to be agreed at a civilian level and thinks my rank will swing it. Marty realized as he suddenly had a vision of the governor of the West Indies and the Prime Minister being presented with a treaty with his Baron's seal attached. Oh well. In for a penny, in for a pound, he decided. Of course, he agreed and followed up with, any agreement will have to be ratified by our governments in the end though. The man nodded, then proceeded to introduce himself, Antonius van der Meer, and the other 7 men. He then bid Marty sit and apologized that their 9th member had to leave on urgent business. Yes, I saw him. Marty thought. My Lord Candor, we have discussed your proposal and have come to a majority agreement that we should accept, he announced. Marty looked around the table and saw only smiling faces. So Bonaire was the only dissenter. They then started to draft an official document, and Marty asked if he could send Samuel back to the Tempest for Fletcher. He wanted a second opinion on this and didn't trust the good burghers not to slip something in that was to their advantage. Fletcher turned up suited and booted. When Marty raised his eyebrows at the sight of him, he whispered that he was forewarned when Samuel told him, "Do burghers think that the captain be a lord or something? What is a baron?" Marty grinned at Samuel and winked. The big man relaxed. "The captain's playing a trick," he thought. He had had enough surprises already when he found out that Marty was in the Navy. In the end, it took 2 days to negotiate a mutually acceptable treaty, and they made a ceremony out of signing and sealing 6 copies of the document. One for them to keep in Curaçao, one for Marty, one each for their governments, one for the British governor in Jamaica, and a spare. Marty had the Marine that was his resident artist come ashore and sketch the signing ceremony with an idea to get a painting made later. A feast was held to celebrate the new treaty and all his officers, including Peter, were invited. The families of the councillors were in attendance and his lieutenants were much in demand for dancing by their daughters. He warned them not to cause a diplomatic incident but needn't have worried. James was smitten with Jose, and Ryan only had a certain little bird in his mind while he danced. Marty had to fend off a couple of amorous women, making it clear he was a happily married man. One replied so was she, married that is. He was introduced to Genever, the Dutch spirit that was halfway between whiskey and gin. They gifted him with a case as a parting gift. The hangover he had the next morning made him swear never to drink it again. Chapter 20, Back to the Navy. They left Curaçao and sailed directly to Jamaica to deliver the treaty, and entered port on the 2nd of May to find not just the flagship but also the Bethany anchored up waiting for them. Marty flew the British flag, raised the signal dispatches, and received, "Captain, report aboard," back almost immediately. He reached the top of the entry to be greeted with full captain's honors, which surprised him, by a new flag lieutenant, and he was escorted down to the admiral's quarters. The sentry bellowed out his name, Captain Stockley, sah. And he was ushered in to find Admirals Hood and Duckworth in attendance. There was greetings all around, and Marty was invited to sit and make his report, which he did, handing over 2 copies of the treaty at the end along with his written report. "Well done, my boy," beamed Hood as he looked over the document. "So, would you say your mission is complete?" Marty looked at him sideways for a moment. Sensing something else was coming, he said, "Almost. There is one last thing that needs to be done." He then went on to describe the Spanish treasure ship, the intelligence he had on its departure date, and port of departure. Duckworth whistled and got an avaricious look in his eye. Hood smiled benevolently at him, already counting his share. Duckworth coughed and said, "We have news that Villeneuve and his fleet have escaped from Toulon." "Admiral Hood brought the news on your ship." "Catched a lift as it was the fastest way to get here," Hood explained. "She is one hell of a ship, and your captain knows how to squeeze every last knot out of her." "Yes, that's as maybe," Duckworth interceded, "but the result is you are now part of the Navy again, and the Tempest is being hired in along with that schooner of yours. We were going to attach you to the squadron, but I'm now thinking you could do better going after that Spanish gold. We don't want that ending up in Napoleon's hands." Hood had to agree, even though he could see his cut receding into the distance. He brightened when Marty said, "I agree, sir, but as we will be an independent force made up of the Tempest, Eagle, Falcon and Bethany, would it not be better if we were under the Special Operations Flotilla's command, detached to your good self as C. Jamaica?" Duckworth looked at him shrewdly, then at Hood, who was grinning openly. "I can see why you hang on to this young fellow. He's almost too clever for his own good." "All right," agreed. "That's how we will do it. This way, you can give your pirates their share as well," he said, probably including Hood in that statement as well. "Go ashore and get into uniform. I believe Caroline has had new ones made for you already," Hood told him. "She was rather pleased at the news of your promotion." When he arrived at the house with Blaze and Samuel in tow, he was greeted by a scream as Caroline saw him at the door, and she launched herself into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist and kissing him thoroughly. "Most unladylike." Marty grinned at her as they stopped for a second to catch their breath. He put her down and looked around. Samuel was greeting Tom like a long-lost friend, and he just caught a glimpse of Blaze heading either to the nursery or kitchen. He looked Tom over. "You are looking better, old friend," he stated as he first shook his hand then hugged him. "Now, that ain't the way a captain should behave," Tom laughed. "This feller been looking after you?" he asked with a nod to Samuel. "Yes, he has done you proud," Marty replied. The conversation was interrupted by a shout of "Daddy!" and a pair of arms clamping around his legs, followed closely by a smaller pair. He reached down and picked up Bethany with one arm, James with the other, and kissed them both. "Blaze told us you were home," Bethany declared, a big smile on her face. She had the same auburn hair as her mother, and her looks, but with her father's brown eyes. Young James was the spitting image of Marty when he was that age, with curly blonde hair that would probably fade to brown as he got older. "How long have we got?" Caroline asked. "About a week before we have to leave. I have some news." He explained about the treaty and treasure ships and that the admirals wanted him to go after it. "Oh, that's okay then," Caroline said as he finished. What's okay? Marty asked, sensing she had decided on something. Well, I will be coming with you. On the Bethany, of course. She smiled at him. What gave you that idea? Marty asked, knowing he had to put up a fight even if he was sure to lose. Caroline's eyes narrowed, a sure sign she was not going to give in. She is as much my ship as she is yours, and she isn't going anywhere without me. You are not leaving me at home this time. Tom and Samuel beat a tactical retreat and headed down to the kitchen to leave the two of them to fight it out. Tom bet Samuel a shilling Marty would lose. The next morning, mussy from lack of sleep, Marty ate breakfast and played with the children. Caroline sat victorious and glowing at the other end of the table, chattering about how they would visit the tailor that made his new uniforms and get them fitted. After that, they'd visit the Bethany Inn. It all passed Marty by. He was totally absorbed in his children, who had grown so much since he had seen them last. He only realized Caroline stopped talking and was just watching him when Mary came and took them for their morning nap. Have you done anything about buying that yard yet? He asked. No, I was waiting to see what you would do first. I didn't want to buy a yard and start building ships if you were going to end the piracy problem. I haven't stopped it, only disrupted it. The Americans in Spanish, and probably the French. We'll just have to sell their goods in Cuba or Puerto Rico now, which makes it easier for the fleet to intercept them. The door opened and a young, pretty servant girl appeared and said, "You have a visitor, sir." Admiral Hood? Please show him to the library, Tabitha, Caroline told her and shooed Marty away to go and meet him. I want to know everything he says, she whispered. Hood was already ensconced in an armchair with a cup of coffee when Marty got there. He looked at Marty's tired face and smiled knowingly. Caroline well? He asked innocently. A bundle of energy, Marty replied dryly as he sat down. What can I do for you, sir? I have been thinking that I'm just getting in the way hanging around on the flagship, he started. Marty had a sense of foreboding. I was thinking that I might come along with you on your expedition to confound the Spanish. What? You mean take command? Marty replied. Good grief, no. Absolutely not. Hood declared, it's your mission and your ships, and anyway, I am retired. I was thinking more as an advisor on fleet operations, you not having experience of commanding such in the past. Which ship were you thinking of traveling on? Marty asked, seeing himself in Ryan's cabin for the duration of the mission. I was thinking the Bethany, lots of room and nice cabins, the Admiral replied much to his relief. And full of men who have served under you, Marty finished for him. Hood just smiled. Well, I can no more stop you than I can my wife, so welcome aboard. Marty agreed, putting a brave face on it. Hood's face took on a frown. Caroline is sailing on the Bethany? As she kept reminding me, it is as much her ship as mine, and yes, she will be sailing with you. But, Hood started to say as the door opened and Caroline breezed in and said. But what, Admiral? As she gave him the full force of her smile. Nothing, my dear, nothing, he wisely replied, realizing she had been outside listening to everything. The visit to the tailor was as annoying and boring as Marty feared it would be. The little man fussed over every detail and Caroline made endless suggestions. In the end, he walked out with several new uniforms with a single gold epaulet on the right shoulder. They were of the new style and less fancy than the older style with less gold embroidery. He had 2 everyday uniforms that were quite plain and 2 dress uniforms, one of which was full dress and would carry his Order of the Bath and other awards. He reboarded the Tempest in uniform and there was an instant hush. Call the men to muster on the main deck, Lieutenant Ackerman, he ordered the startled man. When they were all in place, he walked to the rail of the quarterdeck. Men, as you can see, a few things have changed, he said, indicating his uniform and nodding to Ryan Thompson as he emerged on deck also in full uniform. Mr. Ackerman is out of uniform but is the first lieutenant of the Tempest as she is now a Navy ship of the Special Operations Flotilla, of which I am serving officer. He looked around, judging the reaction, which varied from grins carried on the faces of the ex-Navy boys to looks of horror on most of the freelancers. I want to reassure those of you who are not in the Navy that you are not being pressed. The Special Operations Flotilla is a volunteer-only organization due to the special work it carries out, the muttering lessened. Nothing will change in the terms that you sign on by. However, if you want to sign on for the Navy, you can, and you will be more than welcome as I have worked with all of you and know you are all good men. If you want to leave, you can. You will be given your share of the prize money to date and you can go on your way. But before you decide, I will tell you that we will be going after the Spanish treasure fleet out of Puerto La Cruz as our last mission before returning to England, and the prize money will be substantial if we are successful. That caused a loud buzz of conversation to run around the ship, giving Ackerman time to approach Marty and ask, "First Lieutenant?" "If you want it," Mark replied, holding out his hand. "Main got, ja," Ackerman agreed, shaking it vigorously. Marty turned back to the crew. "Now, anybody want to leave?" "No one?" "Good. Now, anyone who wants to sign on for the Navy, please talk to Mr. Thompson." He turned away and breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure that would work at all. A sailor asked to speak to him via Ryan, who reluctantly brought him into Martin's cabin. "Philby, isn't it? Well, what is it you would like to say to me?" Philby looked uncomfortable but gathered his courage. "I've been asked by some of me mates to ask you, sir. If we signs up for the Navy, will we stay with you or be shipped out to some other ship like? I have to be honest and say that any of the men who have been with me even for a long time could be sent to other ships in the fleet. The only exceptions being my followers who stay with me wherever I go. However, we do try to keep the Special Operations Flotilla team together. They have special training to do the unusual jobs we get given. If we volunteer, then can we be part of this special thingamajig? I don't see why not. I have every intention of keeping the Tempest or something bigger for the future." Philby looked happier. "Anything else?" "No, sir." "Thank ye, sir." Ryan took him out. Samuel looked over at Martin. "Will I be staying with you, boss?" he asked. Martin clapped him on the shoulder and said, "What would I do without you? Of course you are staying." They started to hear of a large French fleet approaching Martinique. Duckworth sent out a screen of sloops and frigates to look for it, and the reports were coming in thick and fast. What they didn't know, because of the lag in the time it took reports to arrive, was that Villeneuve had arrived at Fort de France on the 14th of May. This was almost the same day that Marty and his flotilla left port to head down to Puerto de la Cruz. Chapter 21, Treasure Hunt. Marty was tempted to have Caroline on the Tempest with him but realized that would be bad for his men's morale. They were not used to having a woman on board, and Caroline would drive some of them to distraction. No, she was better off staying on the Bethany. Hood could keep an eye on her, and she could amuse herself entertaining him for dinner. The crew over there was also used to seeing her. Yes, it was the right decision even if it did make his nutmegs ache. He had examined the armament on the Bethany and was very surprised to see that she was still fitted out with 4 18-pound longs amidships with 2 12-pound longs forward and another 2 aft per side. On top of that, she had a single massive 64-pound carronade on a swivel mount on the foredeck that could be trained around to cover both sides and the bow, and 2 36-pound carronades either side at the stern. All that iron plus the associated shot sat her as low in the water as if she were fully laden. He worried she was a bit top-heavy, but Tarrant assured him she was ballasted to compensate. Tarrant greeted him with a firm handshake and introduced him to Ian Forsyth, his first mate/first lieutenant. Forsyth was a veteran of the Battle of the Saints, knew how to fight a ship, and was excited to be given the chance of taking the Bethany to war with her unusual armament. He decided the order of sail should be the Eagle to the fore, followed by the Tempest, then the Bethany, and last the Falcon. He could send the Eagle off to investigate any sail that was seen and had his heaviest guns concentrated in the middle. Hood merely nodded in approval when he explained it to the captains. As before, they avoided getting into the worst of the Caribbean current by staying close to the Windward Islands, following them down to Trinidad and Tobago, then turning west. If the ships were in port, they would leave the Eagle to watch them and make their way to Bonaire, where they would wait until they left. They all agreed the Spanish would follow the current west past the Leeward Islands, then swing up to Cuba once they reached Mexico. If they left, however, they would be in for a stern chase. However, all 4 of their ships were fast, so he was confident they would catch them. They steered a course wide of Guadeloupe and Martinique to avoid any contact with the French. Marty wondered how Lieutenant Maurice was holding out on HMS Diamond. He wouldn't swap places with him for anything. As they got to St. Vincent, Marty signaled the Eagle to go ahead and have a look into Puerto La Cruz. James immediately set all the sail he could and fairly shot off. They were at sea for just over 2 weeks and the calendar was clicking over into June. Marty hoped they would be on time. Just as they started to make the turn west, a storm came up out of the Atlantic, forcing them to take shelter in St. George and the Grenadines and wait for it to blow out or be pushed out into the middle of the Caribbean. James, meanwhile, was tucked into the lee of the Isla de Margarita, a scant 57 miles from Puerto La Cruz. He knew the Spanish would never sail in those conditions, so he was happy to just sit and wait it out. He made a similar speech to his crew that Marty had and gotten much the same result, apart from one man who left in such a hurry that he knew he must have run from some ship or other or be wanted for a hanging offense. Now, he sat in his cabin listening to the sounds of his men relaxing. A fiddle was being played and a drum kept the rhythm. The men would sing along to the tunes they knew, and a few would dance a jig or a hornpipe. Sometimes men would sit and tell stories of battles or daring deeds they were in. It all went quiet, and James wondered what was going on. Cautious as ever, he pocketed a loaded and primed pistol and went out and down to the deck where the men were gathered away from the storm. What he found surprised him. Wilson was just starting to tell a story in a voice loud enough to be heard above the howling wind. Now, this tale was told me by Captain Stockley's own men. You know 'em, John Smith and Tom Savage. It were back in 1793 and the captain were but a cabin boy on the Falcon, a 30-gun frigate, and they were at Toulon as part of Admiral Hood's fleet that were holding it for the Royalists. Little Marty, as he were known then, was the captain's under-steward but had already proven himself as a young bull by saving the life o' the captain and later the purser, a fat bugger called Evans. That's where he got his first big knife as a reward. Wilson went on to tell an enlarged tale of the rescue of the Count de Marchitz and his beautiful daughter, who was almost as beautiful as the captain's wife, the Lady Caroline. James let him as he hadn't heard the story in full before, and the bit about Martin walking calmly out in front of the massed ranks of the revolutionaries to retrieve the Count's bag of valuables was new. At the end of the tale, there was a general buzz of chatter, most in admiration of their leader, and then one man asked, "Where did he get that dog of his?" One of the Falcons swore it be a Dutch sheepdog or summit. Wilson was about to answer that when he spotted James leaning on the bulkhead. James just smiled and waved for him to carry on. Wilson gave an edited version of their adventure in Holland and how they had brought back not only the Dutch crown jewels but Blaze as well. At the end of that story, James called lights out. The men needed their rest as he would set sail for Puerto La Cruz at first light. It took 5 hours to cover the 50-odd miles to the entrance to the port, and they arrived just before midday in time to see 4 large ships on the horizon heading west. He looked in anyway and the port was empty, so he knew it was probably the treasure fleet. Setting all sail, he set off in pursuit. He wanted to tell Marty what they were up against. 4 hours saw the ships hull up and he got what he needed. He reversed course and beat back against the wind and current to rendezvous with the rest of the flotilla. The next morning, he was heaving to off Puerto La Cruz again when the lookout called that sails were in sight to the northeast. He waited and an hour later, the lookout announced that it be the Tempest and t'other too. Then there was another call. Sail ho! Unknown, due north. Marty's lookout spotted the Eagle and the strange sail to the north. It was an hour later that they identified it as a schooner. Defoe, running to tell the Spanish we are after them no doubt. I bet a certain doxy in Jamaica has been telling tales to both sides, Marty spat out in annoyance. Schooner has veered to the west, Eagle is signaling, the lookout called down. Well, Mr. Hart, what is Mr. Campbell telling us? Marty asked his newly anointed midshipman. Enemy in sight. And the number 4, sir, Stanley Hart reported after examining the signal with a telescope. That means our prey is at sea and there are 4 of them. 5, if Defoe gets there first, Marty concluded. Let's see how fast this old girl can go, Mr. Ackerman. We seem to be in a race. Ackerman gave orders and every sail she could carry in the fresh wind was piled on and the sails wetted. 13 knots and 2 fathoms. Was reported from the bow chains as the knot line fairly tore off the reel. Bethany signaling, sir, Hart cried, then had to write down the message as it was laboriously spelled out. Can you go faster, darling? He reported, red-faced. Marty laughed. It's from my wife, he explained. The Bethany can do a couple of knots more than this. They soon overtook the Eagle, and James resumed his position at the head of the pack. The good thing was the Clipper wasn't getting ahead of them. Ryan stepped up to the stern and looked back at the Bethany through his telescope. Oh my! He said, loud enough for Marty to overhear. What is it? Marty asked and stepped up beside him. Ryan said nothing, just handed him the glass and pointed. Oh my God, she is magnificent. Marty said with a definite tightening of his loins. Caroline stood on the foredeck of the Bethany dressed in knee-length boots, tight tan riding trousers, a white blouse, open to show a more than adequate amount of cleavage, bound with a leather bodice that showed off her figure to a T. She had a belt around her slim waist, from which hung a rapier-style sword with an ornate basket hilt and 2 pistols clipped so she could cross-draw them. Her hair was tied about mid-forehead by a leather thong. Wilson was explaining something about their monster carronade. She looks like a warrior goddess, Ryan fairly sighed. Aye, that she does, Martin had to agree, thankful she was over there and not over here. Back to work, Mr. Thompson, he said, suddenly realizing the effect the sight of his wife was having on the young man. Aye aye, sir, Ryan replied, but couldn't resist just one more look. The old adage of a stern chase is a long chase was true. They fairly herred along the rest of the day and didn't see hide nor hair of the Spanish. That night, they reduced sail as they didn't want to overtake them in the dark. The next morning, Marty ordered them into line abreast, spread out horizon to minimize the risk of sailing past them. They were south of the Dutch Antilles now and racing past Aruba. Marty began to have doubts. He couldn't show them, of course, as he was supposed to be omnipotent or something, but in his mind, he kept hearing a little demon telling him that he had missed them and had made a mistake. The longer the chase went without seeing the Spanish, the louder it got. Signal from the Bethany. The lookout cried. Mr. Hart, I would be obliged if you would nip up to the tops and tell me what they are saying. Young Hart started for the ratlines, then stopped, grabbed a telescope, and started again. Enemy in sight and the number 1, he reported. Acknowledge, Marty replied. Defoe, Ackerman stated. Marty smiled, mentally punched his demon on the nose, and thought, lead on my friend, lead on. Mid-afternoon saw a signal from the Falcon, which was on the southern end of the line. Enemy in sight, 4. Mart gave the signal for them to close up on the Falcon. The Spanish were keeping closer to the coast than he expected. It was a lee shore and Marty wouldn't want to get driven onto it if he were their commander. He could only think the Spanish commander must want to be able to dive into a port if they were attacked. They were just passing the most northern point of Colombia, and if they would catch the Spanish in the open sea northeast of Panama where he couldn't run into shelter. The lookout reported that he could see the sails and just before dark, they were hull up. 2 frigates and 2 galleons, Marty told his men over dinner. He raised the captain's repair aboard signal at dusk, and they heaved to temporarily to transfer to the Tempest. We will use Plan 1. The Tempest and Bethany will engage the frigates supported by the Falcon. The Eagle will take on the galleons and attempt to bring down their rigging. The Tempest will go head-to-head with whichever is the bigger of the frigates, and the Bethany will support us by harassing them from bow and stern. That big bastard of a carronade will get their attention. The Falcon will harass the second frigate and try and keep her away from the Eagle. As soon as we can disable or destroy the first of the frigates, we will concentrate on the other. The Spanish will expect us to fight like the Navy would, but we will surprise them. Have your men ready for sudden course and speed changes? We are going to harry them into striking. The next dawn, they were just 5 miles behind. The Belle Epic was keeping her distance, and Marty expected he would try and swoop in to support their prey when it was least dangerous for him. They had the weather gauge in as much as the prevailing wind was on their stern quarter, and they increased sail to close the gap. As they got closer, Marty used to bring him near to study the formation more closely. The 2 galleons were in line astern and had ports for 10 guns to a side, which told him they were probably civilian ships drafted in by the Navy. They had 3 masts with a lateen rig on the mizzen and square sails on the main and fore. They were carrying as much sail as they could and making about 10 knots, even though they were obviously heavily laden. One of the frigates had dropped back behind the galleons and the other had moved out to the side to have the weather gauge on them. Marty studied the after one. "Damn me, it's El Formidable!" he cried. "You are mine, you bastard!" he shouted, shaking his fist. Blaze agreed with the sentiment entirely and barked, then howled, which set off the Basques. "Eoi, eoi, 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 eoi," came the war cry, echoed by another howl from Blaze. "For chasers! Fire as soon as you're in range," Marty ordered, forcing his anger into a ball of energy inside him. The Formidable's captain was well aware of the Tempest's armament and didn't like the idea of them coming up behind him at all, but he was between a rock and a hard place. If he turned to take them on, there would be nothing between the other 3 ships and the galleons. If he stayed in place, they would just shoot at him from behind with those 24-pound cannons. He decided he had to take them on. "Frigate is wearing to starboard," the lookout called. Marty stepped to the starboard side and looked for himself. "John, turn to keep our bows pointing just ahead of her," Marty ordered his quartermaster. "How's your bits, John?" he joked. "All heeled and raring to go, sir," John replied, causing a laugh to ripple around the ship as the question and response were passed around. The frigate was broadside on when the 4 chasers spoke for the first time at a range of about 1.5 miles. Marty didn't see where the shot landed and there were no cheers, so he assumed a miss. The frigate let off a broadside, but the range was long, and all the shots splashed harmlessly into the sea. By the time they reloaded, the Spaniard was passing through the wind and the range was less than 1 mile. The gun spoke again, and Marty watched the black dots of the balls arch away, one skipping down his starboard side, the other hit about halfway up her hull on the exposed starboard forequarter just in front of the foremost gun port. El Formidable shuddered as the big 24-pound ball smashed home, and there was a clang like the ringing of a bell as it hit the tail end of the foremost starboard cannon, spinning it around as the ropes were torn loose. The ricocheting ball continued up through the deck, leaving a gaping hole. The man who stood above it vanishing in a spray of blood. Inside the gun deck, the spinning gun caused havoc, killing all but one of its gun crew outright and smashing into the next gun in line, killing 3 of its crew as well. The captain ordered their 4 chasers to fire as they bore as the sails picked up the wind and swung the bow around. He decided he would then continue the turn and bring his larboard broadside to bear. They fired, and he saw hits on the Englishman's rigging. Marty didn't know how much damage the hit did, but he figured it must have done some, as cannon balls didn't change direction unless they hit something solid. The frigate fired his bow chasers and some of the foremast rigging was cut. Men ran to make running repairs. Marty looked in surprise as the ship continued his turn. He was going for a broadside. He ran to the side and looked over to the Bethany, which was racing up beside him. He waved at Tarrant and made a T with his hands to tell him to get across the frigate's stern. He got a wave and a thumbs up back. Caroline stood behind Tarrant with Admiral Hood, who was dressed in civilian clothes, and she blew him a kiss. We will keep straight at him, John. Steer for his midships, Marty ordered. Keep those fore chasers firing. Reduce sail to fighting topsails. Once he fires, I will swing around so our starboard battery can reply, he shouted to Ackerman, who passed the orders on to Ryan and the gun captains. He took a second to look around and see what else was happening. The Bethany was surging ahead now. The Tempest had slowed under the reduced thrust from her sails. The Eagle was homing on the aft galleon, coming up on her leeward side to put her between him and the other frigate which the Falcon was heading straight for. A glance to the north showed the Belle Epic staying out of the fight for the time being. The four chasers fired, and before their shot arrived at the frigate, her side lit up in a full broadside. Splashes erupted on either side of them and two balls passed over the deck, one close enough to a sailor for him to drop down dead from the shockwave. The other nicked the main mast in passing, tearing a gauge a couple of inches deep out of it. Hard to larboard, Marty called, and John swung the wheel as the sail handlers made their adjustment. The Tempest was a well-oiled machine. The ports opened and the guns ran out. Ryan waited until they were broadside to broadside, then ordered, "Fire." The guns went off in unison, the smoke blowing towards the frigate with the wind. The crews jumped to reload. As the smoke cleared, Marty could see that John had brought them up to about 3 cables and the Spanish were about to run out their guns again. There was a deep boom from astern, and Marty looked to see the Bethany almost astern of the frigate and only 2 cables away from it. Smoke was blowing away from the big carronade. Was that Caroline standing behind it? He didn't have time to check that out as the frigate opened fire and this time, scored some hits. The hull shuddered under the impact of a couple of heavy impacts and rigging was cut, falling onto the boarding nets they had slung to protect the crew from just this. He could hear screams as men were wounded, but he ignored them and the shot that blew through the transom 6 feet in front of him. The Tempest broadside spoke again, and this time, the carronades joined in, sending their big smasher balls across to wreak havoc on the frigate's hull. The Bethany fired again as she crossed his stern, and blood ran out of the after gun ports of the frigate. Then, as he watched, the Bethany swung away to starboard. "What the hell?" he started to exclaim when he saw the Belle Epic was trying to get behind her to rake her stern. "You bastard, Defoe, I will kill you for this," he swore. Meanwhile, the Falcon was harassing the second frigate, which was a 38 called the Barcelona. Peter was employing hit-and-run tactics, daring its captain to turn, then threatening to cross his stern or bow. He was just doing enough to keep him from joining the fight with the Tempest. He also saw the Belle Epic swooping in on the Bethany and breathed a sigh of relief as she turned at the last minute, so the two ships went broadside to broadside. The Bethany's broadside roared and Defoe suddenly learned how heavily she was armed. His 9-pound cannon were no match for the Bethany's 18s and 12s, and her thin hull offered no protection from the carronades either. On board the Bethany, Caroline heard the lookout shout the warning that the schooner that was shadowing them was closing in. Forsyth was as cool as you like, letting the carronades send a load of 4-pound round shot crashing through the frigate's stern before ordering the helm over to bring their broadside to bear on the clipper. The Bethany was extremely nimble and spun on her heel, surprising the captain of the other ship. Caroline staggered against Hood as the ship changed direction, and that saved her life. The Belle Epic fired her broadside, and one of the balls crashed through the transom just feet away from the two of them, sending splinters flying. One large splinter cut through her bodice and silk shirt, slicing through the flesh over her ribs and leaving a bloody gash. If she hadn't staggered, it would have hit right in the center of her chest, killing her outright. She gasped as the pain hit and would have fallen to the deck if Hood hadn't grabbed her. She shook her head to clear it and wiped the tears from her eyes. She pushed herself away from Hood and stepped over to the rail, anger giving her strength. She looked across at the other ship, which was trying to clew away, and could see the captain standing on what was left of the quarter deck. It was a long pistol shot, but she pulled the finely wrought Manton pistol from its hook on her belt and pulled the hammer back to full cock. It was a beautifully crafted weapon of .75 caliber, with a rifled barrel in front and rear sights. Accurate and deadly. She steadied herself against the rail and brought the gun up at arm's length. It was heavy, but she practiced, and as the gun came to her eye, she already had the bastard in her sights. She waited a second for the roll to reach its peak and fired. Defoe was looking straight at the woman dressed in such a startling and stunning way on the quarterdeck of the oversized clipper and saw her raise a pistol and fire. He laughed at the audacity and foolishness and was about to turn away when the .75 caliber bullet smashed into his shoulder, sending him crashing to the deck. "Oh, good shot!" exclaimed Hood as he stepped from behind her. "It didn't kill him," she grumbled and reached for her second pistol as she watched him crawl across the deck and pull himself upright against the rail. But the range had opened, the Belle Epic was running away. Tom had come over and was looking in horror at the bloody gash in her side. "Caroline!" he cried, "you're wounded." "It's just a scratch," Caroline replied and promptly fainted. El Formidable was a mess. The balls from the Bethany had ripped through her fragile stern and dealt a mortal blow to her gun deck. The 4-pound balls had careened through the open space, ricocheting off guns and smashing timbers. Men were literally decimated and the deck was strewn with body parts. On the quarterdeck, the captain knew he had lost and ordered the flag to be struck. This fight was over. Marty saw the flag come down and ordered a ceasefire. He signaled the Bethany to take control of the stationary ship as once she had seen off the Belle Epic, she had turned back towards them. As soon as the signal was acknowledged, he ordered John to steer for the second frigate. The Bethany would join them as soon as the prize was secured. The captain of the second frigate saw what happened to the bigger Formidable and was coming to the conclusion the gold wasn't worth it. His ship was old and her bottom foul with weeds, his guns too small to make more than a dent in the overgun frigate coming up on him, and he was undermanned because of fever. He wasn't a supporter of the French anyway and thought the government should never have made the treaty with them. The British could have the gold for all he cared. So, he fired a broadside away from the Falcon for honor's sake and promptly lowered his colors. It was all over fairly quickly after that. The galleons hove to when the Tempest threatened them with her guns and they soon had all 4 ships under their control. Marty made an inspection tour of his ship to thank the men for their efforts and to examine the damage. He was saddened that they lost 10 good men during the fight and was visiting the 13 wounded on the orlop deck to offer them thanks and some words of comfort when Midshipman Hart rushed in and gasped. "Mr. Shelby is required on the Bethany, sir. Your wife is wounded." Shelby grabbed a bag and threw some instruments and tools in it and turned to Marty ready to go. But Marty said with an agonized expression, "See to these boys first." Shelby looked at him and replied, "The worst is taken care of. My assistant can take care of the rest until I get back." Then one of the wounded who had his head bandaged said, "He's right, sir. We be fine, go help your lady." The rest chorused, "Aye, sir, and you go." Marty could have cried on the spot but thanked them and left with the physician close behind. Once on deck, they found the ship's boat already at the entry port and manned. The 2 men tumbled down the side into it. The trip across was a blur and the next thing Marty knew, he was in Caroline's cabin holding her hand as Shelby removed the temporary dressing that Tom had applied. He then ordered everybody out except Marty and once they were alone, cut off her shirt and undergarment. Caroline started to protest, but Shelby just shushed her and told her to lie still. He thoroughly examined the gash, which was ragged and deep, then took a bottle from his bag and carefully counted out 20 drops into a glass and poured a measure of brandy on top, swirling it to mix it thoroughly. "Drink this," he commanded in a gentle voice. "Why? What's in it?" Caroline demanded. "Laudanum. It will help with the pain and make you a little sleepy," he replied with a reassuring smile. "I can handle the pain." "I've had children," Caroline replied, eyeing the mixture with distrust. "Your choice," he replied and took a large needle and a length of coarse catgut from his bag, which he put to one side then fetched out a large pair of forceps. "It should only take 20 or so sticks to close this up once I have all the debris out of it." Caroline's eyes went wide, and she downed the mixture in one. It only took a minute or 2 for her eyes to start drooping and become unfocused. She turned her head to Marty. I love you, she slurred. You are very good in bed, you know. Marty coughed and blushed. She may say things under the influence, Shelby told him with a grin. Next time, she continued and started to describe exactly what she would do to him. Marty was both titillated and extremely embarrassed by her description and was relieved when she finally went to sleep. Well, you have certainly got something to look forward to, Shelby said without a hint of a smile as he went to work removing splinters of wood and cleaning the wound. He then selected quite a small needle from his bag and with some very fine gut, started stitching it back together. Marty stayed with Caroline until she regained consciousness. She immediately threw up, and Marty had to be quick with the bowl that Shelby recommended he keep handy just in case. He had to support her as she sat to prevent her pulling the stitches out and undoing the good doctor's work. When she emptied her stomach and settled back down, he told her what she had said. She was horrified that Shelby heard it but smiled wickedly and promised all that and more when they got the chance to be alone again. Now, get back to your ship. Tom is here and he will make sure I am cared for, she told him as she shooed him away. He kissed her and went to the door. Tom was outside leaning on the inside of the hull. You know she shot that bastard Defoe? Marty didn't and was surprised at the news. Hit him in the shoulder at long pistol shot with one of those mantons she carries. Did she kill him? Marty asked. No, last I saw, he was using his other arm to pull himself to his feet. He will be lucky to keep the one she hit though. That's a big bullet. Well, looks like I'm going to have to kill the bastard myself, Marty stated then added, look after her and try and keep her still for it to heal. I can but try, Tom replied, anticipating stormy weather ahead. Marty visited the Formidable and was met by a grinning Ryan Thompson. He paid the former captain a courtesy visit, then unable to restrain himself any longer, stood in front of Ryan and said, Well, come on. What has gotten you so happy apart from being in command of a frigate? Ryan reached under his coat and pulled an object out from where he had it tucked down the back of his trousers. Thought you might like to have this back, sir, he said and held it out. It took Marty a second to realize what it was. My knife! He exclaimed and took it with a slightly shaking hand. He drew it, and the Damascus pattern in the blade glinted as he turned it. Hello, old friend, he crooned as he felt the familiar weight in his hand. Thank you, he told Ryan sincerely. Where did you find it? One of their bosun's mates had it on his belt. Luckily, it was Anton that was searching him, and he recognized it before he chucked it over the side. Marty undid his belt and replaced the knife he bought in Jamaica with it. There is something else. Ryan grinned again and led him aft to the captain's cabin. There isn't much room in here, so you just as well take this, he said as he indicated a long wooden chest. My weapons chest. Marty exclaimed and knelt to examine the locks, which showed signs of several attempts to force it open. The captain was convinced it was full of treasure and had the blacksmith try and open it. They gave up in the end and were going to get a locksmith to open it when they got to Spain, Ryan explained. Marty pulled a set of keys from his pocket and fitted one into the left-hand lock, which clicked open after a bit of wiggling and persuasion. He took a different key and opened the second, which gave way quite easily. Inside were his shotguns, carbine and pistols. Of his hanger, there was no sign. He felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking for this, Captain? Said Ryan and held out the missing sword. I took it off their captain when he surrendered. He was wearing it as if it was his own, cheeky dago. Chapter 22, Keeping Hold of the Spoils. All 4 prizes in place, they set off in convoy towards Jamaica. Marty knew the job wasn't done until they got the gold home, and Jamaica was the first port of call. Defoe, wounded or not, still presented a threat, and if Duckworth was right, there was a large French and Spanish fleet at large in the Caribbean. They had the 2 galleons and the captured frigates in the center of the formation, with the Tempest at the front leading them home, the Bethany and the Eagle out to the windward side, and the Falcon bringing up the rear. A very fast inventory and examination of the paperwork they found in the galleons revealed that they had captured around 25 tons of gold, 50 of silver, and 4 chests of pearls. If the courts awarded prize money in the usual proportions, Everyman Jack was rich beyond their wildest dreams. Just in case they decided Peter and his crew didn't qualify, he already redistributed a fair portion amongst the escort ships. Fair weather saw them enter Port Royal, Jamaica to find it full of warships. Next to Duckworth's flagship was the Victory flying an admiral's flag. The Eagle and Tempest fired an appropriate salute, and as they anchored, the Eagle's temporary number and captain repair on board soared up the Victory's masts. Marty quickly changed into his best, and by the time he got on deck, his boat was waiting for him. He looked over at the Bethany and saw Caroline standing at the rail with Tom in close attendance. He could see their boat being made ready and what looked like her trunks being loaded. At the Victory, he practically sprinted up the batons, and as his hat cleared the deck, a full salute was shrilled on the bosun's silver whistles. He heard a challenge made to another boat that was approaching, and the reply, "Admiral Hood," given, and knew the old fox was hot on his heels. They waited until Hood, resplendent in full dress uniform, appeared beside him, and received the honors due his station. Then they were both led down to the great cabin. Nelson himself was waiting to greet them, with Duckworth hovering expectantly in the background. Marty felt a little overwhelmed being in the presence of 3 admirals. They were all invited to make themselves comfortable by Nelson in his high-pitched Norfolk accent, and when they were all seated, a servant came and served them cold glasses of lemonade. "Admiral Duckworth has told me of your latest mission. I must say I am somewhat envious, judging from the convoy you brought in. I assume it was successful?" Nelson asked. "Aye, my lord, the mission to capture the treasure ships and deny Napoleon the gold was successful. Here is my report with the bills of lading included," he replied smartly. Hood looked up at the spirit shelf and indicated to the servant to get him a brandy. Nelson gave a slight frown and nodded when the servant looked to him for permission. He was the son of a vicar after all, and didn't approve of drinking spirits during the day. Once he had a glass in his hand, Hood spoke. "Captain Stockley has performed his duty with all the flair, initiative, and boldness that I have come to expect from him. He was especially creative in using his new Dutch ally and one of his own ships to complete his mission." "Splendid, splendid." Nelson beamed at him, then had a coughing fit. Marty realized he was not at all well. "How much did we capture?" Duckworth asked innocently. Now is it?" Marty thought but replied with round figures. "Ye gods!" Duckworth gasped, looking shocked. Nelson looked uninterested and gazed out of the window. "Good grief! Is that Lady Caroline on that ship?" he exclaimed. Nothing wrong with his remaining eye, Marty thought. News came that Villeneuve left Martinique after recapturing Diamond Rock and was heading back to Europe, so Nelson prepared to set off in pursuit. He invited Marty and his little convoy to tag along for protection, and they quickly prepared the ships for a voyage back across the Atlantic. Caroline abandoned her idea for a private protection fleet for the moment and gathered her children, their nanny, young Benjamin, his foster mother, and Tabitha, who she had become quite fond of, and reboarded the Bethany. Hood joined her, and they were ready just in time to follow the Victory out of Port Royal. Nelson had the Euryalus and Phoebe, 2 of his 36-gun frigates, run as close escorts for them, saying he couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to Lady Caroline. She complained they were going so slow it would take months to get home. They sailed up to the Carolinas, and when they picked up the westerly trades, they turned east for England. Despite a storm or two, they managed to stay together until they got just south of the Lizard, where Marty's convoy parted company from the fleet and headed into Plymouth. As they approached the port, they said goodbye to Peter and the Falcon. Marty already gave him his share of the loot. He decided he would let the Admiralty argue about the legality of that afterward. Peter was going back to Rotterdam to repay his father for the lost ship, but he wouldn't be staying. He promised to drop in at Liverpool and pay them a visit on his way back to the Caribbean. Once in port, James surprised everybody. He came aboard the Tempest with José van Mierlo in tow and asked Marty's permission to marry her. It transpired that she went to Jamaica, her father had bought her passage, and waited for James there. She slipped aboard during provisioning and hid out in his cabin during the fight with the Spanish. Caroline was delighted, took her under her wing and was starting to make wedding preparations before Marty even gave his answer. The wedding took place in St. Albans Chapel in Plymouth 2 days later. The Navy decided they would move the treasure to London for safekeeping, and they were detailed to escort the galleons to Chatham, where it would be transferred under military escort to the Tower of London. They were joined by the fifth-rate HMS Eagle to provide extra security. At Chatham, they were quarantined and placed under armed guard while Navy commissioners came and inventoried every last piece of gold in the ships. They didn't get to see a small casket of selected pearls that Caroline had whisked away, nor the 15 pounds of gold that Marty had James hide away as a wedding present. When it was all done, the Eagle and the Tempest were handed over to the yard for refit with the intention that they would be used by a new enlarged SOF in the future. The Bethany had the extra armaments removed and replaced with some more suitable for her role as a fast trader. Marty laid claim to the 64-pound carronade before anyone else did, as he had plans for that monster. Marty had letters of protection made up for every man that sailed with them but hadn't joined the Navy, and assured them all that he would take care that they got their prize money and make sure it was their fair share. The men who volunteered were given home leave with orders to report back to the ships in 3 months. He personally advanced the money against their prize purses and paid any back pay they were owed. Shelby took his extensive notes and went to London, intending to write a paper on tropical diseases and present it at the Academy. He would make a name for himself there, but swore he would return to sail with Marty again, as he would miss the excitement. Ryan and Lynette were last seen in a coach heading towards Canterbury. Marty and Caroline headed back to London and got there just in time to hear the church bells ringing to celebrate Nelson's victory over the combined French and Spanish fleets at the Battle of Trafalgar. However, they then heard of the little admiral's death and they both cried at his loss, holding each other and their children. Blaise put his head on Marty's knee, sensing their sadness. England would be a safer place because of his victory, but severely diminished by his loss. In the Times on the 23rd of November, 1805 was published. Ye, who gloried in Nelson, through life so victorious, the pride of the good, and the boast of the brave, now mourn, Britons, mourn o'er his exit so glorious, and strike your sad breasts while you bend o'er his grave. Our grief mixed with joy, with each pang exultation. The conflict how sore twixt the smile and the tear. Whilst struggling with rapture and anguish, the nation sees the cypress and laurel unite o'er his bier, while towering Trafalgar frowns over the ocean, and stern the rude winds and the billows defies. French and Spaniards at noon we discovered in motion, and sparkle of ecstasy flashed from all eyes. Ye gods, what a moment! A sight of such beauty! What more could a brave British seaman desire? And the signal, this day let each man do his duty, primed each gallant heart, set each bosom on fire. Aloft on the deck stood the world's naval wonder, whilst alarms for his life all around him expressed. Midst smoke, fire and flame, and the loud cannon's thunder, serene was his aspect and fearless his breast. Oh, a curse on the hand of our chief who bereft us, and laid on the deck the great conqueror low. He's gone, but his matchless example he's left us, and victory and vengeance soon followed the blow. The king's stoutest champion, the country's bright glory, of no faction a tool, to no party a slave, first of heroes, our grief shall instruct future story, thy deed to exalt and to honor thy grave. Our woe mixed with joy, with each pang exultation. The conflict now sore twixt the smile and the tear, while in anguish and rapture entranced, a whole nation. With the cypress and laurel, itself deck thy bier. Old England has lost her right hand, of Nelson her champion bereft, yet ocean she shall still command, and like him beat the French with her left. Epilogue. Admiral Hood sat in his living room reading the report of the Battle of Trafalgar when there was a knock at the door and William Wickham was announced. His old friend came in and took his usual place in the second comfortable armchair by the fire. "Armand is asking to resign his commission so he can take over his father-in-law's pub," William announced after coffee was served. "He feels he has done enough, and I can't say I don't agree with him. It's time for the SOF to move on anyway," Hood commented. "You have something in mind?" William asked. "Martin's reputation as a captain has been made by the treasure ship capture and his standing couldn't be higher in the Admiralty," Hood summarized. "We can get almost anything we ask for right now and it's time to make hay while the sun shines. We will be embarking on a campaign on the peninsula and we need to get agents in there and support those efforts." "Interesting, and what about deal?" William asked. "Make Armand an offer that he can keep his commission if he just oversees the deal operation. He can do that from the pub. We shut down the farm and move the operation lock, stock, and barrel to Gibraltar. Give Marty the Eagle, Alouette, and that whaler and find him a proper frigate to go along with or replace the Tempest," Hood expanded. "They can cover everything from the southwest of France around to the Mediterranean from there. He can acquire any other ships he needs." "And foot soldiers?" "LaPierre is being promoted to captain. We give him overall command of the Marine Force, bring in 2 new Marine lieutenants to support him, and make it up to company strength." Wickham thought for a moment. "Does this mean Martin can fly his pennant as a Commodore?" "That would be pushing his luck too far. No, he stays a captain. He needs to make post before we can do anything else. He will get new lieutenants to replace Thompson, who will command the Honfla, and Campbell, who goes to the Alouette. Ackerman wants to stay with him as well. They will make a strong amphibious force in their own right." Wickham nodded. "It sounded like a very good plan. I have just the man to go along with them as their intelligence officer and controller of agents," he smiled. Hood glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. It started to chime midday. "The sun is over the yardarm, fancy a brandy?" Author's note. Researching this book was almost as much fun as writing it because even though there is a wealth of information available on the golden age of piracy in the 18th century, there is very little about the resurgence at the beginning of the 19th. That meant I had to dig harder, and it was all the more rewarding when I found anything. It was also an opportunity to write a more sailing-oriented book and to have a bit of a swashbuckler. For those who expected a catfight when Lynette and Caroline finally met, I am sorry to disappoint you, but if you have been taking note in the previous books, you may have noticed that there was a lot of mutual respect between the two. I don't think Marty was Lynette's type either. She was much more into the tall, dark, and handsome types like Ryan. As a finale, it was tempting to have Marty at the Battle of Trafalgar, but when I thought about it, that would have been the obvious thing to do. So he did something typically Marty and went after a big prize to cap his time in the Caribbean. I hope you enjoy this romp around the Caribbean, as half of it was actually written in Bonaire while I was on a scuba diving holiday there and was grounded with a head cold. There are far worse places for that to happen. And now, an excerpt from Book 6. Chapter 1, A Festive Break. Hood's plans for the Special Operations Flotilla, SOF, meant that Marty would have some valuable home time. He felt like he had missed much of Bethany and James' early childhood. It was late 1805, and Bethany was now 6 and James 3. All his ships were being refitted and refurbished, which would take time as none of them were particularly new. The Alouette was a former French Navy corvette, the Honfla a former French whaler and now a marine landing craft, the Eagle a Baltimore clipper, and the Tempest a jackass frigate. He had been promised at least a 36-gun frigate to replace the Tempest, as the Navy really didn't want to buy her back in, but there was no sign of one yet. This meant he had all his crews ashore on leave, which was unusual for the Navy at that time, as given the chance a lot of sailors would run if given an opportunity like this. But unusually all of Marty's men were volunteers. That went with the special status of the SOF, and while some would decide to retire on the prize money they had made while sailing with him, most would come back. His followers were with him in Cheshire like an extended family. This select band of men had grown over the years, and although they had lost a few through death, more had joined, and overall the group had grown. He had also invited any of his crew who had no families in England to stay at his family seat in Cheshire. So as the Christmas season approached, the planning for the festivities was intense. Led by Marty's wife Caroline, the estate team were being tested by the size and scale of the celebrations. They needed enough beer, wine, and food to entertain 300 estate workers and Marty's followers and men. To complicate things, there were many nationalities as well: Basques, French, German, Dutch, African, and even a couple of men from the Nordics. Some of the Africans had no idea what Christmas was, as they had been rescued before becoming slaves when Marty had bought them off the block to free them. Others were either escaped slaves or freed slaves that had been recruited from the slums in Jamaica. This second group had been exposed to Christianity, and most had converted before they had joined. Marty wasn't overly religious and, like many sea captains, had a pragmatic approach to it at sea. But as the lord of the manor, he had to set an example and made sure he attended services at the estate church. Much to the satisfaction of the local vicar, the Reverend Ian McQuad, who had been appointed by Bishop Magendie of Chester, whose diocese they fell under. The Reverend took the conversion of the Africans as his personal mission and was determined to bring them to God. The boys soon proved they were not the ignorant savages that he assumed they were. They had all learned English, the version used on ships, and sat in a semicircle facing him as he read parts of the scriptures to them. It soon became apparent that they had already been educated in some of the scriptures, and Marty had a strong suspicion he knew who by. They asked him questions about baptism, the Eucharist, and confessional. All Lutheran traditions. He would have to have a word with Ackerman, he chuckled, as he saw the Right Reverend struggling to sell his version of Christianity. That apart, the preparations were going as planned. A veritable convoy of carts were pulling up the drive, delivering everything a good party would need. A flock of geese, bred on the estate, were being herded into a pen by a well-trained border collie. Earlier, Blaze, who was 7.5 years old and in his prime, had gone for a younger drover's dog who had the temerity to pee on a post in his territory. The resultant battle ended with the dogs being dragged apart before they could do any real damage to each other, and Blaze being banished indoors until the deliveries had been completed. Once released, he made a beeline for the post and well and truly washed it down, then scratched the ground around it with stiff legs to say, "Mine." The weather turned and it started to snow, which was a new experience for those brought up in the tropics. Samuel ran into Marty's study, eyes wide in amazement. "Boss, the sky is falling," he cried, pointing out of the window. Marty looked out and saw the large white flakes drifting to the ground and restrained a laugh. "It's all right, Samuel, that's just snow," he explained, and when Samuel still didn't understand, "It's just frozen water." "Don't look like the ice on the pond," he insisted. Marty opened the window and put his hand out to catch some of the flakes and show Samuel that they melted to water on his skin. Once he saw that, he put his own hand out and tried it for himself. Later, Marty had to laugh when he heard him say to some of the other Africans, "It just frozen water, didn't you know that?" Tom had finally asked Marty if he could marry Amara, the Indian servant that had stayed with them after they left the subcontinent. She was a Christian already, so that made things easier, but the vicar still had reservations about the mixed-race nature of the union. Marty had a quiet word with the Right Reverend and made a substantial donation to the church of a pair of large gold candlesticks, which changed his mind immediately. Marty's family wouldn't join them for Christmas, as Cheshire was just too far to travel that time of year, so they would decamp to the Church Knoll estate in the new year. But they had received a delivery of 5 firkins of good Dorset scrumpy as a gift from one estate to the other. Scrumpy was made from apples and was almost as strong as wine, which made it dangerous, as the temptation was to drink it like beer. The Basques absolutely loved it, as it was reminiscent of the sagardoa they drank at home. But as Tom pointed out, that stuff is bloody lethal, and if you drink it, don't fart, 'cause it turns your guts to water. Table of Contents. Chapter 1, Unhappy Landings. Chapter 2, Aruba Aruba. Chapter 3, Making Our Name. Chapter 4, Jamaica. Chapter 5, The Eagle Stoops. Chapter 6, A Scouting Mission. Chapter 7, Crisis. Chapter 8, Bad News Travels Fast. Chapter 9, Lost and Found. Chapter 10, Welcome Home. Chapter 11, The Hunt Resumes. Chapter 12, Martinique. Chapter 13, Diamond Rock. Chapter 14, Hunter or Hunted? Chapter 15, Trinidad. Chapter 16, Full Circle. Chapter 17, A Hanging Offense. Chapter 18, Bonaire. Chapter 19, A Diplomatic Solution. Chapter 20, Back to the Navy. Chapter 21, Treasure Hunt. Chapter 22, Keeping Hold of the Spoils. Epilogue. Author's Note. An excerpt from Book 6.